Somewhere along the northern shore of the Sea of Galilee, in a year that no one alive at the time thought to record with any precision, a carpenter's son opened his mouth and began to tell stories. He did not begin with a creed. He did not offer a philosophical treatise. He did not hand down a legal code etched in stone or parchment. He told a story about a farmer scattering seed on different kinds of ground. And when he was finished, most of the people listening had no idea what he meant. Some of them walked away, confused. Some walked away angry. Some walked away and never came back. And that, as it turned out, was exactly the point. To understand why Jesus of Nazareth chose this particular method of teaching, this strange habit of answering direct questions with oblique little fictions, you have to first understand the world into which he spoke. You have to smell the dust of it, feel the weight of its occupied air, hear the layered anxieties that hummed beneath every conversation held in the marketplaces and synagogues of first-century Palestine. Because a parable is never just a story. A parable is a story told to a specific room, and if you do not understand who was sitting in that room, you will mistake its meaning every time. Palestine, in the early decades of the first century, was a pressure cooker. The land itself was small, roughly the size of modern-day Wales, and it was squeezed between empires the way a walnut is squeezed between the plates of a vice. To the south and east lay the vast deserts that had swallowed armies since the time of the pharaohs. To the west lay the Mediterranean, that great highway of Roman commerce and Roman warships. To the north, the trade routes that connected Rome's coffers to the wealth of the Orient passed through towns where Aramaic-speaking Jews haggled alongside Greek-speaking merchants and Latin-speaking soldiers who despised them. Both. The Romans had been in control, directly or through client kings, for the better part of a century, and while their roads were good and their aqueducts were impressive, they had brought with them an atmosphere of permanent, grinding humiliation that colored every aspect of Jewish life. The Jewish people of this era were not a single unified community waiting passively for a Messiah to arrive on a white horse. They were a fractured society, riven by class, theology, politics, and geography, held together by the thin thread of a shared scripture and a shared resentment of Rome. The wealthy priestly families in Jerusalem lived in stone mansions with mosaic floors and imported wine, collaborating with the Roman governor to maintain a fragile peace that happened to preserve their own status. The Sadducees, who controlled the temple apparatus and the lucrative system of animal sacrifice, had made their accommodation with power long ago and had little appetite for prophets, miracles, or talk of resurrection. For them, the Torah was sufficient, the temple was profitable, and the status quo was tolerable. The Pharisees occupied a different position entirely. They were laymen rather than priests, scholars rather than aristocrats, and they had built their authority not on wealth or bloodline, but on an obsessive, painstaking devotion to the law of Moses and the oral traditions that had grown up around it like ivy on a wall. They counted the steps a man could take on the Sabbath. They debated whether it was permissible to eat an egg laid on a holy day. They tithed their garden herbs, counting out 1 sprig of mint in every 10. This was not mere pedantry, though it is tempting to dismiss it as such. The Pharisees believed, with genuine conviction, that if Israel could only keep the law perfectly, if every man and woman would observe every commandment without a single lapse, then God would act. God would send his anointed one. God would drive out the Romans. God would restore the kingdom. The purity of the nation was, in their theology, the precondition for its liberation. And so every unwashed hand, every broken Sabbath, every tax collector who shook hands with Gentiles was not merely a sinner but a traitor, someone whose impurity delayed the redemption of the entire people. Below the Pharisees and the Sadducees, below the merchants and the minor landowners and the skilled tradesmen, stretched the vast, invisible mass of ordinary people whom the religious elite called the people of the land, the Amharites, and the term was not a compliment. These were the subsistence farmers, the day laborers, the fishermen who hauled their nets out of the Galilee before dawn and brought them back empty half the time. They were the women who ground grain by hand and carried water from the village well and buried children who died of fevers no one could name. They did not have time to count their steps on the Sabbath or debate the finer points of ritual purity. And the Pharisees regarded them with a mixture of pity and contempt, declaring that anyone who did not know the law was cursed. These were the people who gathered on hillsides and crowded into fishing boats and pressed against Jesus in narrow streets. And when he opened his mouth, it was their language he spoke, their images he used, and their world he described. Then there were the true outcasts, the ones who existed at the very bottom of the social and spiritual hierarchy, or rather, who had been pushed beyond the hierarchy altogether. The tax collectors, those Jews who had contracted with the Roman occupiers to extract money from their own people, taking whatever extra they could skim off the top as their personal profit. They were traitors and thieves in the eyes of their countrymen, barred from the synagogue, refused as witnesses in court, treated as ritually unclean. And yet, they were often wealthy, which made them simultaneously despised and envied, a combination that poisons every society in which it appears. The prostitutes, the lepers, the demoniacs, the Samaritans, that mixed-race people to the north whom the Jews of Judea regarded as heretical half-breeds. All of these occupied various circles of exclusion, and all of them would find themselves, astonishingly, at the center of the stories Jesus told. Into this pressurized, stratified, occupied world stepped a man from Nazareth, a town so insignificant that the Gospel of John records the casual sneer that would have been familiar to any first-century Palestinian. Can anything good come from Nazareth? He was, by all accounts, the son of a tekton, a word usually translated as carpenter, but which more accurately described a general construction worker, a man who built with wood and stone and whatever else was available. He would have grown up calloused and sun-darkened, speaking Aramaic as his mother tongue, likely with enough Hebrew to read the scriptures in synagogue, and perhaps a smattering of the Greek that served as the trade language of the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not a priest. He was not a scribe. He had not studied in Jerusalem under any of the great rabbinical masters. He came from nowhere. He represented no institution, and he carried no credentials that any reasonable person in the first century would have recognized as authoritative. And yet the crowds came. They came because he healed, yes, and because he cast out demons, and because he said things that made the hairs stand up on the backs of their necks. But they also came because of the stories. Because this man from Nazareth had a way of telling a story that lodged itself under the skin and would not come out, a way of describing the most ordinary scenes, a woman sweeping her floor, a farmer planting his field, a father watching the road for a son who had not come home, and making them feel as though the veil between heaven and earth had grown very thin, as though God were somehow present in the flour and the yeast and the patch on an old coat. The Greek word parable means, at its root, something thrown alongside. A parable is a comparison, a thing placed next to another thing so that the two might illuminate each other. But this clinical definition does not begin to capture what Jesus was doing when he told his parables. He was not merely illustrating abstract theological concepts with homely examples, the way a Sunday school teacher might use a flannel board. He was doing something far more dangerous and far more deliberate. He was using stories as weapons, as mirrors, as traps, as doors. A parable could be a hand extended in welcome or a fist closed around a truth that the listener would rather not face. It could console the broken and condemn the self-righteous in the same breath, sometimes in the same sentence. And the genius of the form was that you often did not know which one had happened to you until it was too late. The rabbis of Jesus' era used parables too. This is worth noting, because it reminds us that Jesus did not invent the form from nothing. The mashal, as it was called in Hebrew, was a recognized and respected genre of rabbinic teaching. The great Rabbi Hillel, who lived a generation before Jesus, was known for his brief, pointed comparisons. Later rabbis would develop the mashal into an elaborate art, complete with stock characters and formulaic openings. But what set Jesus apart from his contemporaries was not the fact that he used parables, but the way he used them, and above all, the purpose for which he used them. The rabbis typically used parables to illustrate a point of law. A parable was a window through which you could see a legal principle more clearly, and once you had grasped the principle, the parable had done its work and could be set aside. Jesus reversed this relationship entirely. In his hands, the parable was not a window but a door, and once you walked through it, you found yourself standing in a different landscape altogether, a place where the familiar rules did not apply, where the last were first and the first were last, where Samaritans were heroes and Pharisees were villains, where God threw parties for failures and turned his back on the dutiful. The parable was not an illustration of a pre-existing truth. The parable was the truth, and if you could not see it, that too was part of the design. This brings us to one of the most unsettling aspects of Jesus' use of parables, an aspect that the Gospels record with a frankness that borders on discomfort. In the 4th chapter of Mark's Gospel, after Jesus has told the parable of the sower to a large crowd by the lakeshore, his disciples come to him in private and ask him what the story means. His answer is startling. He tells them that the secret of the kingdom of God has been given to them, to the insiders, but to those on the outside, everything is said in parables, so that they may be ever seeing but never perceiving, and ever hearing but never understanding. Otherwise they might turn and be forgiven. He is quoting the prophet Isaiah, and the implication is staggering. Jesus seems to be saying that the parables are not merely difficult to understand, but deliberately designed to conceal their meaning from certain listeners. That the obscurity is not a flaw in the communication, but the communication itself. Scholars have wrestled with this passage for 2,000 years, and the wrestling has produced no consensus. 46 parables, each one a world unto itself, each one a door into a room where the light falls differently. We will take them not in the order they appear on the page, but in the order that reveals their inner logic, grouping them by theme and by the human questions they address. Because a parable about a lost sheep, and a parable about a lost coin, and a parable about a lost son are doing the same work from 3 different angles, and to separate them is to lose the cumulative force of what Jesus was building. We will pay attention to who was listening, because the audience determines the meaning. We will pay attention to what came before and after, because a parable torn from its context is a parable misread. And we will pay attention to the silences, the gaps, the places where the story stops, and the listener is left alone with a question that has no comfortable answer. The man from Nazareth is standing by the lake. The crowd is pressing close. He climbs into a boat, pushes off from the shore, and turns to face them. He says, "Listen, a farmer went out to sow his seed." And with those words, everything begins. The parable of the sower is the first parable recorded in Mark's Gospel and the first explained in detail, and it functions as a kind of master key, a parable about how to hear parables. If you do not understand this one, Jesus tells his disciples afterward, how will you understand any of them? The stakes, in other words, are established immediately. This is not a pleasant little agricultural metaphor. This is a test, and the test has already begun. The farmer in the story does something that would have struck a first-century Palestinian audience as completely unremarkable, but that strikes a modern reader as almost reckless. He does not carefully select the best soil, prepare neat furrows, and place each seed precisely where it will have the greatest chance of germination. He scatters. He broadcasts. He throws seed everywhere, with what looks like abandon, letting it fall where it will, on the hard-packed footpath that runs along the edge of the field, on the thin, rocky ground where a shelf of limestone lies just inches beneath the surface, among the thorn bushes that cluster in the untended margins, and finally on the good, deep, receptive soil where the seed can take root and flourish. This was, in fact, standard Palestinian farming practice. In that part of the world, sowing preceded plowing. The farmer scattered first, and then turned the soil over to bury the seed, which meant that at the moment of sowing, every kind of ground received its share. The farmer was not being careless. He was doing his job, but the fate of the seed depended entirely on where it landed. Jesus describes 4 outcomes with the specificity of someone who has watched this process many times, perhaps from the doorway of a workshop in Nazareth, perhaps from the fields themselves. The seed that falls on the path never penetrates the ground at all. The soil there is beaten hard by the feet of travelers and pack animals, compacted into something closer to stone than earth, and the seed sits on the surface, exposed and vulnerable, until the birds come and eat it. Gone. No germination, no growth, no harvest. Just a meal for the sparrows. The seed that falls on the rocky ground springs up quickly, and this is the cruel part. It germinates faster than the other seed because the thin layer of soil over the limestone heats up in the sun, warming the seed from below and accelerating its growth. For a day or two, these shoots look like the most promising plants in the field. They are green and eager and racing toward the sky, but they have no depth. Their roots cannot push through the rock beneath them, and when the Palestinian sun reaches its full, merciless intensity, the shoots wither and die. They have the appearance of life without the substance of it, a burst of enthusiasm with no staying power, and the field swallows them back as though they had never existed. The seed that falls among the thorns does germinate. It does take root. It does begin to grow. But the thorns grow too, and they grow faster, and they grow thicker, and slowly, inexorably, they choke the life out of the new plant. The thorns do not kill with a single blow. They kill by crowding, by stealing sunlight and water and nutrients, by making the space too small and too dark for anything else to survive. The plant that grows among the thorns is a plant that tries to serve 2 masters, to live its own life while accommodating the competing demands of everything around it, and in the end, it produces nothing. It survives, perhaps, in some stunted, diminished form, but it bears no grain. It fulfills none of the purpose for which it was sown. And then, the good soil. Jesus describes it with a specificity that carries the weight of promise. The seed falls on good ground, takes root, grows, and produces a crop, some 30 times what was sown, some 60, some 100. A 100-fold return was extraordinary, almost miraculous in Palestinian agriculture, where a 7-fold return was considered good and a 10-fold return was cause for celebration. Jesus is not describing ordinary farming. He is describing an abundance so far beyond the expected that it can only be understood as an act of God, a harvest that shatters the boundaries of what anyone thought the land could produce. Now, when the disciples come to Jesus afterward, puzzled and slightly embarrassed by their own confusion, he does something he rarely does. He explains. The seed, he tells them, is the word, the message of the kingdom that he has come to proclaim. The path represents those who hear the message but have no capacity to receive it. The word bounces off them like rain off baked clay, and the enemy, whom Jesus identifies with startling directness as Satan, snatches it away before it can penetrate. The rocky ground represents those who receive the word with joy, with that dangerous, shallow, rootless enthusiasm that looks so promising in the early days but cannot survive the first real test. When trouble comes, when persecution arrives, when the cost of believing becomes apparent, they fall away as quickly as they sprang up. The thorns represent the worries of this life, the deceitfulness of wealth, and the desires for other things. And these three assassins do not attack the word head on. They simply surround it, crowd it, starve it of air and light until it produces nothing of value. And the good soil represents those who hear the word, accept it, and bear fruit in varying degrees, but always abundantly, always far beyond what the arithmetic of ordinary expectation would predict. What is most striking about this parable, and what is easy to miss in the familiarity of it, is the lavishness of the sower. He does not ration his seed. He does not withhold it from the path, or the rocks, or the thorns, saving it only for the soil he knows will be productive. He scatters it everywhere, on every kind of ground, with a generosity that looks almost wasteful. 3/4 of the seed in this story is lost. It is eaten, it is scorched, it is choked. And yet the sower keeps sowing, because the harvest from the good soil is so abundant that it more than compensates for everything that was lost. The mathematics of the kingdom, Jesus is saying, do not work the way the mathematics of the world work. In the world, a 75% failure rate is a catastrophe. In the kingdom, 100-fold return from 1/4 of the seed is a triumph beyond calculation. And there is another layer here, one that the disciples may not have grasped in the moment, but that the early church would come to understand with painful clarity. The parable is also a warning about self-deception. No one listening to this story would identify themselves as the path. No one would say, "Yes, that is me, the hard ground where nothing grows." The path does not know it is hard. The rocky ground does not know it is shallow. The thorny ground does not know it is crowded. Each type of soil believes itself to be good soil, or at least adequate soil. And the parable forces the listener to ask a question that has no comfortable answer. Which soil am I really? Not which soil do I think I am, or which soil do I want to be, but which soil am I when the sun comes up and the thorns close in and the birds circle overhead? The parable does not answer this question for you. It merely makes it impossible to avoid. From the sower who scatters with reckless generosity, Jesus moves to a smaller, quieter parable that appears only in Mark's Gospel. A story so brief and so easily overlooked that many readers pass through it without pausing. The parable of the growing seed is barely 4 verses long, and its brevity is part of its genius. Because what it describes is precisely the thing that cannot be rushed, cannot be forced, cannot be explained: the mystery of growth itself. A man scatters seed on the ground, Jesus says. Night and day, whether he sleeps or gets up, the seed sprouts and grows, though he does not know how. All by itself the soil produces grain, first the stalk, then the head, then the full kernel in the head. As soon as the grain is ripe, he puts the sickle to it, because the harvest has come. That is the entire parable. No antagonist, no crisis, no twist, just a man who plants and then waits and then harvests. And in between the planting and the harvesting, something happens that the man neither controls nor understands. The seed grows all by itself, and the Greek word Mark uses here is automate, from which we derive the English word automatic. The growth is autonomous. It happens without the farmer's intervention, without his understanding, without his permission. He goes to sleep. He wakes up. The seed grows. He goes to sleep again. He wakes up again. The seed has grown more. He has no idea how. He does not need to know. This parable is a rebuke to every form of spiritual anxiety, every frantic effort to force the kingdom into existence through human effort alone. The zealots, who believed that armed revolt against Rome would bring about God's kingdom, needed to hear this parable. The Pharisees, who believed that perfect obedience to the law would trigger the Messianic age, needed to hear it too. And the disciples, who would spend the next several years arguing about who was greatest and who would sit at Jesus' right hand and when exactly the kingdom was going to arrive in all its visible, political, military glory, needed to hear it most of all. The kingdom, Jesus is saying, grows the way a seed grows, slowly, silently, invisibly, according to its own internal logic, on its own schedule, by its own power. Your job is to scatter the seed and then trust the process. The harvest will come, but it will come in its own time, not yours. And if you spend all your energy trying to pull the stalk out of the ground to see if the roots are growing, you will kill the very thing you are trying to cultivate. The parable also carries within it a quiet, almost hidden, eschatological promise. As soon as the grain is ripe, he puts the sickle to it, because the harvest has come. The harvest, in the prophetic literature of Israel, was a standard image for the final judgment. The day when God would separate the wheat from the chaff, the righteous from the wicked, and set the world to rights at last. Jesus is telling his listeners that this harvest is coming, that it is as certain and as inevitable as the ripening of grain in a field, and that no human action can either hasten it or prevent it. The kingdom has been planted. The growth is underway. The harvest is assured. The only question is what the grain will look like when the sickle comes. But if the parable of the growing seed addresses the mystery of growth, the parable of the wheat and the tares, recorded only in Matthew's Gospel, addresses the agony of mixture, the anguishing reality that good and evil grow together, intertwined, indistinguishable, in the same field, and that any attempt to separate them prematurely will destroy both. Jesus tells it like this: the kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while everyone was sleeping, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and went away. When the wheat sprouted and formed heads, then the weeds also appeared. The man's servants come to him, outraged and confused. "Sir, didn't you sow good seed in your field? Where then did the weeds come from?" And the master's answer is terse and knowing. An enemy did this. The servants, eager and well-meaning, immediately propose a solution. "Do you want us to go and pull up the weeds?" And the master says no. "No, because if you pull up the weeds, you will uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. At that time, I will tell the harvesters, 'First collect the weeds and tie them in bundles to be burned. Then gather the wheat and bring it into my barn.'" The weed that Jesus is describing is almost certainly darnel, a plant known in Greek as zizanion, which in its early stages of growth is virtually identical in appearance to wheat. A farmer examining his field in the first weeks after planting would be unable to distinguish the darnel from the wheat. They look the same. They grow at the same rate. They occupy the same soil. Only when the heads begin to form does the difference become visible, because the head of darnel is lighter in color and slightly different in shape, and by that point, the roots of the weed and the roots of the wheat are so thoroughly entangled beneath the surface that pulling up one will inevitably destroy the other. The only safe course is to wait until the harvest, when the two can be separated without damage. The sowing of darnel in an enemy's field was, incidentally, a real and recognized form of agricultural sabotage in the ancient world. Roman law actually included specific penalties for it, which tells us that it happened often enough to require legislation. Jesus is not inventing a scenario here. He is describing something his audience would have recognized as a genuine threat, a malicious act that could ruin a farmer's livelihood and that had no remedy except patience. When Jesus later explains this parable to his disciples in private, the allegorical framework is more developed than in any other parable he interprets. The sower of the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seed represents the children of the kingdom. The weeds are the children of the evil one. The enemy who sows them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, and the harvesters are angels. The explanation is comprehensive, almost schematic, and yet the heart of the parable lies not in the allegory, but in the master's command to his servants. Let both grow together. Do not pull up the weeds. This instruction must have been almost unbearable for a first-century Jewish audience raised on the conviction that purity was paramount, that the righteous were called to separate themselves from the unrighteous. That contamination was the great danger, and segregation was the great defense. The Pharisees had built their entire program on the principle of separation. The very name Pharisee likely derives from the Hebrew parush, meaning separated one. The Essenes, that austere desert community whose scrolls would be discovered near the Dead Sea 2,000 years later, had taken this principle to its logical extreme, withdrawing from society entirely to create a community of the pure, the elect, the uncontaminated. And here was Jesus, telling them all that the kingdom of God was a field full of weeds, and that any attempt to create a pure community by pulling out the unworthy would destroy the very thing they were trying to protect. The parable is not counseling indifference to evil. The master does not deny that the weeds are weeds, or that the enemy is an enemy, or that the contamination is real. He acknowledges all of it. But he insists that the judgment, the final sorting of wheat from tares, of good from evil, of genuine faith from its counterfeit, is not a task for the servants. It is a task for the harvest, for the end, for the moment when the angels come with their sickles and the master himself presides over the separation. Until that day, the servants must live with the ambiguity. They must tolerate the mixture. They must resist the seductive clarity of premature judgment and accept that the field is messy, confusing, impure, and that this is not a sign that something has gone wrong, but a description of how things actually are in the present age. The implications of this parable have echoed through the centuries like a bell that will not stop ringing. Every generation of Christians has produced its Puritans and its inquisitors, its gatekeepers and its heresy hunters. Its men and women who believed they could tell the wheat from the weeds before the harvest, and who took up the work of separation with righteous enthusiasm. And every time they did, the parable of the wheat and the tares stood in quiet, immovable opposition, reminding them that the master had said no. Not yet. Not by your hand, not on your schedule. The judgment is real, but it is not yours to execute. And your confidence that you can distinguish the children of the kingdom from the children of the evil one is precisely the kind of confidence that should make you nervous. From the anguish of the mixed field, Jesus pivots to something that at first glance seems almost whimsical. The parable of the mustard seed is just 2 sentences long in Mark's account, barely a breath, and yet it contains one of the most subversive images in all of Jesus' teaching. The kingdom of God, he says, is like a mustard seed, which is the smallest of all seeds on earth. Yet when planted, it grows and becomes the largest of all garden plants, with such big branches that the birds can perch in its shade. Set aside for the moment the botanical pedantry that has consumed certain commentators over the centuries. Yes, the mustard seed is not technically the smallest seed in existence. The orchid seed is smaller. So is the seed of certain species of fig. Jesus was not delivering a lecture in botany. He was using the common speech of his time and place, where small as a mustard seed was a proverbial expression for the tiniest thing imaginable. The way we might say, the tip of a needle, or a grain of sand. The point is not the absolute size of the seed. The point is the contrast between its beginning and its end. And the end is where the subversion lies, because the mustard plant, while impressive by the standards of garden herbs, is not a cedar of Lebanon. It is not a mighty oak. It is not the kind of tree that the prophets of Israel used as a metaphor for great empires and powerful kingdoms. When Ezekiel described the kingdom of God, he used the image of a great cedar planted on a high mountain, majestic and towering, with every kind of bird nesting in its branches. When Daniel described the empires of the world, he used the image of an enormous tree that reached to the sky and was visible to the ends of the earth. These were images of power, grandeur, imperial magnificence. And Jesus takes this entire tradition and replaces the cedar with a mustard bush, a scraggly, fast-growing, slightly weedy shrub that Palestinian farmers regarded as something of a nuisance because once it took root in your garden, it was almost impossible to get rid of. This is not an accident. Jesus is deliberately choosing an image that undercuts the expectations of his listeners. They were waiting for a kingdom that looked like a cedar, tall, mighty, visible, unmistakable. He was telling them that the kingdom they were getting looked like a mustard bush. Small, humble, unimpressive, the kind of thing you might try to pull out of your garden if you did not know what it was. And yet this bush, this weed, this nothing, grows until it is large enough to shelter the birds of the air, a phrase that deliberately echoes Ezekiel's cedar and claims for the mustard bush the same cosmic significance. The kingdom of God does not arrive with the grandeur that empires demand. It arrives with the quiet, persistent, unstoppable energy of a weed, and by the time you notice it, it has already taken over the garden. The birds in the branches are worth a moment's attention. In Ezekiel's original image, the birds represented the nations of the world finding shelter under the canopy of God's kingdom. Jesus preserves this meaning, but changes the tree, and in changing the tree, he changes everything. The nations will indeed find shelter, but not under a cedar, not under the banner of military conquest or imperial expansion. They will find shelter under a bush that started as the smallest seed in the garden, planted by a carpenter's son from a town no one respected, in a corner of the empire that Rome barely bothered to govern. The mustard seed is a joke, and the joke is on everyone who was expecting something grander. And then, as if the mustard seed were not disorienting enough, Jesus offers one more image, briefer still, and in some ways the most unsettling of all, the parable of the leaven. He told them still another parable, Matthew records. The kingdom of heaven is like yeast that a woman took and mixed into about 60 pounds of flour until it worked all through the dough. 60 pounds of flour. This is not a woman baking bread for her family. 60 pounds of flour, 3 measures in the original Greek, would produce enough bread to feed well over 100 people. This is bread for a feast, bread for a celebration, bread for an event so large that it exceeds the boundaries of ordinary domestic life. The scale is deliberate, and like the 100-fold harvest of the sower, it points beyond the everyday towards something excessive, something that overflows. But the truly radical element of this parable is not the quantity, it is the yeast. Because yeast, in first-century Jewish culture, was almost universally associated with corruption, decay, and moral contamination. During Passover, every scrap of leaven was purged from every Jewish home, and the unleavened bread that was eaten during the festival symbolized the purity and haste of the Exodus, the moment when Israel left Egypt so quickly that there was no time for the dough to rise. Leaven was what happened when you left things alone and let the rot set in. It was a symbol of the old life, the impure life, the life contaminated by sin and compromise. When Paul wanted to warn the Corinthian church about tolerating immorality in their midst, he reached for the metaphor of leaven. Don't you know that a little yeast leavens the whole batch of dough? Get rid of the old yeast so that you may be a new unleavened batch. The metaphor was so culturally ingrained that it functioned almost automatically. Leaven equals corruption, purity equals unleavened. And here is Jesus, standing in front of a crowd that understood all of this, telling them that the kingdom of God is like leaven, not like unleavened bread, not like the pure, the pristine, the uncontaminated, like yeast, like the agent of fermentation that transforms flour and water into something alive, something that rises, something that cannot be controlled or contained once it has been introduced into the dough. The kingdom of God, Jesus is saying, works the way yeast works, invisibly, irresistibly from the inside out, transforming everything it touches, and you cannot stop it once it starts. You cannot extract the yeast from the dough any more than you can extract the kingdom from the world. It is already in there. It is already working. And by the time the bread has risen, the transformation is complete and irreversible. The woman in the parable is also significant and easily overlooked. In a culture where women were largely invisible in public religious discourse, where their testimony was not accepted in court, and their presence was not counted toward the minyan required for synagogue worship, Jesus makes a woman the agent of the kingdom's transformative work. She takes the yeast, she mixes it into the flour. She is the one whose hands knead the dough and whose patience waits for it to rise. This is consistent with a pattern that runs throughout Jesus' teaching, a pattern of placing women at the center of stories about God's activity in the world, not as decorative figures or passive recipients, but as actors, agents, workers. The woman with the leaven is doing the same work as the farmer with the seed, introducing something small into something large and trusting the hidden process to do the rest. Taken together, these 5 parables, the sower, the growing seed, the wheat and the tares, the mustard seed, and the leaven, form a kind of overture to everything that follows. They establish the essential themes that will recur in every parable Jesus tells. The kingdom of God is present but hidden. It is powerful but unimpressive. It grows by its own mysterious energy, not by human effort or human control. It tolerates the presence of evil and impurity within its borders, not because evil does not matter, but because the final judgment is not ours to make. It starts impossibly small and ends absurdly, almost comically large. It works from the inside out, transforming everything it touches. And it requires from those who would enter it not strength, not purity, not theological sophistication, but receptivity, good soil, open hands, the willingness to let the seed fall and the yeast work and the harvest come in its own appointed time. These are the first stories Jesus tells, and they are all about the same thing. They are about what happens when heaven invades earth, not with the crash of armies, but with the silence of a seed falling into dark soil, unseen, unnoticed, already alive. But if those opening parables describe how the kingdom arrives and how it grows, the next cluster of stories asks a different and more personal question. What is the kingdom worth? What would you give up for it? What would you trade? And once you have found it, what are you supposed to do with it? Jesus answers with 2 of the shortest and most breathtaking parables he ever told, delivered back to back in Matthew's 13th chapter, one after the other like twin hammer blows, each barely a sentence long and each capable of rearranging a life. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field. When a man found it, he hid it again, and then in his joy went and sold everything he had and bought that field. Pause on that for a moment. The man does not stumble upon the treasure and stand there weighing his options, calculating the cost, and drawing up a list of advantages and disadvantages. He does not consult his wife, his accountant, or his rabbi. He finds the treasure, he hides it again so no one else will discover it, and then he goes and liquidates his entire life, everything. His house, his livestock, his tools, his furniture, and the coat off his back if necessary. He converts the sum total of his earthly existence into a single transaction, the purchase of a field that to every other eye looks like an ordinary patch of dirt. His neighbors must think he has lost his mind. His family must be frantic. And the man does not care, because he knows something they do not. He knows what is buried in that ground, and the knowledge has made everything else irrelevant. The detail that arrests the imagination is the phrase, "in his joy." Not in his desperation, not in his grim, teeth-clenched determination, in his joy. The selling of everything is not a sacrifice, in the way we usually understand sacrifice, as the reluctant surrender of something precious for the sake of duty or obligation. The man is not gritting his teeth and making the best of a bad situation. He is ecstatic. He has found something so valuable, so incomparably precious, that letting go of everything else feels not like loss but like liberation. The things he sells are not taken from him. He throws them away. He cannot get rid of them fast enough. They are clutter, noise, obstacles between him and the thing that matters, and the joy of finding the treasure has made the cost of acquiring it feel like nothing at all. This is a parable about the experience of discovery, about that shattering moment when you realize that everything you have been living for is small compared to the thing you have just found. And it is important to notice that the man in this story is not looking for the treasure. He is not a treasure hunter. He is, by implication, a laborer working in someone else's field, perhaps plowing or digging a well or clearing stones, and the treasure appears under his hands without warning. He was not searching for the kingdom found him. It erupted out of the ground beneath his feet, and in a single instant, his entire understanding of what his life was for was overturned. The ethical dimensions of the story have troubled careful readers for centuries, and the trouble is worth acknowledging rather than smoothing over. The man finds treasure buried in someone else's field, hides it again, and then buys the field without telling the owner what lies beneath the surface. By almost any standard of ancient or modern commercial ethics, this is deceptive. He is acquiring the field under false pretenses, allowing the seller to believe that the field is worth only its surface value, while knowing that the hidden treasure makes it worth infinitely more. Rabbinic law was ambiguous on this point. Some authorities held that buried treasure belonged to the owner of the land. Others held that it belonged to the finder. And still others distinguished between treasure deliberately hidden and treasure accidentally lost. Jesus does not resolve the ethical question. He does not even acknowledge it. And this is itself a kind of teaching, because the parable is not about commercial ethics. It is about the overwhelming, all-consuming, rational calculation-destroying encounter with something of absolute value. The man's behavior may be morally questionable, but his recognition of the treasure's worth is flawless, and it is the recognition, not the method of acquisition, that Jesus is holding up for admiration. This is one of the features of the parables that most discomforts modern readers and most delighted Jesus' original audience. The characters in the parables are not always virtuous. They are often shrewd, cunning, morally ambiguous, even outright dishonest. Jesus uses them not because he endorses their behavior in every particular, but because they illustrate a quality he values, the ability to recognize what matters, and to act decisively once you have recognized it. The man in the field is not a saint. He is a man who knows a good thing when he sees it, and who does not let anything, not propriety, not convention, not the accumulated baggage of his former life, stand between him and the thing he has found. The second parable, told immediately after the first, takes the same theme and approaches it from the opposite direction. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When he found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it. The structure is identical. A person finds something of extraordinary value and sells everything to acquire it. The outcome is the same. The cost is the same. The joy, though Matthew does not repeat the word here, is implied. But the crucial difference lies in the finder. The man in the field was not looking for treasure. The merchant is. He is a professional, a connoisseur of fine pearls, a man who has spent his entire career examining, evaluating, comparing, and trading in precious gems. He knows quality when he sees it. He has handled 1,000 pearls, and he knows that most of them, however beautiful, are not the one. And then one day he finds it, the pearl of great price, the one that makes every other pearl in his collection look like a pebble. And he does what the man in the field did. He sells everything. The parable of the hidden treasure is about the person who was not looking for the kingdom and found it by accident. The parable of the pearl is about the person who was looking for the kingdom all along, who had spent a lifetime searching, evaluating, discarding, getting close but never quite arriving, and who finally, after years of seeking, finds the thing that was worth the search. Jesus is telling his audience that the kingdom finds both kinds of people, those who stumble upon it and those who have been hunting for it their entire lives. The path to the discovery is different, but the discovery itself is the same, and the response it demands is the same. Everything must go. Not because God is cruel or demanding, but because once you have seen the treasure, once you have held the pearl, everything else loses its luster. You do not give up your life for the kingdom out of obligation. You give it up because keeping it suddenly seems absurd. Pearls in the ancient world occupied a unique place in the hierarchy of precious things. They were weight for weight among the most valuable commodities in existence, more valuable than gold in many markets, and they carried a mystique that went beyond their monetary worth. Unlike gemstones, which are mined from the earth and cut and polished by human hands, pearls are produced by living creatures, formed layer by layer inside an oyster in response to an irritation, a grain of sand or a parasite that the oyster cannot expel. The pearl is, in a sense, a wound transformed into beauty, suffering transmuted into splendor. And while Jesus may not have intended this biological detail as a theological statement, the resonance is difficult to ignore. The most precious thing in the merchant's world was born from pain. The pearl trade in the first century ran from the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea through the markets of the Levant and onward to Rome, where wealthy women wore pearls in their hair and on their ears and around their necks as symbols of status and refinement. The merchant in Jesus' parable would have been a man of the world, a traveler, someone who moved between cultures and currencies, who understood the difference between a good pearl and a great one, and who was willing to cross oceans to find the latter. That such a man, worldly, experienced, sophisticated, would encounter something so valuable that he would surrender his entire livelihood to possess it. That is the measure of what the kingdom is worth. It is not only the poor and the desperate who recognize its value. It is also the expert, the professional, the man who has seen everything and knows that this, finally, is the thing he has been looking for all along. Together, the twin parables of the hidden treasure and the pearl of great price form a complete picture of what it means to encounter the kingdom of God. The encounter can be sudden or gradual, accidental or deliberate, unexpected or long sought, but in every case, it demands a total response. Not a partial adjustment, not a minor reallocation of priorities, not the addition of one more commitment to an already crowded life. Everything. And the genius of both parables is that they frame this total surrender not as a loss, but as a gain so disproportionate, so overwhelming, that the idea of holding anything back becomes laughable. You do not bargain with a treasure that exceeds the value of everything you own. You simply hand over the keys. But if the hidden treasure and the pearl of great price describe the joy of finding the kingdom, the parable that follows them in Matthew's account introduces a colder, more sobering note. The kingdom of heaven is like a net that was let down into the lake and caught all kinds of fish. When it was full, the fishermen pulled it up on the shore. Then they sat down and collected the good fish in baskets, but threw the bad away. This is how it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come and separate the wicked from the righteous and throw them into the blazing furnace, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The parable of the Dragnet shares a structural echo with earlier teachings about the coexistence of good and evil, a period of mixture followed by a decisive separation. But where that earlier parable focused on the patience required during the period of mixture, the Dragnet focuses squarely on the certainty of the separation that follows it. The net gathers everything. It does not discriminate. It scoops up the edible and the inedible, the clean and the unclean, the marketable and the worthless, all tangled together in the same mesh. And the fishermen, sitting on the shore with the net spread out before them, sort through the catch with practiced hands, tossing the good fish into baskets and throwing the rest away. For the fishermen in Jesus' audience, and there were many of them along that Galilean shore, this was an image drawn from their daily working life. The Sea of Galilee contained a variety of species, some of which were acceptable under Jewish dietary law and some of which were not. The Mosaic Code prohibited the eating of any aquatic creature that lacked fins and scales, which meant that catfish, eels, and certain other bottom dwellers were ritually unclean and had to be discarded. A fisherman hauling in a dragnet, a large weighted net that was dragged along the bottom of the lake and scooped up everything in its path, would inevitably find his catch contaminated with these forbidden species. The net took everything. The sorting happened afterward, on the shore, in the clear light of day, where the difference between a tilapia and a catfish was obvious to any trained eye. Jesus' application of this image is blunt and unambiguous, in a way that some of his other parables are not. He does not leave the interpretation open to debate. He tells his disciples exactly what the parable means. The net is the kingdom, the fish are the people who enter it, the shore is the end of the age, and the sorting is the final judgment. The angels will come. The wicked will be separated from the righteous. The furnace awaits. This is not a parable that comforts. It is a parable that warns. And it warns about something that the parables of the treasure and the pearl, in their breathless celebration of discovery, might have caused the listener to forget, that finding the kingdom is not the end of the story. You must also be found worthy of it. The net catches everything, but not everything the net catches is kept. The juxtaposition is deliberate. The hidden treasure says, the kingdom is worth everything you have. The pearl says, the kingdom is worth a lifetime of searching. The dragnet says, not everyone who enters the kingdom will remain in it. Joy and warning, invitation and judgment, grace and accountability, held together in the same breath, in the same chapter, in the same teacher's mouth. This is the tension that runs through all of Jesus' teaching. The refusal to let mercy dissolve into permissiveness, or to let judgment harden into cruelty. Both are real. Both are coming. And the listener must live in the space between them. From the dramatic sweep of treasure fields and pearl markets and loaded nets, Jesus turns to the smallest and most domestic of images, salt and light. These are not narrative parables in the traditional sense. They do not tell stories with characters and plots and resolutions. They are compressed metaphors, single images that carry an enormous weight of meaning in a very few words, and they are addressed not to the crowds in general, but to the disciples in particular, to the men and women who have already made their decision, who have already sold everything and bought the field, and who now need to understand what comes next. You are the salt of the earth, Jesus tells them. But if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. Salt in the ancient world was not a condiment, or rather, it was not merely a condiment. It was a preservative, a purifier, a currency, a medicine, and a symbol of covenant faithfulness. Roman soldiers were sometimes paid in salt, from which we derive the word salary and the expression worth his salt. Salt was rubbed into newborn babies as a cleansing agent. It was mixed into animal feed to promote health. It was spread on fields in small quantities to improve soil quality, and in large quantities to destroy them. Salt was scattered on the temple altar with every sacrifice, a practice mandated by the book of Leviticus as a sign of the enduring covenant between God and Israel. To call someone the salt of the earth was to say that they were essential, foundational, irreplaceable, the element without which everything else would decay. But the warning that follows the compliment is severe. If the salt loses its saltiness, it is good for nothing. The chemistry behind this statement has puzzled modern readers, because sodium chloride, the chemical compound we call salt, is a remarkably stable substance. It does not lose its flavor under normal conditions. It does not decay. It does not go bad. How can salt stop being salty? The answer lies in the kind of salt that was available in first-century Palestine. The salt used by ordinary people was not the refined, pure white crystal that sits on our tables today. It was harvested from the shores of the Dead Sea or from salt marshes, and it came mixed with a variety of other minerals, clay, gypsum, and various impurities. If such salt was exposed to moisture or left out in the rain, the sodium chloride could leach out, leaving behind a chalky, tasteless residue that looked like salt, felt like salt, and occupied the space where salt should be, but had none of salt's essential properties. It was, in the most literal sense, good for nothing. It could not preserve. It could not purify. It could not flavor. It could only be thrown on the ground, where it served as a crude paving material, trampled under the feet of anyone who happened to walk over it. The parable of the salt, then, is a warning about the possibility of losing one's essential nature. You are the salt of the earth, Jesus says, and the emphasis falls on the word are. This is not an aspiration. It is a statement of identity. But identity can be hollowed out. It is possible to retain the external appearance of discipleship, the shape and the color and the position, while losing the internal reality that gives it meaning. And once the saltiness is gone, there is no process for restoring it. You cannot re-salt salt. You cannot add flavor to a substance that has already lost its capacity for flavor. The loss is irreversible, and the consequence is not punishment, but irrelevance. The tasteless salt is not tortured or condemned. It is simply discarded, thrown out, forgotten, stepped on by people who do not even notice it beneath their feet. For a teacher who has just told his followers that they are the preserving agent of an entire civilization, this is a chilling afterthought. The parable of the lamp on a stand follows immediately, and it completes what the salt began. You are the light of the world, Jesus says. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. The lamp in a first-century Palestinian home was a small clay vessel filled with olive oil, with a wick protruding from a spout at one end. It produced a modest, flickering light, nothing like the blaze of a modern electric bulb, but in a world without electricity, without streetlights, without any source of illumination, after sunset other than fire, even this small flame was precious. A single lamp could illuminate an entire room. Its light was not powerful, but it was sufficient, and in the darkness, sufficiency is everything. Jesus' point is disarmingly simple, and it is worth letting the simplicity stand without overcomplicating it. No one lights a lamp and then covers it with a bowl. The entire purpose of a lamp is to give light. To light it and then hide it is not merely wasteful. It is absurd, a contradiction in terms, an act so self-defeating that it would make anyone who witnessed it question the sanity of the person performing it. And yet, Jesus implies, this is precisely what his followers are tempted to do, to receive the light of the kingdom and then to hide it, to keep it private, to conceal it beneath the bowl of fear or timidity, or the desire to avoid controversy. The town built on a hill is a further development of the same image. In the landscape of Palestine, towns were often built on elevated ground for defensive purposes, and at night the lamps burning in their windows could be seen for miles around. Such a town could not be hidden even if it wanted to be. Its position made concealment impossible. Jesus is telling his disciples that their identity as his followers will make them visible whether they choose visibility or not. The question is not whether they will be seen, but what people will see when they look. A light that illuminates or a bowl that conceals, or the sad, useless spectacle of a lamp that has been lit and immediately smothered. The connection between salt and light is worth drawing out, because the two metaphors, placed side by side, create a comprehensive picture of what discipleship looks like in practice. Salt works invisibly. It dissolves into the food it preserves and flavors. You cannot see it, but you can taste its absence immediately. Light works visibly. It shines, it draws attention, it is impossible to ignore. Together, they describe a life that operates on two levels simultaneously. The hidden work of preservation, purification, and influence that happens below the surface, in the quiet, private, unseen decisions of daily life, and the visible witness of good deeds, integrity, and courage that cannot be hidden because it radiates outward like light from a lamp. And notice the sequence. Salt comes first. The hidden interior work precedes the visible exterior witness. The private reality must be in place before the public display can mean anything. A lamp that is all light and no oil will burn out quickly. Salt that has lost its savor cannot produce light. The internal and the external are inseparable, and the order matters. You must be salt before you can be light. You must have substance before you can have visibility. The alternative, a discipleship that is all display and no depth, all lamp and no oil, all position and no flavor, is precisely the kind of religion that Jesus will spend the rest of his ministry confronting in the men who wear their phylacteries wide and their tassels long and pray on street corners to be seen. These 5 parables, the hidden treasure, the pearl of great price, the dragnet, the salt, and the lamp, move from discovery to decision to responsibility. The treasure and the pearl say, "This is what the kingdom is worth." The dragnet says, "Entry into the kingdom is not the same as acceptance by the kingdom." The salt says, "Do not lose the essence of what you have been given." The lamp says, "Do not hide the light you have received." Together, they trace the arc of a single life, a life that encounters the kingdom, surrenders everything to possess it, submits to the reality that judgment awaits even the found, preserves its essential character against the erosion of time and compromise, and allows its transformed existence to become visible to the watching world. The man who found the treasure in the field did not dig it up and bury it in his closet. He bought the field. He went public. He staked his entire future on what he had found. And now Jesus is telling his followers that they must do the same, that the kingdom is not a private possession to be hoarded and enjoyed in secret, but a treasure that demands to be shared, a pearl that demands to be shown, a light that demands to be set on a stand where everyone can see it. The cost of the kingdom is everything you have. The purpose of the kingdom is everyone you know. And the danger is that you might find it, possess it, and then slowly, imperceptibly, without ever noticing, let it dissolve in your hands like salt in the rain, until all that remains is the shape of what was once there, and none of the savor. But the kingdom is not only discovered, displayed, and defended. It is also sometimes desperately, achingly lost. And when it is lost, something extraordinary happens. Someone goes looking for it. Not with the calm detachment of an accountant tallying missing inventory, but with the frantic, irrational, heart-pounding urgency of a parent who has lost a child in a crowd. The next 3 parables Jesus tells are about that search, about the God who refuses to write off a single loss, and they contain, together, the most complete portrait of the divine heart that the Gospels ever offer. They arrive in Luke's 15th chapter, all 3 in a single unbroken sequence, and the occasion of their telling is as important as anything in the stories themselves. Luke sets the scene with 2 short sentences that function like stage directions, and without them, everything that follows loses its edge. Now the tax collectors and sinners were all gathering around to hear Jesus. But the Pharisees and the teachers of the law muttered, This man welcomes sinners and eats with them. That is the fuse. That muttering, that scandalized, under-the-breath complaint from men who have spent their entire lives drawing lines between the clean and the unclean, the worthy and the unworthy, the people God loves and the people God has given up on. Jesus is not merely teaching sinners. He is not merely tolerating their presence in the crowd, the way a lecturer might tolerate a few uninvited guests at the back of the hall. He is welcoming them. He is eating with them. And in first-century Jewish culture, to eat with someone was to enter into fellowship with them, to declare publicly that you considered them acceptable, that you were willing to share the intimacy of a meal, to break bread, and to dip your hand into the same dish. Eating with tax collectors and sinners was not a minor social faux pas. It was a theological statement, and the Pharisees heard it loud and clear. This man is declaring that God's table has room for people we have already excluded from it. The three parables that follow are Jesus' response to that muttering. They are not abstract theological discourses on the nature of divine grace. They are arguments. They are the answer to a specific accusation, and every word in them is shaped by the accusation they are answering. Why do you eat with sinners? Because God is like a shepherd who leaves 99 sheep to find one. Because God is like a woman who turns her house upside down for a single coin. Because God is like a father who throws a party when his worst son comes home. That is why. And if you cannot see it, the problem is not with the sinners. The problem is with you. The parable of the lost sheep is the first in the sequence, and it begins with a question that sounds rhetorical but is, in fact, a challenge. Suppose one of you has 100 sheep and loses one of them. Doesn't he leave the 99 in the open country and go after the lost sheep until he finds it? 100 sheep was a respectable flock in first-century Palestine, large enough to indicate a man of some means, but not so large that he would have employed an army of hired shepherds. This is a man who knows his animals. He counts them every evening as they pass through the gate of the fold, and one evening the count comes up short. 99, not 100. One is missing. Now, the rational thing to do, the economically sensible thing, would be to accept the loss. 1 sheep out of 100 is a manageable deficit. The 99 are safe. They are gathered. They are accounted for. To leave them unattended in the open country, exposed to wolves and thieves and the 1,000 dangers of a Palestinian night in order to search for a single animal that may already be dead, is not prudent. It is not responsible. It is, by any reasonable calculation, foolish. The risk to the 99 far outweighs the value of the one. And the shepherd does it anyway. He leaves the 99. He goes out into the darkness, into the ravines and the rocky hillsides, and the places where predators wait, and he searches, not casually, not with a shrug and a hope for the best. He searches until he finds it. Luke's language is emphatic on this point. The search does not end until the sheep is found. Failure is not an option the shepherd has considered. He will walk all night if he has to. He will tear his cloak on thorns and cut his feet on stones and call until his voice gives out. He will not come home without that sheep. And when he finds it, he does something that reveals everything about the nature of his concern. He does not drive the sheep home with a stick, the way a frustrated owner might drag a wayward animal back to the fold. He does not scold it, or punish it, or tie a rope around its neck. He picks it up. He puts it on his shoulders. He carries it home. And the image of a shepherd carrying a sheep across his shoulders was one of the most recognizable and beloved images in the ancient Near East. It appeared on coins, on statues, on the walls of tombs. It was an image of tenderness so complete that the burden becomes a joy, the weight of the lost thing transformed into the pleasure of having found it. And then the shepherd does something even more unexpected. He calls together his friends and his neighbors and says, "Rejoice with me. I have found my lost sheep." He throws a party for one sheep, a party that, given the cost of hosting in the ancient world, may well have cost more than the sheep was worth. The economics are absurd. The celebration is disproportionate, and that is the point. Because Jesus immediately translates the image, I tell you that in the same way there will be more rejoicing in heaven over one sinner who repents than over 99 righteous persons who do not need to repent. The Pharisees, standing within earshot, would have understood exactly what Jesus was saying, and they would not have liked it. He was telling them that they were the 99. They were the sheep who had never wandered, who had stayed in the fold, who had done everything right. And heaven, scandalously, was more excited about the one filthy, stupid, lost sheep that had stumbled into a ravine than it was about the entire flock of the faithful. Not because the 99 did not matter, not because obedience was unimportant, but because the joy of recovery exceeds the contentment of continuity, the way the joy of a doctor who saves a dying patient exceeds the satisfaction of a doctor whose patients were never sick. The 99 are loved, but the one, the lost one, the found one is celebrated. And for men who had spent their lives being the 99, who had built their entire identity on being the sheep who never strayed, this was intolerable. But Jesus does not give them time to object. He moves immediately to a second parable, and the shift is subtle but significant. The lost sheep wandered off on its own. The lost coin in the next story did nothing at all. It was simply lost. Or suppose a woman has 10 silver coins and loses one. Doesn't she light a lamp, sweep the house, and search carefully until she finds it? And when she finds it, she calls her friends and neighbors together and says, "Rejoice with me. I have found my lost coin." The coin in question is a drachma, a Greek silver coin worth roughly a day's wages for a common laborer. For a wealthy person, losing a drachma would be an annoyance. For the woman in this parable, it is a crisis. 10 drachmas was not a large sum. This is a poor woman, and the loss of one coin represents a significant portion of her resources. Some scholars have suggested that the 10 coins may have been part of her headdress, a string of silver coins worn as a kind of dowry ornament, which would make the loss not merely financial but personal, the equivalent of losing a wedding ring or a piece of heirloom jewelry. Whether or not this specific interpretation is correct, the emotional weight of the loss is clear. This coin matters to this woman in a way that goes beyond its monetary value. And so she searches. She lights a lamp, which tells us the house is dark, the kind of windowless single-room dwelling that was common among the Palestinian poor, where the floor was packed earth or rough stone, and a small coin could easily slip into a crack and disappear. She sweeps every inch of the floor, listening for the clink of metal against the broom. She gets on her hands and knees. She moves furniture. She turns the house upside down, and she does not stop until she finds it. The parable mirrors the lost sheep in its structure. Something is lost. A search is conducted. The lost thing is found. A celebration follows that is wildly disproportionate to the value of what was recovered. But the differences between the two parables are as instructive as the similarities. The sheep wandered. The coin did not. The sheep was alive, capable of making choices, capable of getting itself into trouble through its own foolishness. The coin is an inanimate object. It has no will, no agency, no capacity for self-rescue. It lies in the dark, wedged in a crack in the floor, utterly helpless, completely dependent on the searcher to find it. If the woman does not search, the coin stays lost forever. It cannot call out. It cannot roll back to the purse. It can only wait. This distinction matters because it broadens the picture Jesus is painting. The lost sheep suggests that people get lost through their own wandering, through bad decisions, through the accumulated drift of 1,000 small steps away from safety. And that is true. But the lost coin suggests something else. That some people are lost through no fault of their own. That they have been dropped, displaced, knocked off the table by forces and circumstances beyond their control, and that they lie in the darkness not because they chose darkness, but because darkness is where they landed. The kingdom's search for the lost is not limited to those who wandered deliberately. It extends to those who were simply misplaced, forgotten, overlooked, swept into the cracks of a world that was too busy or too indifferent to notice they were gone. The woman in the parable is also worth a moment's attention, for the same reason that the woman needing leaven was worth attention. Jesus is once again using a woman as the image of God. The shepherd in the first parable is male, and the comparison between God and a shepherd had deep roots in Jewish tradition. "The Lord is my shepherd," the psalmist had sung, and Ezekiel had promised that God himself would search for his scattered flock. But a woman on her hands and knees in a dark house, sweeping the floor with a broom made of palm fronds, and listening for the ping of a coin against stone. This was not a traditional image of the divine. It was startling, intimate, and domestic, and it placed God not in the temple or on the throne or on the mountaintop, but in the most ordinary of settings, performing the most unglamorous of tasks, driven by a love so fierce that it would not rest until the lost were found. And then comes the celebration. Again, the woman calls her friends and neighbors. Again, the joy is communal, public, and shared. Again, the cost of the celebration may well exceed the value of the thing recovered. And again, Jesus draws the parallel. In the same way, I tell you, there is rejoicing in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner who repents. Not just in heaven this time, but in the presence of the angels. The angels themselves are watching, and when the coin is found, when the sinner returns, the angels celebrate. The entire machinery of heaven pauses to throw a party for one drachma, one lost soul, one person who was lying in the dark and did not know how to get home. Two parables, two images of God. A shepherd who risks everything to find one sheep. A woman who searches her house for one coin. Together they establish the theological foundation for the third and greatest parable in the sequence, the story that has been called the greatest short story ever written, the parable that contains more concentrated emotional power per sentence than almost anything else in Western literature. But before we enter it, it is worth noting what Jesus has done with his first two stories. He has established a pattern: lost, searched for, found, celebrated. He has established a proportion. The one matters as much as the 99. The one drachma matters as much as the 10. And he has established an audience. The Pharisees are listening. The tax collectors and sinners are listening. And both groups are about to see themselves in the mirror of a story that will spare no one. Jesus said, "A man had 2 sons." 5 words. The most famous opening in the history of parable. And already, before anything has happened, the story has signaled that it will be about a family, which means it will be about love and resentment and obligation and all the ways that people who share the same blood can become strangers to one another. A man had 2 sons, not 1, 2, and the entire weight of the parable rests on the relationship between the father and each of his boys, and between the boys themselves, and on the question of whether this fractured family can ever be made whole. The younger son speaks first, and what he says would have sent a shudder through every person in Jesus' audience. "Father, give me my share of the estate." In the cultural context of first-century Palestine, this request was not merely premature, it was obscene. To ask for your inheritance while your father was still alive was, in effect, to say, "I wish you were dead. I value what you can give me more than I value you. You are worth more to me as a corpse than as a living man. Give me what I am owed so I can get on with my life without you in it." No son in a respectable Jewish family would have dreamed of making such a request. It was a repudiation of everything the family stood for: honor, duty, respect for the father's authority, patience, gratitude. The younger son has taken all of this and thrown it on the ground. And the father, astonishingly gives him what he asks for. He divides his property between his two sons. Under Jewish inheritance law, the older son would have received 2/3 and the younger 1/3, and the division would normally have occurred only at the father's death. By granting the request, the father is doing something no respectable patriarch would do. He is surrendering control of his assets while he is still alive, allowing his younger son to convert a portion of the family estate into cash and watching him walk away with it. The father does not argue. He does not lecture. He does not refuse. He lets the boy go. And the letting go is itself a kind of love, the most painful kind, the kind that releases its grip on the beloved and allows them to walk into the consequences of their own choices, even when those consequences will be devastating. The younger son takes his share and travels to a distant country, and in doing so, he puts as much distance as possible between himself and everything that formed him. He is not merely leaving home. He is leaving his identity, his community, his people, his God. The distant country is, in the geography of the parable, a Gentile land, a place where the rules and rhythms of Jewish life do not apply, where a young man with a purse full of silver can live exactly as he pleases without anyone watching, without anyone caring, without anyone calling him to account. And there, Luke tells us with devastating economy, he squanders his wealth in wild living. The Greek word Luke uses, asotos, implies not merely recklessness, but dissolution, the systematic destruction of everything that holds a life together. The boy does not merely spend his money, he dismantles himself. And then, with the precision of a storyteller who understands how consequence works, Jesus introduces the external catastrophe that completes the internal one. A severe famine strikes the country. The money is gone. The friends who helped him spend it have vanished with it, as friends purchased with money always do. And the boy, the son of a Jewish landowner, a boy who grew up in a house with servants, finds himself in the most degrading situation that Jesus could have described to a Jewish audience. He hires himself out to a citizen of that country, who sends him to his fields to feed pigs. Pigs. Of all the animals in the ancient world, none was more abhorrent to a Jew than the pig. Pigs were unclean under Mosaic law, forbidden to eat, forbidden to touch, forbidden even to raise. To tend pigs was to descend to the absolute bottom of the social and spiritual ladder, to a place so far below respectable Jewish life that it was almost unimaginable. And the boy is not merely tending the pigs. He is so hungry that he longs to fill his stomach with the pods that the pigs are eating, the carob husks that were standard pig feed in the Gentile world, and no one gives him anything. He has passed beyond the reach of human compassion. He is invisible, forgotten, alone with the pigs and the pods and the stench of his own choices. And then, in the pigsty, something happens. Luke describes it with a phrase that has been translated in various ways, but whose core meaning is unmistakable. He came to himself. Some translations say, he came to his senses. Others say, he came to himself. The Greek is eis huton de elthon, and it carries the sense of a man waking up, of a man who has been somewhere else, someone else, living in a kind of fugue state, and who suddenly, with a jolt, remembers who he is. He is not a pig feeder. He is not a vagrant in a distant country. He is a son. His father has servants who have food to spare, and here he is, dying of hunger among swine. The recognition is not, at this stage, a moral awakening. It is a practical one. He does not say, I have sinned against God and must repent. He says, in effect, even my father's hired men eat better than this. His motive for returning home is not love. It is hunger. And Jesus, who is the most honest storyteller who ever lived, does not prettify it. The boy rehearses a speech. Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me like one of your hired servants. It is a speech designed to accomplish a specific goal, to get back inside the house not as a son because he knows he has forfeited that status, but as a worker, an employee, someone who sleeps in the servants' quarters and eats at the servants' table and earns his keep through labor. It is a reasonable speech. It acknowledges fault. It offers a practical solution. It asks for less than he deserves, which is a shrewd negotiating tactic for a young man who has destroyed every claim he ever had on his father's generosity. Whether the speech is sincere or calculated, whether it reflects genuine remorse or merely the desperation of a hungry man, Jesus does not say, and the ambiguity is part of the parable's genius. The boy may be truly broken. He may be merely strategic. It does not matter, because what happens next makes the content of the speech irrelevant. But while he was still a long way off, his father saw him and was filled with compassion for him. He ran to his son, threw his arms around him, and kissed him. This is the center of the parable, the axis on which everything turns. And nearly every word in it is loaded with meaning that would have been immediately apparent to Jesus' original audience, and that requires some unpacking for a modern one. The father saw him while he was still a long way off. This means the father was watching. This means the father was looking down the road, scanning the horizon, waiting. For how long? Days? Weeks? Months? The parable does not say. But the fact that the father spots the boy at a great distance implies that he has been watching that road every day since the boy left, standing at the gate of the property, shading his eyes against the sun, hoping to see a familiar silhouette appear on the horizon. He has not written the boy off. He has not moved on. He has not closed the door and declared the boy dead and divided his remaining property among the servants. He has been waiting and hoping and watching every single day. He was filled with compassion. The Greek word Luke uses is splagnizomai, and it is one of the most visceral words in the New Testament. It derives from splagna, which means intestines, bowels, guts. The word does not describe a gentle, sentimental feeling. It describes a physical sensation, a churning in the stomach, a wrenching in the core of the body, the kind of emotion that is felt not in the head but in the belly. The father does not merely feel sorry for the boy, he is gutted. The sight of his son, ragged and thin and stumbling up the road, hits him in the stomach like a fist. He ran. And here, the cultural context becomes crucial, because in the ancient Near East, a patriarch did not run. Running was considered undignified for an older man, particularly a man of status. To run, a man in a long robe would have had to hitch up his garments, exposing his legs, which was considered shameful. A patriarch walked. He moved with deliberation and gravity. He waited for people to come to him. He did not go racing across the yard like a child. But this father does not care about his dignity. He does not care what the servants think, or the neighbors, or the older son, or anyone else. He gathers up his robes, and he sprints down the road toward this wreck of a boy, this pig-smelling, hollow-eyed failure who wished him dead and spent his money on prostitutes. And he does not slow down until he has his arms around him. He threw his arms around him and kissed him. The Greek indicates not a single kiss, but repeated kisses, the kind of extravagant, unrestrained physical affection that a parent pours out on a child who has been returned from the dead. The boy, standing there in his filthy clothes with his rehearsed speech on his lips, is engulfed. He manages to get out the first two lines. "Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son." But the third line, the crucial one, "Make me like one of your hired servants," never comes. Either the father cuts him off, or the boy, overwhelmed by the embrace, abandons the negotiation. It does not matter which. What matters is that the father does not let the boy finish, because the father has no interest in the speech. The boy came home. That is enough. And then the father does something that would have left Jesus' audience gasping. "Bring the best robe," he says, and put it on him. The best robe in the household was the father's own robe, the garment that symbolized his authority and his status. To clothe the boy in it was to restore him not merely to the family but to a position of honor within it. Put a ring on his finger, a signet ring, the instrument of the family's authority, the thing you pressed into wax to seal documents and authorize transactions. The father is giving the boy back the power he abused. Put sandals on his feet. Servants went barefoot. Sons wore sandals. The father is saying publicly and unmistakably, "This is not a hired worker. This is my son. Bring the fattened calf and kill it." The fattened calf was kept in reserve for special occasions, for festivals and celebrations that involved the entire community. This is not a family dinner. This is a feast, a public, extravagant, community-wide celebration for a boy who wasted everything and came home with nothing. Let's have a feast and celebrate. For this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. The echoes of the first two parables are unmistakable. The lost sheep found and celebrated. The lost coin found and celebrated. And now the lost son found and celebrated. But this celebration is the most lavish of the three, because the thing that was lost was not a sheep or a coin, but a human being, a child, someone the father loved with a kind of love that does not diminish when it is betrayed, but somehow impossibly intensifies. The father's love for the prodigal is not a reward for the boy's return. It is the cause of the boy's return. The boy came home because he was hungry. The father received him because he had never stopped loving him. The boy's motive was survival. The father's motive was love. And in the economy of this parable, love does not wait for the beloved to deserve it. Love runs down the road. Love risks its dignity. Love kisses first and asks questions never. If the parable ended here, it would already be one of the most powerful stories ever told. But Jesus is not finished because the Pharisees are still listening, and Jesus has not yet spoken to them. The younger son was for the tax collectors and sinners in the audience, the people who knew they had squandered everything and were afraid they had fallen too far to be received. The older son is for the Pharisees, and the second half of the parable is in many ways more devastating than the first. Meanwhile, the older son was in the field. When he came near the house, he heard music and dancing. So he called one of the servants and asked him what was going on. "Your brother has come," he replied, "and your father has killed the fattened calf because he has him back safe and sound." The older brother became angry and refused to go in. And there it is. The single most important word in the second half of this parable: refused. The older son will not enter the house. He will not join the celebration. He stands outside, seething, while inside the music plays and the guests laugh, and the father's joy fills the room like lamplight. And his refusal is its own kind of departure. The younger son left home by walking to a distant country. The older son leaves home by standing in the yard. The younger son's rebellion was dramatic, visible, unmistakable. The older son's rebellion is quiet, respectable, and in its own way just as total. He has excluded himself from the father's joy as completely as the younger son ever did, and he has done it without leaving the property. The father comes outside. This is the second time in the parable that the father goes to find a lost son, and it mirrors the first precisely. He went out to the younger son when he was still a long way off. Now he goes out to the older son who is standing in the yard. Both sons are outside the house. Both sons are lost. And the father goes looking for both of them. The older son's complaint is a masterpiece of self-righteous resentment, and Jesus puts it in his mouth with the precision of a playwright who knows exactly how wounded virtue sounds. "Look, All these years I've been slaving for you and never disobeyed your orders. Yet you never gave me even a young goat so I could celebrate with my friends. But when this son of yours who has squandered your property with prostitutes comes home, you kill the fattened calf for him." Listen to what he calls his brother. This son of yours, not my brother, not even your other son. This son of yours, he has disowned the younger boy as completely as the younger boy once disowned the father. And listen to what he calls his own life of faithfulness, slaving. "All these years I have been slaving for you." He has been in the Father's house his entire life, and he has experienced it as slavery. He has done everything right, obeyed every command, never broken a single rule, and he has been miserable the entire time. He has served out of obligation, not love. He has stayed out of duty, not devotion. He is, in the most precise sense, a hired servant in his own father's house, the very thing the younger son was planning to become. The younger son rehearsed a speech in which he asked to be made like a hired worker. The older son never left, and he has been a hired worker all along, slaving away in resentful obedience, counting the cost of every sacrifice, keeping a mental ledger of everything he was owed and had never received. The father's reply is gentle, and the gentleness is almost unbearable in the context. "My son," he says, and the word in Greek is teknon, the tenderest possible form of address, the word a parent uses for a small child. "You are always with me, and everything I have is yours." But we had to celebrate and be glad, because this brother of yours was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. Notice what the father does. The older son said, "This son of yours." The father says, "This brother of yours." He refuses to accept the older son's disowning of his brother. He insists on the relationship. He names the bond that the older son is trying to sever, and he tells the older son something that the older son has apparently never understood. "Everything I have is yours. You have never been a slave. You have always been a son. The inheritance, the house, the fields, the servants, all of it has always been yours. You did not need to earn it. You did not need to deserve it. It was already yours by virtue of being my child. And your brother's return does not diminish your share. His gain is not your loss. The fattened calf does not come out of your inheritance. It comes out of my joy." And then the parable ends. It simply stops. The father is standing outside, pleading with the older son, and we never learn whether the older son goes in. The door is open. The music is playing. The father is waiting, and the older son is standing in the yard, suspended between his resentment and his father's love. And the story leaves him there, frozen in the moment of decision, because the decision has not yet been made. This is the most devastating silence in all of Jesus' teaching. The younger son's story has a resolution. He came home. He was embraced. He was restored. The older son's story has no resolution, because the Pharisees have not yet decided what they will do. Jesus is looking at them. He is telling them that they are the older sons. He is telling them that their father is outside, pleading with them to come in. And he is leaving the ending open, because the ending depends on them. Will they go in? Will they join the celebration? Will they accept that the Father's love is large enough for the prodigal, and for them that grace is not a zero-sum game, and that the feast does not diminish when another guest arrives? Or will they stand in the yard, clutching their ledger of obedience, insisting on their rights, refusing to enter a house where sinners are welcome? The parable does not answer. 2,000 years later, it still does not answer. The door is still open, the father is still outside, and the older son is still deciding. What Luke 15 achieves through these three parables, taken together, is something no single story could accomplish alone. The lost sheep shows God's initiative. God does not wait for the lost to find their own way home. God goes out and searches. The lost coin shows God's thoroughness. God does not give up until the lost is found, no matter how small, how insignificant, how deeply wedged into the cracks of a dark and indifferent world. And the prodigal son shows God's heart. The depth and texture of the divine love, its willingness to be wounded, its refusal to keep score, its capacity to absorb betrayal and transform it into celebration. Together, they paint a portrait of a God who is simultaneously a shepherd in the wilderness, a woman on her knees in a dark house, and a father running down a road with his robes hitched up and his dignity forgotten, all for the sake of the one who was lost. And they paint a portrait of the one who refuses to celebrate, the one who has been faithful and resentful in equal measure, the one who has never left the house but has never really lived in it either. The older son is not a villain. He is a tragedy. He has spent his life in the presence of a loving father and has somehow managed to experience it as servitude. He has had access to everything and has enjoyed nothing. He has been obedient without being transformed, dutiful without being grateful, present without being intimate. And his tragedy is that he does not know it is a tragedy. He thinks he is the hero of the story. He thinks his obedience is his strongest asset, when in fact it is his heaviest chain. The Pharisees listening to this parable would have recognized themselves in the older son, and the recognition would have been agonizing, because the older son's complaint is, on its surface, entirely reasonable. He has done everything right. He has never broken a rule. He has served faithfully for years. And now his dissolute brother gets a party, and he gets nothing. It is not fair. And he is correct. It is not fair. Grace is not fair. Grace, by definition, is the thing that is given to those who have not earned it. And the moment you insist on fairness, you have stepped outside the world of grace and into the world of wages. And in the world of wages, the older son's complaint is legitimate. But Jesus is not describing the world of wages. He is describing the world of the Father's house. And in the Father's house, the currency is not merit, but love. And love does not operate on the principle of fair exchange. Love operates on the principle of overflow, of excess, of abundance. So ridiculous that it kills the fattened calf for a boy who was feeding pigs an hour ago and then goes outside to beg the good son to come in and enjoy it. These three parables, told in sequence to the same audience, on the same afternoon, in response to the same muttering complaint, constitute the most sustained and concentrated argument Jesus ever makes about the nature of God's love for the lost. They move from the simple to the complex, from the animal to the human, from the external to the internal, from the easily resolved to the agonizingly unresolved. And they leave the listener not with an answer, but with a question. Which character in the story are you? Are you the sheep that wandered? The coin that was dropped? The son who left? Or the son who stayed and wished he hadn't? And whoever you are, the message is the same. Someone is looking for you, and the search will not end until you are found. And when you are found, heaven itself will throw a party, and the only person who might refuse to attend is the one who thinks he never needed finding in the first place. The party is still going on. The music has not stopped. But outside the house, in a world governed by calculations of merit and demerit, by ledgers of who deserves what and who has earned how much, a different kind of reckoning is underway. The next parables Jesus tells will take up precisely this question. What does mercy look like when it encounters the wounded, the indebted, and the self-righteous? And the answers will be no less scandalous than the father running down the road. Because mercy, as Jesus describes it, is not a soft thing. It is not a sentimental impulse, a warm glow in the chest, a vague inclination toward niceness. Mercy, in the parables, is a force. It makes demands. It rearranges hierarchies. It crosses lines that everyone else has agreed to respect. It takes the people you have decided are beneath you and makes them your teachers. and it takes the debts you have decided are unforgivable and cancels them with a single word: mercy. In the world Jesus is constructing is the most dangerous virtue of all, because it refuses to stay in the lane the respectable world has built for it. The parable of the Good Samaritan is almost certainly the most famous story Jesus ever told, and its fame has, paradoxically, become its greatest obstacle. The phrase Good Samaritan has passed so thoroughly into common usage that it has been emptied of its original shock. We name hospitals after it. We name laws after it. We use it as a casual compliment for anyone who performs a minor act of kindness, holding a door, returning a wallet, or helping a stranger change a tire. The Good Samaritan has become a synonym for nice person. And in becoming so, the parable has been domesticated, defanged, stripped of the thing that made Jesus' original audience choke on their own outrage. To recover the force of the story, you have to begin where Luke begins, with the question that provokes it. An expert in the law stands up to test Jesus. This is not a sincere inquiry. This is a challenge, a trap, the kind of public confrontation that the legal scholars of Jesus' day used to establish dominance and expose incompetence. The man's question is pointed: Teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Jesus, characteristically, answers the question with a question: What is written in the law? How do you read it? The expert gives the standard summary that any competent Jewish scholar would have offered. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your strength, and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus tells him he has answered correctly. Do this and you will live. Case closed. The conversation should end there. But the expert is not satisfied, because the conversation has not gone the way he planned. He wanted to trap Jesus, and instead Jesus has simply affirmed the standard answer that the expert already knew. The man has been made to look unnecessary, and Luke tells us with surgical precision that his next question is motivated not by curiosity, but by the desire to justify himself. He asks, "And who is my neighbor?" This is the question that triggers the parable, and it is a far more loaded question than it appears. Who is my neighbor? Is, in first-century Jewish legal discourse, a question about boundaries. It is a question about limits. It is asking, where does my obligation to love end? Who falls outside the circle of people I am required to care about? The expert is not asking how to expand his compassion. He is asking how to contain it. He wants to know the minimum. He wants Jesus to draw a line so that he can stand on the right side of it and feel good about himself. Jesus responds with a story that does not answer the question the man asked, but instead demolishes the framework that made the question possible. A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho when he was attacked by robbers. They stripped him of his clothes, beat him, and went away, leaving him half dead. The road from Jerusalem to Jericho was 17 miles of notorious, winding, descending terrain, dropping roughly 3,500 feet from the heights of Jerusalem to the low-lying oasis of Jericho near the Dead Sea. It passed through barren, rocky wilderness, a landscape of caves and gullies and sharp turns where visibility was limited and bandits could strike without warning. The road was so dangerous that it was known in the first century as the Way of Blood, and travelers were advised to journey in groups for safety. The man in Jesus' story is traveling alone, which was either brave or foolish, and the robbers exploit his vulnerability with methodical cruelty. They do not merely steal from him. They strip him of his clothes, which in the ancient world meant stripping him of every marker of identity: his ethnic clothing, his status symbols, any indication of whether he was Jew or Gentile, rich or poor, clean or unclean. They beat him so severely that he is half dead, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to identify himself or call for help. He is, for all practical purposes, anonymous. a naked, bleeding body on the side of the road, indistinguishable from any other naked, bleeding body in any other ditch in the world. A priest happened to be going down the same road, and when he saw the man, he passed by on the other side. The priest. Of all people, a priest. A man consecrated to the service of God. A man whose entire life was organized around the principle of holiness. A man who offered sacrifices on behalf of the people and pronounced blessings in the name of the Almighty. He sees the body. He crosses the road. He passes by. Why? Jesus does not say, and the silence has been filled by 2,000 years of speculation. The most common explanation centers on the purity laws. A priest who touched a dead body, or even came within 4 cubits of one, became ritually unclean, which meant he could not perform his temple duties until he had undergone a lengthy and expensive purification ritual. The man on the road appeared to be dead, or very nearly dead, and the priest may have calculated that the risk of contamination outweighed the obligation to help. If the man was already gone, touching him would accomplish nothing except to defile the priest and disrupt his service in the temple. Better to keep walking, better to stay clean, better to preserve the ability to serve God by not getting involved with the messy, bloody, ambiguous business of helping a stranger. And this is precisely the calculus that Jesus is putting on trial. The priest chooses institutional purity over human need. He chooses his role over his humanity. He chooses the clean abstraction of religious duty over the filthy, inconvenient reality of a man bleeding in the dirt. And the devastating thing is that he can justify it. He has reasons. He has law on his side. He has tradition, precedent, a theological framework that makes his decision not merely understandable, but, within its own logic, correct. The law said, "Do not become unclean." The man appeared to be dead. The priest obeyed the law, and a man who might have been saved was left to die. So too a Levite, when he came to the place and saw him, passed by on the other side. The Levite, a member of the priestly tribe, a man who assisted in the temple services, a man who was also bound by purity regulations, though less strictly than a full priest. The Levite goes further than the priest. He comes to the place. He gets close enough to see the man clearly, and then he too crosses the road and walks away. The repetition is deliberate. Jesus is establishing a pattern, and every person in his audience knows what is coming next. In Jewish storytelling, the rule of 3 was as familiar as breathing. Priest, Levite, and then, logically, inevitably, the third character should be an ordinary Israelite, a layperson, a common Jew who puts the religious professionals to shame by doing what they would not. The audience is expecting this. They are waiting for the Jewish everyman to step in and be the hero. But a Samaritan, as he traveled, came where the man was, and when he saw him, he took pity on him. Not an Israelite, a Samaritan. And the shock of this would have been electric, physical, almost violent in its effect on Jesus' Jewish listeners. To understand why, you have to understand that the hatred between Jews and Samaritans was not a mild cultural rivalry. It was a centuries-old ethnic and religious feud that ran deeper than politics, deeper than theology, deeper than any disagreement that could be resolved by conversation or compromise. The Samaritans were, in Jewish eyes, heretics and half-breeds, the descendants of foreigners who had intermarried with the remnants of the northern Israelite tribes after the Assyrian conquest in 722 BC. They worshipped on Mount Gerizim instead of in Jerusalem. They accepted only the first 5 books of the Bible as authoritative. They had built their own temple, which the Jewish king John Hyrcanus had destroyed in 128 BC, and neither side had forgiven the other for any of it. The enmity was total, mutual, and visceral. To make a Samaritan the hero of this story was not a gentle lesson in tolerance. It was a provocation. It was the equivalent of telling a story, to a room full of partisans of one side in a bitter civil conflict, and making the hero a member of the other side. It was designed to outrage, to offend, to force the listeners into a place of such cognitive dissonance that they would have to either reject the story entirely or rethink everything they believed about who their neighbor was. Jesus was not saying, "Be kind to Samaritans." He was saying, "A Samaritan was kinder than your priests." And the Samaritan's kindness is not abstract or sentimental. It is detailed, practical, costly, and sustained. Jesus describes it with a specificity that suggests he wants the audience to feel the full weight of what this man does. He went to him, not to the other side of the road, to him, directly, without hesitation, without calculating the risk or the cost or the implications for his own schedule. He bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine. Olive oil to soothe and protect, and wine to disinfect. The standard first-century treatment for open wounds, applied with the Samaritan's own hands to the body of a man who, if he were Jewish, would have regarded the Samaritan's touch as a contamination. Then he put the man on his own donkey, which means the Samaritan walked. He surrendered his transport, his comfort, and his own physical ease, and walked beside the animal, steadying the wounded man, leading them both along the dangerous road to an inn. He brought him to an inn and took care of him. He stayed the night. He did not drop the man at the door and leave. He personally nursed him through the night, checking his wounds, giving him water, and keeping vigil over a stranger in a rented room. And the next day, when the Samaritan had to leave, he took out 2 denarii and gave them to the innkeeper. 2 denarii was 2 days' wages, enough to cover roughly 2 weeks of room and board at a typical first-century inn. "Look after him." The Samaritan tells the innkeeper, "And when I return, I will reimburse you for any extra expense you may have." 2 things about this final detail deserve attention. First, the Samaritan commits to an open-ended expense. He does not set a cap on the cost. He does not say, "Here are 2 denarii, and when they run out, put him on the street." He says, "Whatever it costs, I will pay." The mercy he extends has no predetermined limit. It will cost whatever it costs, and the Samaritan will bear it. Second, the Samaritan says, "When I return," which means he is a regular traveler on this road, a merchant or trader who passes this way routinely, and he will follow up. His mercy is not a one-time gesture, a fleeting impulse of compassion that fades when the emotional moment passes. It is a commitment. He will come back. He will check on the man. He will settle the account. The mercy has a future tense. Jesus finishes the story and turns back to the expert in the law. Which of these 3 do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of robbers? The question is a masterstroke of rhetorical strategy, because it reverses the original question entirely. The expert asked, "Who is my neighbor?" A question about the object of obligation, about who deserves my care. Jesus asks, "Who was a neighbor?" A question about the subject of compassion, about who showed mercy. The shift is seismic. The expert wanted to know, who qualifies as my neighbor, so I can limit my love to the approved list? Jesus responds, the question is not who qualifies as your neighbor. The question is whether you qualify as a neighbor to anyone. The expert in the law cannot bring himself to say the word Samaritan. Luke records his answer with a precision that captures the man's reluctance, the one who had mercy on him. He cannot name his enemy as the hero. He can only describe him by his action. And Jesus says, "Go and do likewise." 4 words that dismantle every boundary the expert spent his career constructing. Go and do likewise. Do what the Samaritan did. Cross the road. Touch the unclean. Spend your money on someone who would despise you if he knew who you were. And stop asking who your neighbor is. because the question itself is the wrong question, and asking it is a way of avoiding the only answer that matters: everyone. Your neighbor is everyone. The bleeding man in the ditch is your neighbor. The Samaritan is your neighbor. The priest who walked away is your neighbor. The robbers who beat him are your neighbor. The innkeeper who took the money is your neighbor. There is no one who falls outside the circle, because the circle does not exist. Mercy has no border. Love has no boundary. And the moment you start drawing lines, you have become the priest on the other side of the road. From the dusty horror of the Jericho Road, we move to a very different setting. A Pharisee's dining room, clean and well appointed, where the wine is good and the conversation is learned, and the guests recline on cushions in the manner of the Greek-influenced Palestinian upper class. The parable of the two debtors is embedded within a larger narrative in Luke's 7th chapter, and the narrative itself is as important as the parable, because the parable only makes sense in light of what happens around it. Jesus has been invited to dinner at the home of a Pharisee named Simon. This is not unusual. Jesus dined with Pharisees on several occasions, and the invitations were sometimes genuine, sometimes traps, and sometimes a mixture of both. Simon's invitation falls somewhere in the ambiguous middle. He has invited Jesus, but he has not extended to him the standard courtesies that a host in the ancient Near East was expected to offer a guest. No water for his feet, no kiss of greeting, no oil for his head. These were not luxuries. They were the minimum gestures of hospitality in a culture where hospitality was a sacred obligation. Simon's omission is deliberate. He wants Jesus at his table, but he does not want to honor him. He is curious, perhaps. He is assessing. He is watching to see what this controversial teacher will do in polite company. And then a woman enters. Luke identifies her only as a woman in that town who lived a sinful life, and the phrase is a euphemism that every first-century reader would have understood. She was a prostitute, or at the very least a woman of notorious sexual reputation. She has come uninvited, which was not entirely unusual at formal dinners in the ancient world, where the doors of wealthy homes were sometimes left open during banquets, and people from the street could enter the outer areas of the dining room to listen to the conversation. But this woman does not stay at the edges. She approaches Jesus directly, and what she does next is one of the most emotionally raw scenes in the Gospels. She stands behind him at his feet, weeping. In the reclining position used at formal meals, guests lay on their sides with their feet extended away from the table, which meant that the woman was standing near the couch where Jesus lay, and her tears began to fall on his feet. She wipes his feet with her hair, which in a culture where respectable women did not let down their hair in public, was itself a gesture of extraordinary intimacy and social transgression. She kisses his feet repeatedly, and she pours perfume on them from an alabaster jar, an expensive container holding a costly ointment that may well have been one of the tools of her trade. Simon sees this, and his reaction is immediate and internal. If this man were a prophet, he says to himself, he would know who is touching him and what kind of woman she is, that she is a sinner. For Simon, the equation is simple. A prophet would have supernatural knowledge. Supernatural knowledge would reveal the woman's identity. Knowledge of her identity would compel rejection of her touch. Therefore, the fact that Jesus permits her touch proves he is not a prophet. The logic is airtight, provided you accept Simon's foundational assumption that a holy man would never allow an unclean woman to touch him. Jesus, who apparently does have the prophetic knowledge Simon just denied him, reads Simon's thoughts and responds with a parable. Simon, I have something to tell you. And Simon, perhaps sensing what is coming, perhaps not, replies with the studiously polite neutrality of a man who does not want to commit himself. Tell me, teacher. 2 people owed money to a certain moneylender. One owed him 500 denarii and the other 50. Neither of them had the money to pay him back, so he forgave the debts of both. Now which of them will love him more? The parable is tiny, barely 3 sentences, and its simplicity is part of its power. 2 debtors, 2 debts, 1 forgiveness. Who is more grateful? Simon, who is no fool, gives the obvious answer. I suppose the one who had the bigger debt forgiven. And Jesus says, "You have judged correctly." And then Jesus turns the parable into a mirror and holds it up to Simon's face. Do you see this woman? The question is devastating, because Simon has been looking at the woman the entire time. He has been watching her weep, watching her kiss Jesus' feet, watching her pour out the perfume, and he has seen nothing but a sinner contaminating a teacher. Jesus is telling him, "You have been looking at her, but you have not seen her. You have seen a category. You have not seen a person. Do you see this woman? I came into your house. You did not give me any water for my feet, but she wet my feet with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You did not give me a kiss. But this woman, from the time I entered, has not stopped kissing my feet. You did not put oil on my head, but she has poured perfume on my feet." The comparison is lethal. Point by point, Jesus measures Simon's neglect against the woman's extravagance, and Simon comes up short every time. The host who had everything offered nothing. The sinner who had nothing gave everything. The respectable man who invited Jesus to dinner could not be bothered with basic hospitality. The disreputable woman who entered uninvited lavished upon him the most intimate and costly gestures of devotion that a person could offer. And the reason, Jesus explains, is not that the woman is naturally more generous than Simon. The reason is that she has been forgiven more, and therefore she loves more. Therefore I tell you, her many sins have been forgiven as her great love has shown. But whoever has been forgiven little loves little. This is not a statement about the quantity of sin. It is a statement about the awareness of sin, and therefore the awareness of grace. Simon believes he has little to be forgiven for. He has kept the law. He has maintained his purity. He has done everything right by his own accounting, and so the forgiveness of God feels to him like a small thing, a routine transaction barely worth mentioning. The woman knows exactly what she has been forgiven. She knows the weight of it. She has carried it for years. The shame, the isolation, the contempt of men like Simon, and she has felt it lifted from her shoulders, and the relief is so overwhelming that she cannot stop weeping, cannot stop kissing, cannot stop pouring out expensive perfume on the feet of the man who set her free. Her love is not the cause of her forgiveness. Her love is the evidence of it. She loves much because she has been forgiven much. Simon loves little because he believes he has been forgiven little. And the tragedy is that Simon is wrong about himself. He has as much to be forgiven as the woman does. He simply does not know it, because his sins are respectable sins, sins of omission, sins of coldness, and sins of self-satisfied judgment, sins that do not leave visible stains on the reputation, but that corrode the soul from the inside like acid eating through iron. Jesus turns to the woman and says, "Your sins are forgiven." The other guests begin to mutter, "Who is this who even forgives sins?" But Jesus ignores them and speaks to the woman one final time. "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." The parable of the 2 debtors is, in one sense, the simplest parable Jesus ever told. 2 people owe money. Both are forgiven. The one who owed more is more grateful. A child could understand it. But set inside the narrative of Simon's dinner party, the parable becomes something far more complex, a diagnosis of the spiritual condition that makes mercy impossible. Simon cannot love because Simon does not believe he needs to be loved. Simon cannot forgive because Simon does not believe he needs to be forgiven. And Simon cannot see the woman because Simon has never seen himself. Not clearly, not honestly, not the way God sees him, as a debtor whose debt is just as real as hers, just as unpayable, just as desperately in need of cancellation. The connection between this parable and what comes next is a connection forged in iron, because if the parable of the two debtors is about what happens when you understand your own debt and respond with love, the parable of the unforgiving servant is about what happens when you understand your own debt, receive mercy, and then refuse to extend it to someone else. It is in many ways the darkest parable Jesus ever told, and it arrives in response to one of Peter's characteristically blunt questions. Peter comes to Jesus and asks, "Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times?" Peter thinks he is being generous. The rabbinic standard for forgiveness was 3 times. Rabbi Jose ben Yehuda taught that a man should forgive 3 times, but not a 4th. Peter doubles the standard and adds one for good measure: 7 times. He expects Jesus to commend his magnanimity. Jesus says, "I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times." Some translations render this as 70 times 7, which is 490, but the precise number does not matter because the point is not arithmetic. The point is that forgiveness is not something you count. The moment you start keeping a tally, you have already left the world of forgiveness and entered the world of bookkeeping. And bookkeeping, in the economy of the kingdom, is the instrument of damnation. To illustrate this, Jesus tells a story of such savage clarity that it must have left Peter wishing he had never asked the question. The kingdom of heaven is like a king who wanted to settle accounts with his servants. As he began the settlement, a man who owed him 10,000 talents was brought to him. 10,000 talents. The number is so large that it is almost meaningless, and that is exactly the point. A single talent was equivalent to roughly 6,000 denarii. A denarius was a day's wage for a common laborer. 10,000 talents, then, was 60 million denarii, or approximately 60 million days' wages. To put this in perspective, the entire annual tax revenue of Herod the Great's kingdom, one of the wealthiest client states in the Roman Empire, was approximately 900 talents. The servant in this parable owes more than 10 times the annual revenue of an entire kingdom. The debt is absurd, astronomical, cartoonishly impossible. No individual human being could ever accumulate such a debt through any conceivable series of transactions. Jesus is not describing a realistic financial situation. He is describing the human condition before God. A debt so vast, so utterly beyond the capacity of the debtor to repay, that the very idea of repayment is laughable. Since the servant is not able to pay, the master orders that he and his wife and his children and all that he has besold to repay the debt. This was legal under the laws of the ancient Near East. A debtor who could not pay could be sold into slavery along with his family, and his assets could be liquidated to recover whatever fraction of the debt was possible. But even this extreme measure would recover almost nothing against a debt of 10,000 talents. Selling the man and his family would be a gesture of punishment more than a strategy of recovery. The debt is unpayable. The sentence is final. The man's life and the lives of everyone he loves are over. The servant falls on his knees before the king. "Be patient with me," he begs, "and I will pay back everything." The promise is delusional. He will not pay back everything. He cannot pay back everything. If he worked every day for the rest of his life and gave every penny to the king, he would not make a dent in a debt of 60 million days' wages. The man is grasping at a fantasy, the fantasy that he can fix this, that enough effort and enough time will make it right, that the hole he is in has a bottom he can climb out of. It does not. The debt has consumed him. and the promise to repay is the last flailing gesture of a drowning man. And then the king does something that no creditor in the ancient world would have done, something so far beyond the boundaries of reasonable financial behavior that it can only be understood as an act of pure, irrational, world-breaking grace. The servant's master took pity on him, canceled the debt, and let him go. Canceled, not deferred, not reduced, not restructured with a more favorable repayment schedule. Canceled. The entire debt, 60 million days' wages, written off in a single sentence. The king absorbs the loss. The king takes the hit. The king looks at this groveling, delusional man who owes him more money than exists in most kingdoms and says, "You are free. The slate is clean. Go." The magnitude of this mercy is almost impossible to absorb, and that is the point. Jesus is describing a forgiveness so extravagant that the human mind cannot fully process it, a cancellation so complete that it leaves the forgiven person standing in a kind of dazed, disbelieving freedom, blinking in the light of a second chance he did nothing to earn and can never repay. But when that servant went out, he found one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 denarii. 100 denarii, 100 days' wages. A real debt, certainly. A meaningful sum by the standards of the working poor. But compared to the debt that has just been canceled, it is nothing. It is less than nothing. It is 1/600,000th of the debt the first servant owed. If the first debt were a mountain, the second debt would be a pebble on the mountain's lowest slope, a grain of sand, a speck of dust. The disproportion is so enormous that it borders on the grotesque, and Jesus means it to. He grabbed him and began to choke him. "Pay back what you owe me," he demanded. The violence is immediate and disproportionate. The forgiven servant does not ask politely. He does not negotiate. He grabs his fellow servant by the throat, physically, publicly, with the kind of brutality that would have drawn stares in any marketplace in the ancient world. And the words he uses are almost identical to the words his fellow servant will use in response. "Be patient with me, and I will pay you back." The echo is deliberate and excruciating. The second servant makes the same plea the first servant made to the king. "Be patient. I will pay. Give me time." And the plea is far more realistic in this case, because 100 denarii is actually repayable. Given a few months, the second servant could conceivably settle the debt. The promise is not a fantasy. It is a reasonable request from a man who needs time. But he refused. Instead, he went off and had the man thrown into prison until he could pay the debt. The forgiven servant does not extend even a fraction of the mercy he received. He does not defer the debt. He does not reduce it. He does not say, "I know what it is like to owe more than you can pay, so let me give you the time I was given." He has the man imprisoned. He takes a debtor who owed him a pebble and throws him into a cell minutes after being released from a debt the size of a mountain. The mercy that was given to him has passed through him without leaving a trace. It has not changed him. It has not softened him. It has not taught him anything. He has received the greatest gift any human being could receive, the cancellation of an impossible debt, and he has walked out of the throne room and immediately begun strangling someone over pocket change. The other servants see what has happened, and they are outraged, and they report it to the king. And the king summons the forgiven servant and delivers one of the most chilling speeches in all of the parables. "You wicked servant, I canceled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant just as I had on you?" The question is rhetorical, but the answer it expects is so obvious that the silence that follows it is damning. Should you not have had mercy? Of course you should have. Anyone listening to this story knows you should have. The fellow servants know. The king knows. The audience knows. The only person who does not know is the forgiven servant himself, and his ignorance is not innocent. It is monstrous. He knew what mercy felt like. He felt the chains fall from his wrists. He felt the weight of 60 million days' wages lifted from his shoulders. He knew in his own body, in his own experience, what it meant to be set free from an unpayable debt. And he took that knowledge and did nothing with it. He carried the experience of grace into the world and used it to justify his own cruelty, as though the mercy he received were a private transaction between himself and the king that had no implications for how he treated anyone else. In anger, his master handed him over to the jailers to be tortured until he should pay back all he owed. And then Jesus delivers the moral with a directness that allows no evasion, no softening, no escape into metaphor. This is how my heavenly Father will treat each of you, unless you forgive your brother or sister from your heart. The severity of this conclusion has troubled readers for centuries, and it should. Jesus is saying that the mercy of God, which is real and extravagant and freely given, carries within it a condition that is not a condition in the contractual sense, but a condition in the organic sense. The way breathing carries within it the condition of having lungs. If you have been forgiven, you will forgive. Not because forgiveness earns you the right to be forgiven, but because the experience of genuine forgiveness transforms you into a forgiving person. And if that transformation has not occurred, then the forgiveness has not been received. Not really, not at the depth where it matters. The unforgiving servant was forgiven on paper. The debt was canceled in the ledger. But the forgiveness never reached his heart. He walked out of the throne room with a clean account and a stone heart, and the stone heart undid everything the clean account had accomplished. This is not a parable about God's willingness to retract grace. It is a parable about the human capacity to receive grace superficially, to accept the gift without letting it change you, to say thank you to the king, and then strangle the man who owes you 100 denarii. And the warning is not that God will take back his forgiveness if you fail some test of moral performance. The warning is that if you have truly understood the magnitude of what you have been forgiven, the response is not optional. It is inevitable. Forgiveness begets forgiveness the way fire begets heat. And if there is no heat, there was no fire. If there is no mercy extended, then mercy was never truly received. These three parables, the Good Samaritan, the two debtors, and the unforgiving servant, form a triptych of mercy that covers every angle of the subject. The Good Samaritan shows mercy in action, crossing boundaries, bearing costs, refusing to ask whether the wounded man deserves help, and instead simply helping him. The two debtors show mercy in proportion. The one who has been forgiven much loves much, and the one who has been forgiven little, or who believes he has been forgiven little, loves little. And the unforgiving servant shows mercy in consequence. The person who receives mercy and does not pass it on has not truly received it at all, and the debt that was canceled will be reinstated, not because God is vindictive, but because grace that does not transform is grace that has been wasted, poured out on ground that cannot absorb it, lost like seed on the hardened path. Together they answer the question that the Pharisees' muttering raised, and that the parables of the lost sheep, the lost coin, and the prodigal son began to address. Why does Jesus eat with sinners? Because mercy is not a reward for the righteous. It is a lifeline for the drowning. And those who have been pulled from the water, if they understand what has happened to them, will spend the rest of their lives reaching back in to pull out someone else. The priest crossed the road. The Samaritan did not. Simon withheld his hospitality. The woman poured out her perfume. The forgiven servant strangled his debtor. And in every case, the dividing line was not between the sinful and the righteous, but between those who understood mercy and those who did not. The question now shifts. If mercy is this relentless, if grace is this disruptive, if the love of God pursues the lost with this kind of reckless, undignified, boundary-crossing abandon, then what is the proper posture of the person who seeks it? How should you pray? How should you approach the God who runs down roads and sweeps dark houses and cancels impossible debts? The next parables will take up this question with characteristic bluntness. and the answers will surprise everyone who thought they already knew how to talk to God. Because prayer, in the world that Jesus is describing, does not look the way the religious establishment expected it to look. It is not polished. It is not dignified. It does not wait patiently in the vestibule with its hands folded, hoping for an audience at the Almighty's convenience. Prayer in these parables pounds on doors at midnight. It badgers unjust judges until they surrender out of sheer exhaustion. It stands in the back of the temple, unable to lift its eyes, beating its chest with the clumsy desperation of a man who knows he has no right to be there. The God of these parables does not reward eloquence. He rewards persistence, honesty, and the willingness to come before him with nothing to offer but need. The parable of the friend at midnight arrives in Luke's 11th chapter, immediately after Jesus has taught his disciples what the church would later call the Lord's Prayer. The disciples have asked him to teach them how to pray, which is itself a remarkable request, because these men would have been praying since childhood. They knew the prayers. They had recited them in synagogues, murmured them at meals, and whispered them at bedsides. But something about the way Jesus prayed, the intimacy of it, the directness, the sense that he was talking to someone who was actually listening, made them feel as though they had never prayed at all. "Teach us," they said. And after giving them the prayer, Jesus told them a story, because the prayer without the story would have been incomplete. The prayer tells you what to say. The story tells you how to say it. Then Jesus said to them, "Suppose you have a friend, and you go to him at midnight and say, 'Friend, lend me 3 loaves of bread. A friend of mine on a journey has come to me, and I have no food to offer him.' And suppose the one inside answers, 'Don't bother me. The door is already locked, and my children and I are in bed. I can't get up and give you anything.' The scene is vivid and immediately recognizable to anyone who has lived in a small community where hospitality is not optional but obligatory. In the villages of first-century Palestine, most families lived in single-room houses. The door was a heavy wooden slab, often secured with a wooden or iron bar that was difficult to remove quietly. The entire family slept together on a raised platform, or on mats spread across the floor, and in the smaller homes, livestock occupied the lower portion of the same room. To get up in the middle of the night meant disturbing everyone. Wife, children, animals, the whole household stirring and stumbling in the dark. The man inside the house is not being unreasonable. He is being honest. Getting up to answer the door at midnight is a genuine inconvenience, a disruption that will cascade through his household and leave everyone irritable in the morning. But the man outside the door has a problem that cannot wait until morning. A traveler has arrived at his house, unexpectedly in the middle of the night. In the ancient Near East, travelers often journeyed in the cooler hours after sunset to avoid the brutal daytime heat, which meant that late-night arrivals were common. And hospitality, in that culture, was not a courtesy, but a sacred obligation. To receive a guest without offering food was a disgrace not merely to the host, but to the entire village. The honor of the community was at stake. If the man cannot feed his guest, the shame falls on everyone. And in a society where shame and honor were the primary currencies of social interaction, this was a crisis of the first order. So the man does the only thing he can do. He goes to his neighbor's house and knocks. And when the neighbor refuses, he keeps knocking. He does not take no for an answer. He does not politely withdraw and try again in the morning. He stands at that door and he pounds on it. And he will not stop until he gets what he came for, because the need is real and the need is urgent, and the social consequences of failure are unacceptable. Jesus says, "I tell you, even though he will not get up and give you the bread because of friendship, yet because of your shameless audacity, he will surely get up and give you as much as you need." The word Luke uses, translated variously as shameless audacity, boldness, persistence, or impudence, is the Greek word anideia, and it is a word that repays careful attention. Its root meaning is without shame. and it describes a kind of persistence that has abandoned all concern for propriety, all worry about what the neighbors will think, all fear of being seen as rude or demanding or inappropriate. The man at the door is not politely requesting. He is being shameless. He is being a nuisance. He is being the kind of person you would cross the street to avoid if you saw him coming. And Jesus holds this up not as a cautionary tale, but as a model. This is how you should pray. Not with the careful, measured, self-conscious piety of a man who is afraid of bothering God. With the shameless, relentless, midnight door-pounding audacity of a man who needs bread and will not leave until he gets it. The theology embedded in this little story is more radical than it first appears. Jesus is not saying that God is reluctant, the way the sleeping neighbor is reluctant. He is not saying that God has to be pestered into generosity. The parable works by contrast, not by comparison. If even a reluctant, inconvenienced, half-asleep neighbor will eventually get up and give you what you need because you refuse to go away, how much more will God, who is neither reluctant nor inconvenienced nor asleep, give good things to those who ask him? The argument moves from the lesser to the greater. If shameless persistence works on a grumpy neighbor, imagine what it does with a God who actually wants to give. And yet the emphasis on persistence is not incidental. Jesus does not say, ask once politely and wait. He says, ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you. The Greek verbs here are in the present continuous tense. Keep asking, keep seeking, keep knocking. The instruction is not to make a single request and then sit back in passive expectation. The instruction is to persist, to return, to refuse to accept silence as a final answer. Not because God needs to be convinced, but because the act of persistent prayer does something to the person who prays. It clarifies the desire. It deepens the dependence. It strips away the casual, the superficial, the half-hearted, until what remains is the raw, undeniable core of what you actually need, the thing you want badly enough to pound on a door at midnight and not care who hears you. The parable also reveals something about the nature of need itself. The man at the door is not asking for himself. He is asking for his guest. His need is born out of obligation to someone else, out of the duty of hospitality, out of the recognition that someone has arrived at his door hungry and he has nothing to give. This is a prayer driven not by selfish desire, but by the awareness of another person's need and one's own inability to meet it. The man does not have bread. He cannot produce bread at midnight. He can only go to someone who has it and ask. And the asking requires swallowing his pride, braving the dark, enduring the initial refusal, and continuing to knock until the bread appears. Prayer in this parable is not a transaction between a self-sufficient person and a distant deity. It is the desperate appeal of an empty-handed host who knows that the only bread available is on the other side of a locked door. If the parable of the friend at midnight teaches the audacity of prayer, the parable of the persistent widow, found in Luke's 18th chapter, teaches its endurance. And the stakes are higher here, because the parable is not about bread but about justice, and the person doing the praying is not a man with social standing and a neighbor to call upon, but a widow, one of the most vulnerable and powerless figures in the ancient world. Luke introduces this parable with an unusually explicit statement of purpose. Then Jesus told his disciples a parable to show them that they should always pray and not give up. The instruction is blunt. Always pray. Do not give up. Whatever you are facing, however long it takes, however many times you are refused, do not stop asking. And the story that follows is designed to make this instruction not merely comprehensible, but unforgettable. In a certain town there was a judge who neither feared God nor cared what people thought. The description is chilling in its brevity. A judge who does not fear God has no internal moral compass, no sense of accountability to a higher authority, no belief that his decisions will ever be reviewed by anyone with the power to hold him accountable. A judge who does not care what people think has no external restraint either, no concern for reputation, no sensitivity to public opinion, no fear of social consequences. This man is, in the most precise sense of the word, lawless. He sits on a bench and wields power and answers to no one, not God above him and not the community around him. He is the worst possible person to whom you could bring a plea for justice. He is, in fact, the last person on earth you would want deciding your case. And in that town there was a widow who kept coming to him with the plea, "Grant me justice against my adversary." A widow in the ancient Near East occupied a unique position of vulnerability. Without a husband, she had no legal standing, no economic security, no social protector. She could not represent herself in court. She needed a male advocate to plead her case. She was dependent on the goodwill of her extended family. And if that goodwill was absent, she was dependent on the charity of the community. And if the community was indifferent, she had nothing at all. The prophets of Israel had thundered for centuries about the obligation to protect widows and orphans. God himself, in the book of Deuteronomy, was described as the defender of the fatherless and the widow, and any society that failed to care for them was storing up judgment for itself. The widow in this parable is, in theological terms, precisely the kind of person God has promised to defend. And the judge she has come to is precisely the kind of person God has promised to condemn. She comes to him. He refuses. She comes again. He refuses again. She comes again, and again, and again. For a while, the judge simply ignores her, the way powerful people have always ignored the powerless, by pretending they do not exist. But the widow will not be ignored. She keeps coming. She keeps standing in his courtroom. She keeps making her plea. She is not eloquent. She is not connected. She has no leverage, no bribe, no threat, no influence to bring to bear. She has only her presence and her persistence. And she deploys both with a stubbornness that borders on the heroic. Finally, the judge capitulates. And his reasoning is a masterpiece of cynical self-interest. Even though I don't fear God or care what people think, yet because this widow keeps bothering me, I will see that she gets justice so that she won't eventually come and attack me. The word translated as attack me in some versions, or wear me out in others, is the Greek word hypopias, and it is a boxing term. It literally means to strike under the eye, to give someone a black eye. The judge is speaking metaphorically, probably, but the violence of the image is telling. He is not moved by compassion. He is not moved by justice. He is not moved by the fear of God or the opinion of his neighbors. He is moved by the simple, grinding, relentless pressure of a woman who will not go away, who will keep showing up in his courtroom day after day after day, until he either rules in her favor or suffers the public embarrassment of having his authority visibly defied by the least powerful person in the town. The widow wins not because the system works, but because her persistence outlasts the system's indifference. And Jesus draws the lesson with unmistakable clarity. Listen to what the unjust judge says. And will not God bring about justice for his chosen ones, who cry out to him day and night? Will he keep putting them off? I tell you, he will see that they get justice, and quickly. Again, the argument moves from the lesser to the greater. If an unjust judge, who fears neither God nor man, will eventually grant justice because a persistent widow will not leave him alone, how much more will a just God, a God who loves his people, a God who has promised to defend the vulnerable and the oppressed, grant justice to those who cry out to him? The comparison is not between God and the judge. The comparison is between the widow's persistence before an unjust judge and the believer's persistence before a just God. If persistence works with the worst possible judge, Imagine what it accomplishes with the best. But Jesus adds a coda to this parable that shifts its weight in a direction no one expected. However, when the Son of Man comes, will he find faith on the earth? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, and its implications are sobering. The parable is not merely about individual prayer. It is about eschatological endurance, about the long, grinding, apparently hopeless wait for God's final justice, the justice that will set the world right, that will vindicate the oppressed and judge the oppressor, that will answer every unanswered prayer and right every unrighted wrong. Jesus is telling his disciples that this justice is coming, that it is certain that God will not delay forever. But he is also telling them that the wait will be long, and that the temptation to give up, to stop praying, to conclude that God is as indifferent as the unjust judge will be overwhelming. The question is not whether God will act. The question is whether anyone will still be asking when he does. The widow is the hero of this parable, not because she is strong, but because she is relentless. She has no power, no influence, no resources, no allies. She has only her voice and her willingness to use it, day after day, in the face of indifference and refusal, until the indifference cracks and the refusal gives way. She is the model for every person who has ever prayed for something that did not come, who has ever stood before heaven with empty hands and an aching heart and heard nothing in response, and who has chosen to keep standing, keep asking, keep knocking on a door that shows no sign of opening. The parable does not promise that the answer will come immediately. It promises that the answer will come. And it asks, with a gentleness that does not quite conceal its urgency, will you still be there when it does? From the question of how to pray, Jesus moves to the question of who can pray. And the answer he gives is the most counterintuitive of the three. The parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector is told, Luke tells us, to some who were confident of their own righteousness and looked down on everyone else. The target audience is identified before the story begins, which means the Pharisees in the crowd would have felt the aim of the parable the moment Luke described it. This one is for you. Listen carefully. 2 men went up to the temple to pray, one a Pharisee and the other a tax collector. The temple in Jerusalem was the center of Jewish religious life, the place where heaven and earth were believed to intersect, where the presence of God dwelt in the Holy of Holies behind the great curtain, where sacrifices were offered and prayers were lifted. And the fate of the nation was decided in the smoke of incense and the blood of bulls. To go up to the temple to pray was to approach the throne of God as closely as any human being could in the physical world. Both men in this parable make the same journey. Both climb the same steps. Both enter the same courts. Both stand before the same God. But what happens when they open their mouths reveals 2 entirely different understandings of who God is, who they are, and what prayer is for. The Pharisee stood by himself and prayed, God, I thank you that I am not like other people, robbers, evildoers, adulterers, or even like this tax collector. I fast twice a week and give 1/10 of all I get. The prayer is, on its surface, theologically impeccable. The Pharisee is giving thanks to God, which is appropriate. He is acknowledging that his righteousness is a gift from God, which is orthodox. He is listing genuine spiritual achievements. Fasting twice a week exceeded the requirements of the law, which mandated fasting only on the Day of Atonement, and tithing all his income, not merely the portions specifically required by the law, demonstrated a scrupulousness that went above and beyond what was expected. By every external measure, this man is a model of religious devotion. He is disciplined, generous, morally upright, and publicly devout. If you were casting a play about the ideal Jew, you would cast this man in the lead role. And yet the prayer is rotten at its core, and the rot is visible in its very first word after the thanksgiving. I thank you that I am not like other people, The prayer is not directed toward God. It is directed toward the Pharisee himself. God is the audience, but the Pharisee is the subject, and the content of the prayer is not gratitude but comparison. I am not like robbers. I am not like evildoers. I am not like adulterers. I am not like that tax collector over there. The prayer is a catalog of all the people the Pharisee considers himself superior to, and it functions not as worship, but as self-congratulation, a performance of virtue for an audience of one. The Pharisee is not talking to God. He is talking to himself about himself in the general direction of God. He has come to the temple not to seek something from the Almighty, but to remind the Almighty how fortunate he is to have such an exemplary worshiper. Luke's description of the Pharisee's posture is telling. He stood by himself. Some translations render this as stood up and prayed about himself, and the ambiguity is itself meaningful. He is physically separated from the other worshippers, standing apart, maintaining distance, occupying his own space in the temple courts, as though the proximity of lesser mortals might contaminate his prayers. The separation is both physical and spiritual. He has withdrawn from the community of sinners into the isolation of his own righteousness, and the isolation, which he mistakes for holiness, is in fact the measure of his distance from God. He has climbed the temple steps and arrived further from heaven than when he started. But the tax collector stood at a distance. He would not even look up to heaven, but beat his breast and said, "God, have mercy on me, a sinner." Everything about this man's prayer is the opposite of the Pharisee's. Where the Pharisee stands by himself in a posture of confidence, the tax collector stands at a distance in a posture of shame. Where the Pharisee looked up, presumably with the self-assurance of a man who expects God to be pleased with what he sees, the tax collector cannot lift his eyes. He stares at the ground. He cannot bear to look toward the Holy of Holies, because he knows what he is, and the knowledge is crushing. He beats his breast, a gesture of grief and self-reproach that was, in the ancient world, more commonly associated with women than with men, and the fact that a man does it in public, in the temple, tells you how far beyond the reach of social convention his anguish has carried him. He does not care what anyone thinks. He does not care how he looks. He cares only about one thing: the unbridgeable distance between what he is and what he should be, and the desperate hope that God might somehow close it. His prayer is 7 words in the Greek. Ho theos, hilastheti moi to hamartolo. God, be merciful to me, the sinner. Not a sinner, as most English translations render it, but the sinner, as though he were the only one, as though the entire weight of human failure rested on his shoulders alone. The word hilastheti is the verb form of hilasterion, the mercy seat, the golden lid of the Ark of the Covenant, where the blood of atonement was sprinkled once a year on the Day of Atonement. The tax collector is not asking for a vague general benevolence. He is asking for atonement. He is asking God to do for him what the sacrificial system does, to cover his sin, to turn away the wrath that his life has earned, to look at the blood on the mercy seat instead of the stain on the sinner. It is the most theologically precise prayer in the Gospels, and it comes from the mouth of a man whom the religious establishment would have considered incapable of genuine theology. Jesus delivers the verdict, and it lands like an axe. I tell you that this man, rather than the other, went home justified before God. Justified. The word carries the full weight of the Jewish legal and theological tradition. To be justified is to be declared righteous, to be pronounced innocent, to be acquitted by the judge, and released from the courtroom with a clean record. The tax collector, the collaborator, the cheat, the man whom the Pharisee would not have allowed through his front door, goes home justified. The Pharisee, the scrupulous observer of the law, the man who fasted and tithed and prayed and kept his hands clean, does not. The scandal is absolute, and Jesus states the principle that underlies it with the force of a verdict from which there is no appeal. For all those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. This is not a platitude about the virtues of modesty. This is a description of how reality works in the kingdom of God, a kingdom where the currency is not achievement but need, where the price of admission is not a resume of spiritual accomplishments, but an honest assessment of spiritual bankruptcy. The Pharisee exalts himself. He lifts himself up, puffs himself out, places himself above his fellow worshippers, and in doing so, he disqualifies himself from the very thing he came to the temple to receive. The tax collector humbles himself. He empties himself, beats himself, refuses to claim anything for himself except the title of sinner, and in doing so, he creates the space into which God's mercy can flow. The Pharisee's prayer is full of himself, and because it is full of himself, there is no room in it for God. The tax collector's prayer is full of God, and because it is full of God, there is no room in it for pretense. The three parables in this section form a progression that moves from the mechanics of prayer to its heart. The friend at midnight teaches persistence. Keep asking, keep knocking. Do not let embarrassment or propriety or the lateness of the hour keep you from the door. The persistent widow teaches endurance. Do not give up, even when the heavens seem deaf and the powers of the world seem indifferent, because the justice you are praying for is coming, and the only question is whether you will still be praying when it arrives. And the Pharisee and the tax collector teach honesty. Come before God as you actually are, not as you wish you were, and do not mistake the performance of piety for the reality of prayer. Together they demolish every false idea about prayer that the religious culture of Jesus' day or any day has constructed. The idea that prayer is for the eloquent, demolished by the friend at midnight, who has no speech prepared, only a need. The idea that prayer is for the powerful, demolished by the persistent widow, who has no leverage, only her voice. The idea that prayer is for the righteous, demolished by the tax collector, who has no virtue to display, only his sin to confess. The people who pray most effectively in these parables are the shameless, the powerless, and the guilty. The people who pray least effectively are the ones who have it all figured out, who have their spiritual resumes in order, who approach God not with open hands but with a ledger of accomplishments, expecting to be congratulated for their trouble. And the God who appears in these parables, glimpsed through the imperfect analogies of sleeping neighbors and unjust judges, is a God who is nothing like the analogies suggest and everything they point toward. He is not asleep. He is not unjust. He is not indifferent or reluctant or hard to reach. But he is looking for something specific in the people who come to him. And the thing he is looking for is not talent or status or moral perfection. It is honesty. Naked, unadorned, chest-beating, eye-lowering honesty. The willingness to stand in the temple and say, I have nothing to offer you except the truth about myself, and the truth is that I am the sinner. And the only thing standing between me and destruction is your mercy. That prayer, spoken by the worst man in the room, goes home justified. And the prayer of the best man in the room, spoken with perfect diction and impeccable theological credentials, evaporates before it reaches the ceiling. The question of who can pray has been answered, and the answer is anyone who is desperate enough to stop pretending. But desperation takes many forms, and not all of them are spiritual. Some of them are brutally material, concerned not with the state of the soul, but with the state of the bank account. And Jesus, who never drew a clean line between the spiritual and the material because he did not believe such a line existed, is about to turn his attention to the thing that occupies more space in his parables than almost any other subject: money. What it does to people, what it blinds them to, what it costs them when they hold it too tightly, and what happens when they mistake it for the thing that will save them. No teacher in the ancient world talked about money the way Jesus did. The Greek philosophers discussed wealth in the abstract. debating whether the virtuous life was compatible with material comfort, treating the question as an intellectual exercise to be resolved over wine and olives. The rabbis treated wealth as a sign of God's favor, a reward for obedience, and a tangible proof that the righteous life paid dividends in this world as well as the next. The Romans worshipped wealth with the straightforward devotion of an empire that measured everything in gold. But Jesus talked about money the way a doctor talks about a disease, with clinical precision, with deep familiarity, with a concern that bordered on alarm. He did not hate money. He understood it. He understood what it did to the human heart, how it rewired the priorities, how it created an illusion of permanence in a world where nothing was permanent, how it whispered to its possessor that he was safe, that he was secure, that he had built something that would last, when in fact he had built nothing at all. The parable of the rich fool is the shortest and most brutal of Jesus' money parables, and it arrives in Luke's 12th chapter in response to a request that tells you everything you need to know about why Jesus told it. Someone in the crowd calls out to him, "Teacher, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me. The man is embroiled in a family dispute over money, and he wants Jesus to intervene, to use his authority as a teacher to settle the quarrel in his favor." It is a perfectly ordinary request. Rabbis were regularly asked to adjudicate inheritance disputes. The man has come to the right place by the standards of his culture, and his request is reasonable, even routine. But Jesus refuses. "Man, who appointed me a judge or an arbiter between you?" The refusal is itself instructive, because it establishes something that the entire parable will reinforce. Jesus has not come to help people get more money. He has not come to settle their financial disputes or maximize their portfolios or ensure that everyone gets their fair share of the family estate. He has come to warn them that the family estate and everything it represents is not what they think it is. Then he says to the crowd, with a directness that must have made the man who asked the question wish he had kept his mouth shut, "Watch out! Be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions." And he tells them this story. The ground of a certain rich man yielded an abundant harvest. He thought to himself, "What shall I do? I have no place to store my crops." Then he said, "This is what I'll do. I will tear down my barns and build bigger ones, and there I will store my surplus grain. And I'll say to myself, 'You have plenty of grain laid up for many years. Take life easy. Eat, drink, and be merry.'" The man is not a villain. He is not a thief, a cheat, an extortioner, or a scoundrel. He has not stolen his wealth or exploited anyone to get it. The ground yielded an abundant harvest. He is, by every conventional measure, a success. He has worked hard, or at least he has managed his land well, and the earth has rewarded him with a bumper crop so large that his existing storage facilities cannot contain it. His problem is the kind of problem that most people in first-century Palestine would have given their right arm to have. Too much grain, too much abundance, too much blessing. And his solution is logical, practical, and completely rational. Build bigger barns, store the surplus, create a reserve that will sustain him for years to come. Then relax. Enjoy the fruits of his labor. Eat, drink, and be merry, because the future is secure and the hard work is done. By the standards of ancient agricultural economics, this is sound planning. By the standards of modern financial advice, this is prudent asset management. By any standard of worldly wisdom, this man has done everything right. But God said to him, "You fool, this very night your life will be demanded from you. Then who will get what you have prepared for yourself?" The sentence falls like a blade. You fool. Not you sinner. Not you wicked man. Not you criminal. You fool. The word in Greek is aphron, meaning senseless without understanding. a man who has failed to grasp the most basic fact about his own existence. And the basic fact is this: he is going to die. Tonight. The bigger barns will never be built. The surplus grain will never be enjoyed. The years of ease and merriment will never arrive. Between the man's plan and the man's death, there is a single night, and in the morning, everything he owns will belong to someone else, someone who did not plant the seed, did not tend the crop, did not worry about storage capacity, and who will inherit it all without lifting a finger. The parable is not a condemnation of wealth per se. It is a condemnation of the particular delusion that wealth produces. The belief that you are in control, that you can secure your future, that enough grain in enough barns will protect you from the one thing that no amount of grain can prevent. The rich fool's error is not that he is rich. It is that he has confused his barns with his life. He has mistaken the container for the contents. He has spent all his energy securing the things that surround his existence while completely ignoring the existence itself, which does not belong to him, which was never his to keep, and which will be demanded back at a time he does not choose and cannot negotiate. Jesus' summary is devastating in its economy. This is how it will be with whoever stores up things for themselves but is not rich toward God. Rich toward God. The phrase introduces a category of wealth that the rich fool never considered, a currency that has nothing to do with grain or barns or portfolios, a richness that consists not in what you accumulate but in what you give, not in what you store but in what you release, not in the size of your reserves but in the depth of your relationship with the one who gave you everything you have and can take it all back in a single night. The rich fool talks only to himself. This is the detail that once you notice it, you cannot unnotice. He has no conversation partner, no wife, no friend, no advisor, no God. He thinks to himself. He says to himself. He congratulates himself. The entire interior monologue of the parable is a closed loop, a man alone with his possessions, making plans that involve no one but himself, celebrating a future in which the only participant is him. His abundance has not connected him to anyone. It has isolated him. He has built bigger barns and smaller relationships, and when death comes for him, he is alone with his grain, which cannot comfort him, cannot pray for him, cannot hold his hand or weep at his bedside, or carry his memory forward into the next generation. The barns are full. The man is empty. And in the morning, the barns will belong to a stranger, and the man will belong to the grave. From the rich fool's solitary death, Jesus moves to a parable that extends the question of wealth and poverty beyond the grave itself, into the afterlife, into the place where the consequences of earthly choices become permanent, and the ledger, at last, is closed. The parable of the rich man and Lazarus, found only in Luke's 16th chapter, is the most detailed picture of the afterlife that Jesus ever painted, and it is told with a specificity that has led some readers to wonder whether it is a parable at all, or rather a report, a lifting of the curtain between this world and the next. A rich man who dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day, and a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores, who lay at his gate, longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The rich man is never named. This is extraordinary, because in the ancient world, wealth conferred identity. A man of means had a name, a reputation, a place in the social registry. A beggar was anonymous, invisible, a piece of human furniture that respectable people stepped over on their way to more important things. But Jesus reverses this entirely. The beggar has a name, Lazarus, from the Hebrew Eleazar, meaning, God is my help. The rich man has none. In the economy of this parable, it is the beggar who has an identity, and the rich man who is nobody. The reversal has already begun before either of them dies. The rich man's lifestyle is sketched with a few precise strokes. Purple fabric was the most expensive textile in the ancient world, dyed with the secretions of the murex sea snail, so costly that it was associated almost exclusively with royalty and the very highest echelons of Roman society. Fine linen was imported from Egypt and was similarly extravagant. The man does not merely own these fabrics. He wears them every day, which is the equivalent of wearing a bespoke suit to take out the rubbish. He feasts sumptuously, and not occasionally, but daily. Every day is a banquet. Every meal is a celebration. His life is an unbroken stream of abundance, comfort, and sensory pleasure. Lazarus lies at the rich man's gate, not down the street, not in another neighborhood. At his gate, the proximity is crucial because it means the rich man sees Lazarus every day. Every time he enters or leaves his house, he passes the beggar. He sees the sores. He sees the dogs licking them, which is not a sign of comfort, but of degradation, since dogs in the ancient Near East were not beloved household pets, but scavenging, semi-feral animals associated with filth and death. He sees a man so hungry that he longs for the scraps that fall from the table, the pieces of bread that wealthy diners used as napkins to wipe their hands and then tossed to the floor. The rich man sees all of this every day and does nothing. Not because he is cruel, necessarily, not because he takes pleasure in Lazarus's suffering, but because Lazarus is invisible to him. The beggar at the gate is part of the scenery, a fixture, a thing to be stepped over on the way to the dining room. And the rich man's wealth has so thoroughly insulated him from the reality of human suffering that he can walk past a dying man every day and feel nothing at all. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. The deaths are described with a symmetry that conceals a vast asymmetry. Lazarus dies and is carried by angels to Abraham's bosom, the place of honor at the heavenly banquet, the seat next to the father of the nation, the position of ultimate comfort and intimacy and belonging. The rich man dies and is buried, and the word buried suggests a grand funeral, the kind of elaborate, expensive send-off that a wealthy man's family would have arranged, with professional mourners and expensive spices and a fine tomb cut from rock. In death, as in life, the rich man has the better ceremony. But the ceremony is all he has, because in the next sentence, he is in Hades, in torment, looking up through the flames and seeing, far above him, Lazarus reclining at Abraham's side. The reversal is total. The man who feasted every day is now in agony. The man who lay in sores and hunger is now in comfort. The man who was invisible is now the one being looked at. The man who had everything has nothing, and the distance between them, which in life was the distance between a gate and a dining room, is now an unbridgeable chasm. The rich man calls out to Abraham, and the fact that he calls out to Abraham rather than to God is significant. He is appealing to his pedigree, to his membership in the chosen people, to the family connection that he believes should count for something even in the afterlife. Father Abraham, have pity on me, and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, because I am in agony in this fire. Notice that even in Hades, even in torment, the rich man still thinks of Lazarus as a servant. Send Lazarus. As though Lazarus were a waiter, a delivery boy, an errand runner, whose purpose is to serve the rich man's needs. The rich man is not changed. Death has not humbled him. Suffering has not opened his eyes. He still sees Lazarus as someone who exists for his benefit, and the fact that their positions have been reversed has not altered the fundamental architecture of his worldview. He is the rich man. Lazarus is the help, and surely Abraham will see it that way too. Abraham's response is gentle but final. Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he is comforted here, and you are in agony. And besides all this, between us and you a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us. The chasm. The word in Greek is chasma, from which we get the English word chasm, and it describes a gap so wide and so deep that it cannot be crossed from either side. The chasm is not a punishment imposed after the fact. It is the crystallization of a distance that already existed in life, the distance between the rich man's dining room and Lazarus's place at the gate, a distance that the rich man could have crossed at any time with a plate of food, a cup of water, a word of compassion, a gesture of human recognition. He chose not to. Day after day, year after year, he chose not to. And the chasm grew wider with every choice, invisible in this life but permanent in the next. The afterlife, in this parable, does not create new realities. It reveals old ones. The distance that seemed so small in the land of the living, just a gate, just a few steps, turns out to have been infinite all along. The rich man, finally understanding that his own case is hopeless, makes one last request. He asks Abraham to send Lazarus, still as an errand runner, to his father's house, where his 5 brothers are still living. Let Lazarus warn them, so that they will not also come to this place of torment. It is perhaps the only genuinely selfless impulse the rich man has shown in the entire parable. He does not want his brothers to share his fate. But Abraham's answer closes every door. They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them. The rich man protests. No, Father Abraham, but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent. And Abraham delivers the final verdict. If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced even if someone rises from the dead. The last line resonates with an irony so deep that it must have been deliberate. If someone rises from the dead. Jesus is telling this parable to an audience that will within months or years be confronted with the claim that someone has indeed risen from the dead, and many of them will not be convinced. The parable anticipates its own reception. It predicts its own failure. It says, in effect, I am telling you this story, and some of you will not listen, and even if I come back from the grave to tell you again, you will still not listen, because the problem is not a lack of evidence. The problem is a lack of willingness. Moses and the prophets have been saying this for centuries. Care for the poor, feed the hungry, open your hand to your neighbor. Do not hoard your wealth while others starve at your gate. The information has always been available. The scripture has always been clear. What has been missing is not knowledge, but obedience. And no amount of supernatural intervention will create obedience in a heart that has already decided to ignore what it knows. The parable of the rich man and Lazarus is, in many respects, the most terrifying story Jesus ever told, because it describes a situation in which repentance is no longer possible. The rich fool died suddenly without warning, but his story carried at least the implicit hope that others might learn from his mistake. The rich man in Hades has no such hope. His fate is sealed. The chasm is fixed, and the only comfort Jesus offers is the cold, hard instruction to listen to what has already been said. While there is still time to listen, while the gate is still close enough to cross, while Lazarus is still lying there, and the plate of food is still on the table, and the distance between compassion and indifference is still measured in footsteps rather than in eternities. Between these 2 parables of catastrophic wealth, Jesus tells a third story that has confused, delighted, and scandalized readers for 2,000 years. The parable of the shrewd manager, also found in Luke's 16th chapter, is widely regarded as the most difficult and controversial parable Jesus ever told, because in it, Jesus appears to commend a man for dishonesty. The parable has generated more scholarly debate than almost any other passage in the Gospels, and the debate shows no sign of resolution, which is itself a clue to the parable's nature. Some stories are meant to be solved. This one is meant to be wrestled with. Jesus told his disciples, a rich man had a manager who was accused of wasting his possessions. So he called him in and asked him, "What is this I hear about you? give an account of your management, because you cannot be manager any longer. The manager is being fired. The accusation is waste, mismanagement, squandering. The same word Luke used to describe the prodigal son's destruction of his inheritance. Whether the manager has been stealing, skimming, incompetent, or merely careless, the result is the same. He is out. He has been given notice. He has a short window of time between the announcement of his dismissal and the moment when the keys are taken from his hands and the ledgers are removed from his desk, and in that window he must act. The manager's internal monologue is brutally honest, more honest than most people ever are with themselves, and the honesty is part of what makes him, perversely, admirable. What shall I do now? My master is taking away my job. I'm not strong enough to dig, and I'm ashamed to beg. He knows himself. He is not a laborer. He does not have the back for manual work. He is a desk man, an administrator, someone who works with his mind rather than his hands, and the loss of his position means the loss of his livelihood and his social standing. He could beg, but his pride will not permit it. He could dig, but his body will not survive it. He is, in short, ruined. Unless he can find a way to turn his remaining hours of authority into a future that does not involve ditches or street corners. I know what I'll do, so that when I lose my job here, people will welcome me into their houses. And then he acts. He calls in each of his master's debtors one by one and reduces their debts. The man who owes 800 gallons of olive oil is told to sit down quickly and change the bill to 400. The man who owes 1,000 bushels of wheat is told to change his bill to 800. The reductions are substantial, and the manager is, without question, acting without his master's authorization. He is using the last moments of his power to create a network of obligation, a web of gratitude, a safety net made of favors owed. When he is thrown out of the manager's office, these debtors will remember what he did for them. They will open their doors to him. They will offer him meals, hospitality, perhaps even employment. He is converting his master's assets into his own social capital, and he is doing it with the speed and precision of a man who understands that in the ancient world, relationships were worth more than money because money could be lost in a single bad harvest, but the man who owed you a favor would remember it for the rest of his life. And here is where the parable takes its bewildering turn. The master commended the dishonest manager because he had acted shrewdly. The master praises him, not for his honesty, which is non-existent, not for his ethics, which are appalling, for his shrewdness, for his ability to read the situation, assess his options, and act decisively to secure his future. The master, who has just been robbed, who has just watched his manager give away a substantial portion of his receivables, steps back and says, in effect, "That was clever. I hate that it happened to me, but I have to admire the skill with which it was executed." Jesus then offers a commentary that has been interpreted in more ways than there are commentators. For the people of this world are more shrewd in dealing with their own kind than are the people of the light. I tell you, use worldly wealth to gain friends for yourselves, so that when it is gone, you will be welcomed into eternal dwellings. The key to the parable lies in this commentary, and the key to the commentary lies in what Jesus is not saying. He is not saying, be dishonest. He is not saying, cheat your employers. He is not saying, financial fraud is acceptable if it is committed with sufficient cleverness. What he is saying is something far more interesting and far more unsettling. The children of this world, the people who operate by the rules of secular self-interest, are better at pursuing their goals than the children of light are at pursuing theirs. The dishonest manager saw a crisis coming and acted with total commitment to secure his future. He did not hesitate. He did not wring his hands. He did not pray about it and then do nothing. He assessed the situation, made a plan, and executed it with ruthless efficiency. And the people of the light, the ones who claim to believe in an eternal future, who claim to value the kingdom of God above all earthly treasure, are often less decisive, less committed, less willing to act boldly and sacrifice present comfort for future security than a common embezzler trying to avoid ending up in a ditch. The parable is a goad. It is designed to provoke, to shame, to ask, if a dishonest manager can be that strategic about securing his temporary earthly future, why are you so passive about securing your eternal one? If he can give away his master's money to build relationships that will sustain him after his dismissal, why can you not give away your own money, your worldly wealth, to build the kind of relationships with God and with the poor that will sustain you after death? The manager used money as a tool to create a future. Jesus is telling his disciples to do the same, but with a different future in mind. Use your wealth. Deploy it. Invest it in people, in generosity, in the kind of radical, reckless giving that the rich fool never imagined and the rich man at Lazarus' gate never practiced. Because the money is going to be gone eventually, one way or another. Either spent or stolen or lost or pried from your cold, dead fingers by the heirs who will fight over it at your funeral. The only question is whether you will have used it while you still had it to build something that lasts beyond the grave. Jesus follows this with a series of statements that clarify the relationship between wealth and faithfulness. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. So if you have not been trustworthy in handling worldly wealth, who will trust you with true riches? The logic is simple and devastating. Money is the test, not the prize. Worldly wealth is the small thing, the preliminary examination, the pop quiz that determines whether you can be trusted with the real curriculum. If you fail the test of money, if you hoard it, worship it, let it own you, then you will never be entrusted with the true riches, the spiritual wealth, the treasures of the kingdom, the things that cannot be stored in barns, or counted in drachmas, or lost when the market crashes. And then the final, absolute, unnegotiable statement. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve both God and money. Luke adds, with characteristic dryness, the Pharisees, who loved money, heard all this and were sneering at Jesus. Their contempt is the sound of a nerve being struck. They have built an entire theology around the idea that wealth is a sign of God's blessing, that prosperity indicates divine favor, that the rich are rich because God wants them to be rich. And Jesus has just dismantled that theology in 3 parables and a single, unanswerable sentence. You cannot serve both God and money. Not, you should not, you cannot. It is structurally impossible. The two masters demand incompatible loyalties, and the attempt to serve both will inevitably degenerate into the service of one and the neglect of the other. You will love God and use money, or you will love money and use God, but you will not love both, because love, real love, the kind that reorganizes your priorities and redirects your resources and keeps you awake at night, is not divisible. It goes one way, and the direction it goes reveals which master you actually serve, regardless of which master you claim to serve on the Sabbath. These 3 parables, the rich fool, the rich man and Lazarus, and the shrewd manager, approach the subject of wealth from 3 different angles and arrive at the same destination. The rich fool shows what wealth does to the individual. It creates the illusion of security, the fantasy of self-sufficiency, the delusion that bigger bonds will protect you from the God who gave you the grain in the first place. The rich man and Lazarus shows what wealth does to relationships. It creates a chasm between the comfortable and the suffering, a chasm that begins as a gate and ends as an eternity. And the tragedy is that the chasm was crossable in life and uncrossable in death. And the man who could have crossed it chose every single day not to. And the shrewd manager shows what wealth is for. It is a tool, a resource, a means to an end, and the end is not the accumulation of more wealth, but the creation of relationships, the investment in people, the building of a future that will still be standing when the money is gone and the barns are empty and the purple robes are rotting in the tomb. Money is not evil in these parables. It is dangerous. It is a power that demands to be served, a master that disguises itself as a servant, a fire that warms the house until it burns it down. And the only safety, the only protection against its seductive and ultimately lethal embrace is to hold it loosely, give it freely, use it strategically, and never, ever mistake it for the thing that will save you. Because it will not, it cannot, it was never designed to. And the man who builds his life on it will hear, one night, a voice he was not expecting, asking a question he cannot answer. "You fool, whose will all this be now?" The conversation about money and its dangers fades, but the question of preparedness it raises does not. If security cannot be found in barns or banquets or bigger holdings, then where is it found? Jesus has been circling this question since the beginning of his ministry. And as the road tilts increasingly toward Jerusalem, toward the confrontation that awaits him in the temple courts and the upper room and the garden, the parables begin to take on a new urgency. They become parables about readiness, about the hour that is coming and the servants who may or may not be awake when it arrives. But before Jesus turns to the final reckoning, before the lamps and the talents and the locked doors, he tells a cluster of parables that deal with something more immediate and more volatile. The question of who belongs in the kingdom and on what terms they are admitted. These are the parables of the vineyard and the feast, and they are among the most confrontational stories Jesus ever told, because they are aimed not at the crowds, not at the disciples, but at the religious establishment of Israel itself. The priests and elders and scribes who controlled the gates of the temple and believed they controlled the gates of heaven. In these parables, the gates are torn off their hinges. The parable of the workers in the vineyard appears in Matthew's 20th chapter, and it begins with a scene that every laborer in first-century Palestine would have recognized from personal experience. The kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and sent them into his vineyard. A denarius was the standard daily wage for unskilled agricultural labor in the Roman world. It was enough to feed a family for a day, barely, and it was the amount a man standing in the village square at dawn hoped to earn if someone came along with work. The marketplace where laborers gathered to be hired was a feature of every Palestinian town, and the dynamic was simple and brutal. Employers came at dawn with work to offer, and the men who were chosen went to the fields, and the men who were not chosen went home empty-handed to explain to their wives and children why there would be no bread that evening. To be hired was survival. To be passed over was hunger. The landowner in this parable is unusually active. He does not simply hire at dawn and leave it at that. He goes back to the marketplace at 9 in the morning and finds more workers standing idle, and he hires them too, telling them he will pay them whatever is right. He goes back at noon. He goes back at 3 in the afternoon. And then, with only an hour of daylight remaining, he goes back one final time and finds still more men standing in the square, men who have been waiting all day, who have watched the sun cross the sky, while no one came to offer them work. And he asks them a question that sounds almost redundant. Why have you been standing here all day long doing nothing? Their answer is as simple as it is heartbreaking. Because no one has hired us. They have not been lazy. They have not been choosy. They have been waiting all day for someone to give them a chance, and no one has. And the landowner, with an hour of light left, sends them into the vineyard. When evening comes and the foreman begins distributing wages, he starts with the last hired and works backward. The men who worked 1 hour receive a denarius, a full day's wage for an hour's work. They must have been stunned And the men who were hired at dawn, watching this, performed the calculation that anyone in their position would perform. If the 1-hour workers get a denarius, surely we will get more. We have been here since sunrise. We have borne the burden of the work and the heat of the day. If the landowner is this generous with latecomers, imagine what he will give us. But when their turn comes, they too receive a denarius. 1 denarius, the same as everyone else, and they are furious. These who were hired last worked only 1 hour, they protest, and you have made them equal to us who have borne the burden of the work and the heat of the day. The complaint is entirely reasonable by the standards of human fairness. They worked longer, they endured more, they were there first, they deserve more. Any labor court in the ancient or modern world would agree with them. The principle of equal pay for unequal work is offensive to every instinct of natural justice, and the workers who protested were not being greedy. They were being logical. They had agreed to a denarius, and they received a denarius, and no contract was broken. But seeing others receive the same reward for a fraction of the effort felt like a betrayal. Because fairness in the human calculus is always comparative. We do not measure what we have against what we need. We measure what we have against what someone else has, and if the comparison does not come out in our favor, we feel cheated, even if we have received exactly what we were promised. The landowner's response is calm, measured, and utterly devastating. I am not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I want to give the one who was hired last the same as I gave you. Don't I have the right to do what I want with my own money? Or are you envious because I am generous? The question at the end is the one that cuts to bone. Are you envious because I am generous? The Greek phrase is literally, is your eye evil because I am good? And the evil eye in Jewish culture was a standard expression for jealousy, resentment, and the inability to rejoice in another person's good fortune. The landowner is not asking whether the workers have been treated unfairly. He is asking whether their sense of justice has been poisoned by comparison, whether their anger is really about their own wages or about the wages of others, whether they would have gone home satisfied with their denarius if they had not seen the latecomers receive the same. The parable is not about labor relations. It is about grace. The workers who came at dawn represent those who have been in the covenant from the beginning, who have served God faithfully for years, who have borne the burden and the heat of religious obligation their entire lives. The workers who came at the 11th hour represent the latecomers, the tax collectors, the sinners, the Gentiles, the people who arrived at the kingdom with an hour of daylight left and no accomplishments to show for themselves. And the landowner's insistence on paying everyone the same is not a violation of justice. It is a revelation of grace. The denarius is not a wage. It is a gift. The kingdom of God is not earned by the hour. It is given by the owner. And the owner gives not according to merit, but according to his own generosity, which is bottomless, and which refuses to discriminate between the first and the last, the early and the late, the deserving and the undeserving. Jesus closes with one of his most characteristic reversals. So the last will be first, and the first will be last. The phrase is a summary not just of this parable, but of the entire trajectory of his teaching. The kingdom inverts the world's hierarchy. The people who expected to be at the head of the line find themselves at the back. The people who expected nothing find themselves holding a full day's wage for an hour's work. And the people who object to this arrangement reveal, by their objection, that they have been working for wages all along, not for the love of the vineyard, not for the joy of the work, not for the relationship with the owner, but for the paycheck. They are, in the deepest sense, hired laborers in a household where everyone else is a son. From the marketplace, Jesus moves to the temple courts, and the temperature of the parables rises sharply. The setting is the final week of Jesus' life, the days between his triumphal entry into Jerusalem and his arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane, and the parables he tells during this period are not gentle stories about seeds and coins. They are weapons. They are aimed at the chief priests and elders of the people, who have come to challenge his authority, and they carry within them the sentence of judgment that Jesus knows is about to fall, not on himself, though that too is coming, but on the institution that these men represent and the nation they claim to lead. The parable of the two sons is brief, pointed, and impossible to misunderstand. "What do you think?" Jesus asks the chief priests and elders. "A man had 2 sons. He went to the first and said, 'Son, go and work today in the vineyard.' 'I will not,' he answered. But later he changed his mind and went. Then the father went to the other son and said the same thing. He answered, 'I will, sir.' But he did not go. Which of the 2 did what his father wanted?" The priests and elders answer without hesitation, "The first, the son who initially refused, but then went. The son whose actions contradicted his words in the right direction. The son who said no and did yes." And Jesus springs the trap. "Truly I tell you, the tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering the kingdom of God ahead of you. For John came to you to show you the way of righteousness, and you did not believe him, but the tax collectors and the prostitutes did. And even after you saw this, you did not repent and believe him." The identification is unmistakable. The first son, the one who said no but later obeyed, represents the tax collectors and prostitutes, the very people the priests and elders despised. These are the people who initially lived in rebellion against God, who broke every commandment, who said no to the covenant with their entire lives, but who, when John the Baptist came preaching repentance, changed their minds and went to work in the vineyard. The second son, the one who said yes but never showed up, represents the priests and elders themselves, the men who said all the right words, who performed all the right rituals, who stood in the temple every day, professing their obedience to God, and who, when the moment of genuine obedience arrived, when John came and then Jesus after him, refused to move. They said yes. They looked obedient. They sounded faithful, but they did not go. The parable strips away the camouflage of religious respectability and exposes the raw reality beneath it, that words without action are worthless, that a lifetime of professed obedience means nothing if it does not translate into actual obedience when the test arrives, and that the people who look least likely to enter the kingdom, the ones whose initial response was refusal and rebellion, may in fact be closer to God than the ones who have been saying yes their entire lives without ever meaning it. Obedience is not a posture, it is a movement. And the direction of the movement matters more than the starting point. Without pausing for breath, Jesus tells a second parable to the same audience, and this one is far more dangerous. The parable of the wicked tenants is the most explicitly allegorical story Jesus ever told, and it is the one that will seal his fate, because in it he tells the chief priests and elders exactly what he thinks of them, exactly what he knows they are planning, and exactly what will happen as a result. "Listen to another parable," he says, and the word "listen" carries the weight of a command. A landowner planted a vineyard. He put a wall around it, dug a wine press in it, and built a watchtower. Then he rented the vineyard to some farmers and moved to another country. Every person in Jesus' audience would have recognized the source of this imagery. The prophet Isaiah, 700 years earlier, had sung a song of the vineyard in which God himself was the landowner and Israel was the vineyard, planted and tended and protected, and the song ended with God's bitter lament that the vineyard he had cultivated with such care had produced only bad fruit. Jesus is deliberately invoking this tradition, wrapping his parable in the language of Isaiah so that no one can miss the parallel. The vineyard is Israel. The landowner is God. And the tenants are the religious leaders to whom God has entrusted the care of his people. When the harvest time approached, the landowner sent his servants to the tenants to collect his fruit. The tenants seized his servants. They beat one, killed another, and stoned a third. Then he sent other servants to them, more than the first time, and the tenants treated them the same way. The servants are the prophets, and the history of Israel is littered with their bodies. Jeremiah was beaten and imprisoned. Isaiah, according to tradition, was sawn in half. Zechariah was stoned in the temple courts. Elijah was hunted by Jezebel until he fled into the wilderness and begged God to let him die. Prophet after prophet was sent to Israel with the same message: bear fruit, repent, return to the covenant, honor the God who planted you. And prophet after prophet was ignored, persecuted, driven out, or killed. The pattern was so well established that it had become a theme of Jewish self-understanding. We are the people who kill our prophets. The chief priests knew this history. They honored the dead prophets with tombs and monuments, even as they perpetuated the tradition of rejecting the living ones. Last of all, the landowner sent his son to them. "They will respect my son," he said. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to each other, "This is the heir. Come, let's kill him and take his inheritance." So they took him and threw him out of the vineyard and killed him. Jesus is standing in the temple courts, surrounded by the men who are already plotting his death, and he is telling them a story about men who murder the landowner's son. The audacity is breathtaking. He is not merely predicting his own death. He is narrating it in advance to the men who will carry it out, and he is framing their actions not as a surprising turn of events, but as the culmination of a pattern that has been repeating for centuries. You killed the prophets. Now you will kill the Son. And the logic of your violence is transparent. You believe that by eliminating the heir, you can seize the inheritance. You believe that by silencing the messenger, you can keep the message from arriving. You are wrong. Jesus asks the priests and elders to pronounce judgment on the tenants, and they do so without realizing they are passing sentence on themselves. He will bring those wretches to a wretched end, they say, and he will rent the vineyard to other tenants, who will give him his share of the crop at harvest time. And Jesus delivers the verdict they have just spoken over their own heads. Therefore I tell you that the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people who will produce its fruit. Mark records that the chief priests and the elders realized he had spoken the parable against them, and they looked for a way to arrest him, but they were afraid of the crowd. The parable has done its work. It has named the crime, predicted the murder, and announced the consequence, and the men it was aimed at have understood every word of it. They know who the landowner is. They know who the servants are. They know who the Son is. And they know that Jesus knows what they are planning. The parable has not changed their minds. It has only made them more determined. They will kill the Son. The story says so. And the story, like all of Jesus' parables, tells the truth. From the vineyard of judgment, Jesus moves to the banquet hall, and the shift in setting brings with it a shift in emphasis. The parables of the great banquet and the wedding feast, told in Luke and Matthew respectively, are closely related stories that address the same theme from slightly different angles: the astonishing, infuriating, deeply offensive reality that the people who were originally invited to the kingdom celebration have declined the invitation, and their places at the table have been given to people no one expected to see there. Luke's version, the parable of the great banquet, is told at a dinner party, which gives it an ironic edge that Matthew's version lacks. Jesus is eating at the home of a prominent Pharisee, and one of the guests, caught up in the excitement of the conversation, exclaims, "Blessed is the one who will eat at the feast in the kingdom of God." The remark is pious, conventional, the kind of thing a devout Jew would say to signal his confidence that he and everyone at the table would be among those feasting in the Messianic age. It assumes that the guest list for the kingdom's banquet has already been drawn up, that everyone present is on it, and that the only question is when the dinner bell will ring. Jesus responds with a story that demolishes this assumption. A certain man was preparing a great banquet and invited many guests. At the time of the banquet, he sent his servant to tell those who had been invited, "Come, for everything is now ready." In the social customs of the ancient Near East, a great banquet involved 2 invitations. The first was sent out well in advance, a save-the-date that established who was on the guest list and secured their commitment to attend. The second was sent on the day of the event itself, when the food was prepared and the hall was ready, summoning the guests to come now. The people in this parable have already accepted the first invitation. They have already said yes. They are on the list. The host has counted them, prepared food for them, arranged seating for them. Everything is ready. And now, with the table set and the meat on the spit and the wine poured, the servant goes out to bring them in. But they all alike began to make excuses. The first said, "I have just bought a field, and I must go and see it. Please excuse me." Another said, "I have just bought 5 yoke of oxen, and I'm on my way to try them out. Please excuse me." Still another said, "I just got married, so I can't come." The excuses are polite, plausible, and utterly damning. They are the excuses of men who have better things to do. Not bad things, not sinful things, not wicked things. Fields, oxen, marriages, these are the ordinary, respectable, thoroughly reasonable business of daily life. And it is precisely their ordinariness that makes them so devastating, because Jesus is not saying that the invited guests rejected the banquet in favor of orgies and crime sprees. He is saying they rejected it in favor of perfectly normal, perfectly defensible, perfectly mundane activities that happened at that moment to feel more urgent than the kingdom of God. The field needed inspecting. The oxen needed testing. The wife needed attention. And the banquet, which had been prepared at great expense and was available right now, today, this moment, could wait. It could not wait. The host's reaction is swift and furious. He tells his servant, "Go out quickly into the streets and alleys of the town and bring in the poor, the crippled, the blind, and the lame." The servant does so and reports that there is still room. The host says, "Go out to the roads and country lanes and compel them to come in, so that my house will be full." The replacement guest list is a catalog of everyone the original guests would have considered beneath them. The poor, the crippled, the blind, the lame. These are the people who could not make it onto any respectable guest list in the ancient world. The people who were excluded not merely from social gatherings, but from the temple itself, where physical perfection was a prerequisite for full participation in worship. They are the uninvited, the overlooked, the discarded, the ones who stood outside the gates and watched the guests go in and knew that no one would ever call their names. And now someone is calling their names. Now someone is sending a servant to find them in the streets and alleys, in the hedgerows and ditches, and insisting, compelling, practically dragging them to a feast they never imagined attending. The host's final word is a door slamming shut. "I tell you, not one of those who were invited will get a taste of my banquet." The original guests, the ones who said yes and then said no, the ones who let fields and oxen and marriages take precedence over the feast, are permanently excluded. Their places have been filled. Their seats have been taken. The banquet goes on without them. And the sound of music and laughter drifts through the windows of a house they will never enter again. Matthew's version of the story, the parable of the wedding feast, takes the same basic narrative and intensifies it to the point of violence. In Matthew, the host is not merely a man but a king, and the banquet is not merely a dinner but a wedding feast for his son, which raises the stakes enormously. To decline a king's invitation was not merely rude, it was an act of political defiance. To decline a royal wedding was to insult the crown. And when the invited guests not only refuse, but also seize the king's servants, mistreat them, and kill them, the echoes of the wicked tenant's parable are unmistakable. The king responds with the wrath of an offended sovereign. He sends his armies, destroys the murderers, and burns their city. The language is apocalyptic, and it points unmistakably toward the destruction of Jerusalem, which would occur in 70 AD when Roman legions under Titus sacked the city and razed the temple to the ground. But Matthew's version adds a scene that Luke's does not, and it is one of the most puzzling and haunting passages in all the parables. After the king has filled his banquet hall with guests collected from the streets and highways, he enters the hall to see the guests and notices a man who is not wearing wedding clothes. "How did you get in here without wedding clothes, friend?" the king asks. And the man is speechless. The king orders his servants, "Tie him hand and foot and throw him outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." The passage has troubled readers because it seems unjust. The man was hauled in off the street. How was he supposed to have wedding clothes? But the custom of the ancient Near East provides the answer. At royal weddings, it was the host's responsibility to provide appropriate garments for the guests. The wedding clothes would have been offered at the door, available to everyone who entered, free of charge. The man without wedding clothes is not a man who could not afford them. He is a man who refused them. He accepted the invitation to the feast, but declined the transformation that the feast required. He wanted the food and the wine and the celebration, but he did not want to put on the garment the king provided. He wanted to enter the kingdom on his own terms, in his own clothes, without submitting to the king's provision. The parable is warning that the open invitation to the kingdom, the extraordinary, boundary-shattering, street-sweeping generosity of the king who invites beggars and cripples to his son's wedding, does not mean that anything goes once you are inside. The door is wide open. The invitation extends to everyone. But entry into the banquet requires something of the guest, the willingness to be clothed, to be changed, to put on what the king offers, and leave behind what you brought with you. Grace is free, but it is not cheap. The feast is open, but it is not casual. And the man who tries to enjoy the benefits of the kingdom without submitting to its terms will find himself speechless and bound in the darkness outside. Jesus closes Matthew's version with a line that has reverberated through every generation of the church. For many are invited, but few are chosen. The statement is not a comfortable one. It suggests that the invitation is broader than the acceptance, that the call goes out to many, but the response that leads to genuine inclusion comes from few. It does not mean that God is stingy with his grace. The parables have made it abundantly clear that the invitation extends to the streets, the alleys, the hedgerows, the absolute margins of society. What it means is that the invitation, however generous, requires a response, and the response requires a change, and the change requires a willingness to let go of the excuses, the distractions, the comfortable garments of self-sufficiency that prevent us from receiving what the king is offering. These 5 parables, the workers in the vineyard, the 2 sons, the wicked tenants, the great banquet, and the wedding feast, form a sustained argument about the nature of the kingdom and the terms of entry. The workers in the vineyard demolish the idea that the kingdom operates on a merit system, that those who arrive first and work hardest will receive the greatest reward. The 2 sons demolish the idea that verbal assent equals actual obedience. The wicked tenants demolish the idea that the stewards of the vineyard are its owners, that religious authority confers the right to ignore the owner's messengers and murder his son. The great banquet demolishes the idea that the original guest list is final, that the people who were invited first have a permanent claim on the seats, and that the poor and the broken and the uninvited will never hear their names called. And the wedding feast demolishes the idea that grace requires nothing, that the open door means there are no expectations, that the king who invites beggars to his table, does not care whether they honor the invitation with the seriousness it deserves. Together they paint a picture of a kingdom that is simultaneously more open and more demanding than anyone expected. More open because the invitation extends to people who never imagined being invited. The latecomers, the sinners, the Gentiles, the beggars in the streets. More demanding because the invitation is not a formality. It is a summons. It calls for a response. And the response is not merely attendance but transformation. Not merely showing up but putting on the garment. Not merely entering the vineyard but actually working in it. Not merely saying yes, but meaning it with your hands and your feet and the direction of your life. The vineyard is still producing. The tables are still laden. The doors are still open for now. But the hour is advancing, and the parables that follow will turn from the question of who is invited to the question of who will be ready when the host returns, when the bridegroom arrives, when the master comes home at an hour no one expected. The theme of readiness, which has been a quiet undercurrent in everything Jesus has said, is about to become the main current, and the warnings that accompany it will be the most urgent he has ever given. Because the hour is late now. Jesus is sitting on the Mount of Olives, looking across the Kidron Valley at the temple, its white limestone and gold leaf blazing in the afternoon sun. And he knows that this building, this magnificent Herodian monument that took 46 years to construct, and that his disciples gaze upon with the provincial awe of Galilean fishermen visiting the capital, will not stand much longer. The disciples have pointed to the temple's massive stones, marveling at the craftsmanship, and Jesus has told them that not one stone will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. The statement has unsettled them, as it was meant to, and they have pressed him. When will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? Jesus' answer, spread across Matthew's 24th and 25th chapters, is a long discourse on the end times, and embedded within it are 5 parables about preparedness, 5 stories about people who were either ready or not ready when the decisive moment arrived. And the difference between the two groups is, in every case, the difference between salvation and catastrophe. The parable of the 10 virgins is told with the precision of a wedding ritual that every person in Jesus' audience would have known by heart. At that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish, and 5 were wise. A Jewish wedding in the 1st century was not the single afternoon affair that modern Western culture has made it. It was a multi-day celebration that began when the bridegroom, accompanied by his friends and attendants, traveled from his home to the home of the bride to claim her and bring her back for the feast. The timing of the bridegroom's arrival was deliberately uncertain. He might come in the evening, he might come at midnight, he might come in the small hours of the morning. The uncertainty was part of the tradition, part of the excitement, part of the ritual drama that surrounded the union of 2 families. And the virgins in this parable, the young women who served as the bride's attendants, were responsible for meeting the bridegroom when he arrived, lighting his way with their lamps, and escorting him to the wedding banquet. Their role was ceremonial but essential. Without them, the procession could not proceed, and without their lamps, the bridegroom would arrive in darkness. The foolish virgins took their lamps but did not take any oil with them. The wise virgins, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The distinction between the 2 groups is not a distinction of intention. All 10 virgins went out to meet the bridegroom. All 10 wanted to be part of the wedding procession. All 10 carried lamps. The difference is preparation. The wise brought extra oil because they understood that the wait might be long and the lamps might burn down before the bridegroom arrived. The foolish did not. They assumed the bridegroom would come quickly, that their initial supply would be sufficient, that things would go according to plan. They had enough oil for the expected scenario. They had none for the unexpected one. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. All of them, wise and foolish alike. Jesus does not criticize them for sleeping. The wait was long, the hour was late, drowsiness was natural, human, inevitable. The parable is not about staying awake. It is about being prepared even while you sleep, about having enough oil in your jar so that when the call comes, your lamp can be lit, whether you have been vigilant or unconscious. Preparedness is not the same as wakefulness. You can be asleep and ready. You can be awake and unprepared. The oil is the variable, not the sleeping. At midnight the cry rang out, "Here's the bridegroom! Come out to meet him!" Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." The moment of crisis reveals what was always true. The foolish virgins' lamps are sputtering, dying, their wicks burning dry, and they turn to the wise with the most natural request in the world: share. Give us some of yours. And the wise virgin's refusal has struck readers across the centuries as cold, selfish, even unchristian. Why would they not share? Is this not precisely the generosity that Jesus has been preaching throughout his ministry? Is this not the opposite of everything the Good Samaritan represents? But the wise virgins are not being selfish. They are being honest. "No," they reply. "There may not be enough for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves. The oil is not shareable because there is not enough. Splitting the supply would mean that all 10 lamps burn out and the entire procession fails." The wise virgin's refusal is not a moral failure. It is a recognition of a structural reality. Some things cannot be shared. Some things cannot be borrowed. Some things must be your own. And this is the theological heart of the parable. The oil represents that which cannot be transferred from one person to another at the last minute. It represents personal readiness, inner spiritual preparation, the accumulated store of faithfulness that sustains you when the waiting is long and the darkness is deep. You cannot borrow someone else's relationship with God the way you borrow a cup of sugar. You cannot show up at the final hour and ask your neighbor for some of her faith, her obedience, her years of quiet, patient trust. These things are cultivated over a lifetime, slowly, drop by drop, lamp filling by lamp filling, and when the cry goes up at midnight, you either have them or you do not. The wise virgin's oil was gathered in all the ordinary days that preceded the crisis, in every prayer that no one noticed, every act of obedience that no one applauded, every quiet decision to keep the flame burning even when the bridegroom seemed impossibly delayed. The foolish virgins skipped all of that. They brought their lamps, but not their oil, their appearance, but not their substance. And when the test came, the absence of what they should have been accumulating all along was exposed in the flickering, dying light of their empty wicks. The foolish virgins go off to buy oil, and while they are gone, the bridegroom arrives. The wise virgins go in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door is shut. 3 words that carry the weight of eternity. The door is shut. Not merely closed, shut. In the Greek, the verb is in the passive voice, suggesting that the shutting is deliberate, authoritative, final. Someone has closed this door, and it will not be opened again. Later, the others also came. "Lord, Lord," they cried, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you." The bridegroom's response is the most chilling sentence in the parable, and perhaps in all of Jesus' teaching about the end. I don't know you. Not, I know you, but I'm angry with you. Not, I know you, but you're late, and I'm punishing you. I don't know you. The relationship the foolish virgins assumed existed between them and the bridegroom did not exist. They were part of the wedding party in appearance only. They carried lamps, but not oil. They were there, but not ready. And when the moment came, the moment that reveals everything, the bridegroom looked at them and saw strangers. Jesus closes the parable with a command that echoes through every subsequent story in this sequence. Therefore, keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour. The command is paradoxical because the virgins who were praised did not keep watch. They fell asleep like everyone else. But they kept watch in the way that matters. They prepared. They brought oil. They were ready for a delay they could not predict, and a midnight arrival they could not schedule. Keeping watch in this parable is not a matter of staying awake. It is a matter of being the kind of person who, asleep or awake, at noon or at midnight, has enough oil in the jar to light the lamp when the cry goes up. Immediately after the 10 virgins, without pausing, without changing the subject, without giving his listeners time to recover, Jesus tells the parable of the talents, and the shift is significant. The 10 virgins is about waiting. The talents is about working. The first parable asks, will you be ready when the master returns? The second asks, what will you have done with what he gave you while he was gone? Again, it will be like a man going on a journey, who called his servants and entrusted his wealth to them. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2 talents, and to another 1 talent, each according to his ability. Then he went on his journey. A talent was not a coin. It was a unit of weight, roughly 75 pounds of precious metal, and its value was staggering. A single talent of silver was worth approximately 6,000 denarii, or roughly 20 years' wages for a common laborer. 5 talents, then, represented a century's earnings. Even the servant who received 1 talent was entrusted with a fortune that would have taken him 2 decades to earn on his own. The amounts are deliberately extreme, as is typical of Jesus' parables, because the point is not the money. The point is the trust. The master is placing his wealth in the hands of his servants, not as a loan, but as a commission, an act of confidence that says, I believe you can do something with this. I am giving you responsibility because I believe you are capable of handling it. Use it, invest it, multiply it, and when I return, show me what you have done. The man who had received 5 talents went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 more. So also the one with 2 talents gained 2 more. But the man who had received 1 talent went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money. The first 2 servants act with initiative and boldness. They invest. They take risks. They put the master's money to work, which in the ancient world meant lending it out at interest or entering into trade ventures, activities that involved genuine uncertainty and genuine possibility of loss. They do not play it safe. They do not sit on the money and wait. They use it actively and energetically, and by the time the master returns, they have doubled what they were given. The 5-talent servant presents 10. The 2-talent servant presents 4. The proportion is the same. 100% return achieved through effort, risk, and faithful stewardship. The master's response to both is identical, word for word. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness. The phrase, a few things, is almost comically understated. 5 talents is not a few things. 10 talents is not a few things. But in the economy of the kingdom, even the largest earthly sum is small compared to what the master has in store for those who prove faithful. The reward for good stewardship is not retirement. It is more responsibility, greater trust, deeper involvement in the master's enterprise. And the ultimate reward is not a bigger paycheck but a relationship. Come and share your master's happiness. The invitation is not to a bonus, but to a banquet, not to a promotion, but to a partnership. And the joy of the master is the real treasure, beside which even 10 talents is a trifle. Then the man who had received 1 talent came. Master, he said, I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown, and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid, and went out and hid your talent in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you." The 1-talent servant's speech is a masterpiece of defensive self-justification, and it reveals everything about why he failed. He begins not with an account of his stewardship, but with an accusation against his master. "You are a hard man. You reap where you have not sown. You gather where you have not scattered." The servant's portrait of the master is the portrait of an exploiter, a tyrant, a man who demands results without providing resources, who takes what he has not earned, and punishes those who fail to deliver the impossible. And because this is how the servant sees the master, his response is not initiative, but paralysis, not investment, but burial. He was afraid. He hid the money. He protected himself against the possibility of loss by refusing to engage with the possibility of gain. The master's response is withering. "You wicked, lazy servant! So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the bankers, so that when I returned I would have received it back with interest." The master does not dispute the servant's characterization. He does not say, "You're wrong about me. I'm actually quite kind." He says, in effect, "Even if your view of me were correct, even if I were the hard, demanding tyrant you claim I am, your response was still wrong. If you were that afraid of me, you should have been more afraid of doing nothing than of doing something. Even the most minimal action, depositing the money with bankers, which involved no risk and no initiative and no effort beyond walking to the exchange, would have been better than burying the talent in a hole. Your fear did not lead to caution. It led to paralysis. And paralysis in the kingdom of God is not a neutral position. It is a failure. The master orders the 1 talent taken from the servant and given to the one who has 10, and he announces a principle that sounds harsh, but describes the relentless logic of stewardship. For whoever has will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. The principle is not about wealth. It is about use. The person who uses what they are given will receive more to use. The person who buries what they are given will lose even that. Faithfulness multiplies. Fear subtracts. And the kingdom has no room for servants who bury their talents in the ground and call it prudence. The parable of the 10 Minas, found in Luke's 19th chapter, is sometimes confused with the parable of the talents, but the differences between the two are significant enough to warrant separate attention. Where the talents parable gives different amounts to different servants based on their ability, the Minas parable gives every servant the same amount, 1 mina each. A mina was worth about 100 denarii, or roughly 3 months' wages for a laborer. It was a substantial sum, but far smaller than a talent, and the equality of the distribution changes the nature of the test. In the talents parable, the question is, what will you do with the specific amount you were given, recognizing that different people have different capacities? In the Minas parable, the question is, given the same opportunity, the same resources, the same starting point, what will each person produce? The context of the Minas parable is also distinct. Luke tells us that Jesus told it because he was near Jerusalem, and the people thought that the kingdom of God was going to appear at once. The disciples and the crowds were expecting Jesus to march into the capital, overthrow the Romans, and establish the messianic kingdom in a single dramatic stroke. The parable is a correction of that expectation. A man of noble birth goes to a distant country to have himself appointed king and then to return. Before he leaves, he gives 10 of his servants 1 mina each and tells them, "Put this money to work until I come back." The departure to a distant country to receive a kingdom mirrors a historical event that Jesus' audience would have recognized. In 4 BC, after the death of Herod the Great, His son Archelaus had traveled to Rome to be confirmed as king of Judea by Emperor Augustus, and a delegation of Jews had followed him to Rome to protest his appointment, arguing that they did not want him to rule over them. Augustus confirmed Archelaus anyway, and Archelaus returned to Judea and dealt harshly with those who had opposed him. The parallel is deliberate. Jesus is the nobleman who goes away to receive his kingdom. The religious leaders are the citizens who send a delegation saying, "We do not want this man to be our king." And the servants are the followers who are left behind with instructions to put the money to work until he, Ben, returns. When the king returns, he summons his servants. The first has turned 1 mina into 10. "Well done, my good servant," the king says. "Because you have been trustworthy in a very small matter, take charge of 10 cities." The second has turned 1 mina into 5, and he is given 5 cities. The proportion of reward is different from the talents parable. There, both the 5-talent and 2-talent servants received the same verbal commendation. Here, the reward scales with the result. 10 minas earns 10 cities. 5 minas earns 5 cities. The principle is that faithfulness in small things leads to authority over large things, and the scale of the authority is proportional to the scale of the faithfulness. Then another servant comes and presents his 1 mina, wrapped in a piece of cloth. "Sir, here is your mina. I have kept it laid away in a piece of cloth. I was afraid of you, because you are a hard man. You take out what you did not put in, and reap what you did not sow." The echo of the 1-talent servant is unmistakable, and the master's response follows the same devastating logic. "If you knew I was a hard man, why did you not at least put the money in the bank?" The mina is taken from him and given to the servant who has 10, and the bystanders, in a detail unique to Luke's version, protest, "Sir, he already has 10. The king's reply is the same principle stated in the talents. "I tell you that to everyone who has, more will be given, but as for the one who has nothing, even what they have will be taken away." But Luke's parable adds a final element that the talents parable does not. The king addresses those citizens who had sent a delegation opposing his rule. "But those enemies of mine who did not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me." The violence of this conclusion has disturbed readers, and it should. It is not a statement about how Jesus treats his enemies in the present. It is a statement about the ultimate fate of those who reject his kingship, told in the language of ancient royal authority, where opposition to the king was treason, and treason was punishable by death. The minas parable is not merely about stewardship, it is about sovereignty. The king has gone away, but he is coming back, and when he returns, every account will be settled. The faithful will be rewarded, the fearful will be exposed, and the rebellious will be judged. From the extended narrative of the talents and the minas, Jesus compresses the theme of readiness into 2 shorter parables that strip it to its essence. The parable of the faithful and wise servant, found in both Matthew and Luke, poses the question in its most direct form. What kind of servant does the master want to find when he comes home? Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom the master has put in charge of the servants in his household to give them their food at the proper time? It will be good for that servant whose master finds him doing so when he returns. Truly I tell you, he will put him in charge of all his possessions. The faithful servant is not doing anything spectacular. He is not performing miracles. He is not making dramatic sacrifices. He is not engaged in heroic feats of spiritual athleticism. He is doing his job. He is feeding the household at the proper time. He is performing the daily, unglamorous, repetitive work of caring for the people entrusted to him, and he is doing it whether the master is watching or not. The faithfulness is not in the grandeur of the task, but in the consistency of the performance. The wise servant is the one who does on Tuesday what he did on Monday, who does in the master's absence what he would do in the master's presence, who does not change his behavior when no one is looking because the behavior was never performed for the audience. He serves because serving is what he does. He feeds because feeding is what he was appointed to do. And when the master returns, unexpectedly, at an hour no one predicted, the faithful servant is found doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing all along. The contrast is the wicked servant, and Jesus describes him with the unflinching honesty of someone who has seen this character many times before. But suppose that servant is wicked and says to himself, "My master is staying away a long time," and he then begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards. The wicked servant does not abandon his post. He does not run away. He stays in the household. He continues to hold his position. But the master's absence has changed him. The delay has corroded his faithfulness, drip by drip, until the servant who was entrusted with the care of others has become their abuser. He beats his fellow servants. He indulges himself. He eats and drinks with drunkards. The delay has not created his wickedness. It has revealed it. The master's presence was the only thing restraining him, and with the master gone, the restraint is gone, and the true character of the man emerges like a bruise appearing on skin that was struck hours ago. The master returns at an hour the servant does not expect, and on a day he does not anticipate, and the reckoning is severe. He will cut him to pieces and assign him a place with the hypocrites, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The punishment is extreme, almost violent in its language, and the word hypocrites is significant. The wicked servant is not called a pagan or an outsider. He is called a hypocrite, a man who wore the mask of faithfulness while the master was watching and removed it the moment the master left. His sin is not ignorance. It is pretense. He knew what was expected. He did it when it served his interests. He stopped the moment he thought he could get away with it. And the master's return exposes the pretense with a finality that admits no appeal. The parable of the watchful servants, found in Mark's 13th chapter and echoed in Luke, is the shortest and most distilled expression of the readiness theme, and it functions as a kind of summary statement, a final exhortation that gathers all the preceding parables into a single urgent command. It's like a man going away. He leaves his house and puts his servants in charge, each with their assigned task, and tells the one at the door to keep watch. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know when the owner of the house will come back, whether in the evening or at midnight, or when the rooster crows, or at dawn. If he comes suddenly, do not let him find you sleeping. What I say to you, I say to everyone, watch. The 4 watches of the night, evening, midnight, cockcrow, and dawn, divide the darkness into equal portions of uncertainty, and the point is that the master's return could fall in any of them. There is no privileged hour, no inside information, no way to calculate the timing and set your alarm accordingly. The uncertainty is deliberate, built into the structure of the waiting, and the only rational response to permanent uncertainty is permanent readiness. Each servant has an assigned task. This is a detail that connects the watchful servants to the faithful and wise servant, and to the talents. The waiting is not idle. It is not empty. The servants are not sitting in a dark house doing nothing, staring at the door, waiting for a knock. They are working. They are performing their assigned tasks, each one according to the responsibility they were given. And the watching is not a separate activity from the working. The watching is the working. To be watchful is to be faithful. To be ready is to be busy with the work you were given. The servant who is most likely to be caught sleeping when the master returns is the servant who stopped doing his job, who decided the master was not coming, who let the delay erode his discipline and the darkness swallow his diligence. And then the final word, the word that Jesus addresses not just to the disciples on the Mount of Olives, but to everyone who will ever hear these parables, across every century, in every language, under every sky. Watch. The command is a single word in the Greek, Gregorite, and it means be alert, be vigilant, be awake in the way that matters, the way that has oil in the jar, and money in the market, and food on the table when the master walks through the door. Watch, because the hour is coming, because the bridegroom will arrive, because the master will return. And the only question that any of these parables has ever asked is whether you will be ready when he does. These 5 parables, told in the shadow of the temple, in the final days before the arrest and the trial and the cross, form the most sustained and urgent warning in all of Jesus' teaching. The 10 virgins warn against unpreparedness. The talents warn against inaction. The minas warn against rebellion. The faithful servant warns against hypocrisy. The watchful servants warn against complacency. Together they compose a single, relentless, 5-fold appeal. The master is coming, the hour is unknown, the delay is a test, the reckoning is certain, and the only thing that separates the wise from the foolish, the faithful from the wicked, the rewarded from the ruined, is what you did with the time you were given, and whether you were still doing it when the knock came at the door. The knock has not yet come. The door has not yet opened. The master is still on his journey, and the servants are still in the house, and the night is still dark, and the lamps are still burning for now. But the foundation of the house matters, and the shape of the life matters, and the choices that seem small in the daylight of ordinary time will prove decisive in the darkness of the hour no one knows. The next parables will turn from the question of readiness to the question of foundations. What do you build your life on? And what happens when the storm arrives? Because readiness without foundation is just alertness without structure, a sentinel standing on sand. And the kingdom Jesus has been describing throughout his ministry is not merely something to be watched for, waited on, and prepared to receive. It is something to be built upon. It is something that changes the nature of the materials. It is something that cannot be poured into old containers or stitched onto old fabric or defeated by the powers that once held the world in their grip. The parables in this section are shorter than many of the others, some of them barely a breath, but their brevity is deceptive. They are compressed like springs, and the force they release when they uncoil is enough to rearrange everything. The parable of the wise and foolish builders sits at the very end of the Sermon on the Mount, the most famous sustained teaching in the Gospels, and its placement is not accidental. Jesus has spent 3 chapters, Matthew 5 through 7, laying out the most radical, moral, and spiritual vision the world had ever heard. He has told his listeners to love their enemies, to turn the other cheek, to pray in secret, to forgive without limit, to seek first the kingdom of God, and let everything else follow. He has described a righteousness that exceeds that of the Pharisees, not in its external performance, but in its internal reality. A righteousness of the heart that extends the prohibition against murder to include anger, that extends the prohibition against adultery to include lust, that refuses to let the outer life and the inner life occupy different moral universes. He has said things that no rabbi before him ever said, and that most of his listeners have never imagined hearing. And now, at the close of it all, with the crowd still sitting on the hillside trying to absorb what they have just heard, he tells them a story that puts the entire sermon to a single binary test. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash. The parable is almost absurdly simple in its imagery, and that simplicity is part of its genius, because the choice it describes is also simple, and Jesus wants no one to pretend they did not understand it. 2 builders, 2 houses, 1 storm. The only difference is the foundation. The terrain of Palestine made this parable vivid to the point of autobiographical recognition. In the dry season, the wadis, the seasonal riverbeds that scar the landscape of Judea and Galilee, are flat, smooth, inviting surfaces of packed sand and gravel. They look like ideal building sites. The ground is level, the drainage is good, the surface is easy to work with. A man could build a house on a wadi bed in a fraction of the time it would take to excavate rock, lay footings, and construct a proper foundation on the hillside above. And for months, perhaps for years, the house on the sand would look identical to the house on the rock. Both would stand. Both would shelter their inhabitants. Both would appear solid, permanent, finished. A visitor walking through the village would not be able to tell the difference. The distinction between the two houses is entirely invisible, buried beneath the surface, hidden in the foundation that no one sees and no one thinks about until the day it matters. And then the rains come. The winter rains in Palestine could be torrential, and when they fell on the hills above the wadis, the water cascaded downhill in flash floods that could turn a dry riverbed into a raging torrent in minutes. The transformation was sudden, violent, and indiscriminate. The water did not check the quality of the foundations before it struck. It hit everything with the same force, the same fury, the same impartial, churning power. And the house on the rock, the house whose foundation went deep, whose footings were sunk into something that could not be moved, stood. And the house on the sand, the house whose construction was faster and easier and cheaper, and right up until the moment of the flood, indistinguishable from the other, fell. And great was its fall. Matthew adds that final phrase with the blunt satisfaction of a man who has seen it happen, who knows what a collapsed house looks like, who has heard the sound of timber and plaster and clay and everything a family owned crashing into the mud. The parable makes a single absolute claim. Hearing the words of Jesus is not enough. Understanding them is not enough. Admiring them, quoting them, teaching them, writing books about them, none of it is enough. The only foundation that holds is practice, doing. The active, daily, unglamorous, often costly work of putting into action the things Jesus has said. The wise builder is not the person with the most sophisticated theological understanding or the most moving emotional response to the sermon. The wise builder is the person who goes home and does what Jesus said, who loves the enemy, who turns the cheek, who forgives the debt, who prays in the closet instead of on the corner, who seeks the kingdom first and lets the rest sort itself out. This person's life will be tested, just as surely as the others. The storm comes for everyone. The rains fall on the just and the unjust alike, as Jesus himself observed earlier in the same sermon. The difference is not the presence or absence of the storm. The difference is whether the thing you built your life on can withstand it. The foolish builder is not a bad person. He is not a villain. He is simply a man who heard the sermon and did not act on it. He enjoyed the teaching. He found it inspiring. He went home and built his life on the same foundation he had always used: convenience, comfort, the path of least resistance, the ground that was easiest to work with. He did not reject Jesus' words. He simply set them aside, the way you set aside a book you intend to finish someday, and built on the sand because the sand was there and the rock required too much digging. And when the flood came, it was too late to change foundations. You cannot relay footings while the water is rising. You cannot excavate rock while the walls are cracking. The time for foundation work is before the storm, in the dry season, when the sky is clear and the urgency feels abstract, and the sand looks perfectly solid, and the extra effort of building on rock seems unnecessary. The parable insists that the effort is not unnecessary. It is the only thing that matters. Matthew records that when Jesus finished the Sermon on the Mount, the crowds were amazed at his teaching, because he taught as one who had authority, not as their teachers of the law. The authority the crowds sensed was not merely rhetorical. It was the authority of a man who had just told them, without equivocation, that his words were the rock, not the Torah, though Jesus revered the Torah. not the tradition of the elders, though Jesus engaged with it seriously. His words. Everyone who hears these words of mine. The claim is staggering in its audacity, and it is either the most arrogant statement ever made by a human being or the most important one. Jesus is claiming that his teaching is the bedrock of reality, the foundation on which a human life must be built if it is to survive the flood, and anyone who builds on anything else, no matter how plausible it looks in the dry season, will hear the crash. From the foundation beneath the house, Jesus turns to the container that holds the wine, and the parables of new wine in old wineskins and the patched garment arrive together, a matched pair, two images making the same point from different angles. They appear in all three synoptic Gospels, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and the occasion is a question about fasting. The disciples of John the Baptist and the Pharisees are fasting, and someone asks Jesus why his disciples do not fast. The question is loaded with implied criticism. If Jesus is truly a teacher of God's law, why do his followers not observe the traditional practices of piety? Fasting was a cornerstone of Jewish devotion, a physical expression of spiritual discipline, and the fact that Jesus' disciples were not doing it looked to the fasting establishment like sloppiness at best and heresy at worst. Jesus answers first with a metaphor about a bridegroom and wedding guests, saying that you do not fast while the bridegroom is present, only after he is taken away. And then, before the questioner can respond, he launches into the twin parables that explain not just why his disciples do not fast, but why the entire framework of the question is wrong. No one sews a patch of unshrunk cloth on an old garment. Otherwise, the new piece will pull away from the old, making the tear worse. The image is drawn from the domestic life that every person in his audience understood. Cloth in the ancient world was woven from wool or linen, and new cloth, cloth that had not yet been washed and worn, had not yet undergone the shrinking that comes with the first few cycles of soaking and drying. If you took a piece of this unshrunk fabric and sewed it onto an old, worn garment as a patch, the first time the garment got wet, the new patch would shrink, while the old fabric around it did not, and the tension between the two would tear the garment apart. The patch, instead of repairing the damage, would make it worse. The old garment would be ruined not despite the patch, but because of it. Jesus is saying something radical about the relationship between his teaching and the existing religious system. He is not offering a patch. He is not providing a minor repair to the existing garment of Jewish piety, a small adjustment here, a slight modification there, or a new insight that can be seamlessly integrated into the old framework. What he is bringing is unshrunk cloth, new and vital and full of tension. And if you try to stitch it onto the old fabric, the result will not be a repaired garment, but a destroyed one. The old and the new are incompatible, not because the old is bad. Jesus has already said he has not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, but because the new cannot be contained within the old. The new is too alive, too dynamic, and too full of its own energy. It will not sit quietly inside the old structure. It will pull and strain and tear until the structure gives way. And then the second image, which makes the same point even more forcefully. And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise, the wine will burst the skins, and both the wine and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins. Wineskins in the ancient world were made from animal hides, usually goat, and they served as the primary container for fermenting and storing wine. New wineskins were supple, flexible, elastic, and capable of expanding as the wine inside them fermented and produced carbon dioxide. Old wineskins, by contrast, had already been stretched to their limit by previous batches of wine. They were stiff, brittle, rigid, and incapable of further expansion. If you poured new wine, still actively fermenting, still generating gas, still expanding into an old wineskin. The pressure would build until the skin split, and both the wine and the skin would be lost. The wine would pour out onto the ground. The skin would be torn beyond repair. Both would be wasted. The only safe container for new wine was a new wineskin, one that had the flexibility to accommodate the energy of what was being poured into it. The parable is not about wine. It is about the kingdom. The new wine is the reality that Jesus is introducing into the world, the kingdom of God, with its radical reversals, its scandalous inclusivity, its insistence that the last will be first, its refusal to fit inside the categories that the religious establishment has spent centuries constructing. This new wine is alive. It is fermenting. It is generating pressure. It is expanding with an energy that will not be contained. And the old wineskins, the rigid structures of Pharisaic piety, the fixed categories of clean and unclean, the elaborate system of rules and regulations that had accumulated around the Torah like barnacles on the hull of a ship, cannot hold it. They are too stiff. They have been stretched as far as they can go. And if Jesus tries to pour his teaching into them, if he tries to reduce the kingdom of God to a set of modifications to the existing system, the skins will burst and everything will be lost. The implication is not that Judaism is obsolete or that the law is worthless. The implication is that what Jesus is bringing requires new structures, new categories, new ways of thinking and living and worshiping that are supple enough to contain the energy of the kingdom. You cannot take the parable of the Prodigal Son and file it under traditional wisdom about family obligations. You cannot take the Good Samaritan and categorize it as an extension of existing neighborliness, legislation. You cannot take love your enemies and fit it neatly into a system designed around love your neighbor and hate your enemy. The new wine explodes these containers. It requires something new wineskins, new communities, new practices, new ways of being the people of God that are as alive and flexible and responsive as the wine itself. Luke, characteristically, adds a detail that neither Matthew nor Mark includes, and it is a detail that reveals Luke's awareness of human nature at its most stubbornly conservative. And no one, after drinking old wine, wants the new, for they say, the old is better. The line is almost wistful. Luke knows that the old wine tastes better. Aged wine is smoother, more refined, more palatable than the raw, rough, still fermenting new vintage. People prefer the familiar. They prefer the system they know, the rules they have mastered, the religion they have already figured out. The new wine is strange. It is unsettling. It has not yet mellowed into something comfortable. And many people, given the choice, will reach for the old bottle every time, not because the old is objectively superior, but because the old is known, and the known is always more comfortable than the unknown, even when the unknown is the kingdom of God. From the question of containers, Jesus turns to the question of power, and the parable of the strong man, brief as a thunderclap, addresses something that none of the preceding parables have directly confronted: the existence of an enemy, a force of active, organized, personal evil that holds the world in its grip and that must be overcome before the kingdom can advance. The context is a confrontation. Jesus has cast out a demon, and the Pharisees, unable to deny the reality of the exorcism but unwilling to accept its implications, have accused him of casting out demons by the power of Beelzebul, the prince of demons. It is the most serious accusation they have leveled against him because it does not deny his power. It attributes his power to the wrong source. They are saying, yes, you can cast out demons, but you do it because you are in league with Satan. Your miracles are satanic. Your healings are demonic. The power that flows through you comes from the pit. not from heaven. Jesus demolishes the accusation with a logical argument. Every kingdom divided against itself will be laid waste. And then he tells a parable that explains what is actually happening in his ministry. How can anyone enter a strong man's house and carry off his possessions unless he first ties up the strong man? Then he can plunder his house. The parable is barely 2 sentences long, and its imagery is drawn from the world of robbery and home invasion, which gives it a raw, violent energy that contrasts sharply with the domestic gentleness of seeds and lamps and lost coins. The strong man is Satan, the ruler of the present age, the one who holds the world in bondage, who controls the household, who guards his possessions with the vigilance of a tyrant, who knows that everything he has was stolen and could be taken back. The strong man's possessions are the people he has bound, the demonized, the sick, the oppressed, the captive, everyone who lives under the dominion of evil and cannot free themselves. And the one who enters the strong man's house, the one who ties him up and plunders his goods, is Jesus himself. The parable is a claim of cosmic authority. Jesus is not negotiating with Satan. He is not appealing to him. He is not trying to reform the strong man's household from within. He is breaking in. He is binding the strong man. He is carrying off the possessions that the strong man believed were his. Every exorcism Jesus performs, every healing, every proclamation of the kingdom, is an act of plunder, a raid on the strong man's house, a liberation of captives from a prison whose locks have just been broken. The violence of the metaphor is intentional. The kingdom of God does not advance by polite negotiation with the forces of darkness. It advances by conquest. The strong man does not release his captives voluntarily. He must be bound. His house must be entered by force. His goods must be carried off against his will. And the one doing the binding, the entering, the plundering, is the carpenter from Nazareth, who has just cast out a demon and been accused of working for the other side. The accusation is not merely wrong. It is backwards. Jesus is not the strong man's ally. He is the strong man's destroyer. And every demon cast out, every chain broken, every captive set free is proof that the strong man has met someone stronger. Mark adds a further detail that deepens the parable's significance. In fact, no one can enter a strong man's house without first tying him up. The word "first" is crucial. Before the possessions can be liberated, the strong man must be bound. Before the captives can be freed, the captor must be neutralized. The binding precedes the plundering. The victory precedes the liberation. And Jesus is claiming that this binding has already occurred, that his ministry is the evidence of a victory that has already been won in the spiritual realm, that the exorcisms and healings and proclamations of the kingdom are not the battle itself, but the spoils of a battle already fought and decided. The strong man has been bound. The house is being plundered. The captives are being carried out into the light. And the Pharisees, standing there accusing Jesus of working for Beelzebul, are watching the liberation happen and calling it a crime. These 4 parables, the wise and foolish builders, new wine in old wineskins, the patched garment, and the strong man, deal with the structural realities of the kingdom in a way that the more narrative parables do not. They ask, what is the kingdom built on? What kind of container can hold it? Can the old structures accommodate it? And what has happened to the power that previously held the world in bondage? The answers are uncompromising. The kingdom is built on the practice of Jesus' words, and nothing else will survive the flood. The kingdom cannot be contained in old structures because its energy will tear them apart. The old and the new are not compatible, and no amount of patching will make them so. And the enemy who once ruled unchallenged has been bound by someone stronger and his house is being systematically emptied of everything he stole. The foundations have been laid. The wine is fermenting. The strong man is bound. But the cost of the kingdom has not yet been fully counted, and the parables that remain will reckon with that cost in the most specific and demanding terms Jesus has yet used. They will ask what it means to enter by the narrow door, to calculate the price of a tower before you start building, and to sit down and assess whether you have enough soldiers before you march to war. They will ask what happens to the tree that does not bear fruit, and what awaits the servant who knows what is right and does not do it. The kingdom has been described. Now it must be chosen. And the choice, as Jesus will make clear, is not without consequence. Up to this point, the parables have been full of invitation, full of doors flung open and feasts laid out, and fathers running down roads to embrace the undeserving. But invitation without expectation is sentimentality, and Jesus is never sentimental. The same teacher who told the story of the Prodigal Son also told stories about trees that were cut down for failing to produce fruit, about doors that were shut in the faces of people who arrived too late, about men who started building projects they could not finish, and kings who marched to wars they could not win. The kingdom is free, but it is not casual. It is offered to everyone, but it demands everything. And the parables in this section, gathered from various points in Jesus' ministry but unified by a single unrelenting theme, make the cost explicit in a way that leaves no room for the comfortable assumption that grace means God does not mind what you do with it. The parable of the barren fig tree appears in Luke's 13th chapter, and it arrives in the middle of a conversation about catastrophe. Someone has just told Jesus about a group of Galileans whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices, a horrifying atrocity in which the Roman governor had apparently ordered the killing of Jewish worshippers in the very act of offering their sacrifices in the temple. The implication behind the report is theological. These Galileans must have been particularly sinful, because God allowed such a terrible thing to happen to them. Suffering, in the popular theology of the day, was a consequence of sin, and catastrophic suffering implied catastrophic sin. Jesus rejects this logic with a force that must have startled his audience. Do you think that these Galileans were worse sinners than all the other Galileans because they suffered this way? I tell you, no. But unless you repent, you too will all perish. He doubles down by citing another disaster, the collapse of the tower in Siloam that killed 18 people. Were those 18 worse offenders than everyone else living in Jerusalem? No. But unless you repent, you too will all perish. The repetition is deliberate and hammer-like. Stop using other people's tragedies as evidence of their sinfulness, and start examining your own lives, because the same fate awaits you if you do not change course. And then, without transition, he tells this parable. A man had a fig tree growing in his vineyard, and he went to look for fruit on it, but did not find any. So he said to the man who took care of the vineyard, "For 3 years now I've been coming to look for fruit on this fig tree, and haven't found any. Cut it down. Why should it use up the soil?" The fig tree, in Jewish symbolism, often represented Israel itself. The prophets had used the image repeatedly. Jeremiah, Hosea, Micah, all had described Israel as a fig tree, or a vineyard that God had planted, tended, and expected to bear fruit. The owner of the vineyard in this parable has been patient. 3 years he has come looking for figs, and 3 years he has found nothing. The tree is alive. It is green. It occupies space in the vineyard. It draws nutrients from the soil. It looks like a fig tree. It does everything a fig tree does, except the one thing a fig tree exists to do: produce figs. And the owner, after 3 years of patience, has reached his limit. Cut it down. It is taking up space that could be used by something that actually produces. The gardener, the man who tends the vineyard, intercedes. "Sir, leave it alone for 1 more year, and I'll dig around it and fertilize it. If it bears fruit next year, fine. If not, then cut it down." The gardener is not denying that the tree is barren. He is not arguing that barrenness is acceptable. He is asking for time. 1 more year, 1 more chance, 1 more season of intensive care, digging and fertilizing, loosening the soil and enriching it, doing everything that can be done from the outside to create the conditions for fruit. But the gardener's plea has a limit. If it bears fruit next year, fine. If not, then cut it down. The gardener does not ask for indefinite patience. He asks for a reprieve, not a pardon. The tree will have its year. It will receive its extra care. But at the end of that year, if the branches are still bare, the axe will fall. The parable is a warning to Israel, and it is a warning spoken with the urgency of someone who can see the axe being sharpened. The 3 years of the owner's patience may correspond to the 3 years of Jesus' public ministry, during which he has been looking for the fruit of repentance and finding, in the religious establishment at least, nothing but leaves. The gardener's intercession may represent Jesus himself, pleading for more time, working to create the conditions for repentance, pouring every ounce of his teaching and healing and presence into the soil around a nation that has not yet responded. But the intercession is not unlimited. The year of grace has a boundary. The patience of God, which is vast and deep and longer suffering than any human patience, is not infinite in its expression within history. The fig tree will bear fruit, or the fig tree will be cut down. Those are the only 2 options the parable allows. The parable of the budding fig tree, found in all 3 synoptic gospels, takes the same image and turns it in a different direction. Where the barren fig tree is a warning about fruitlessness, the budding fig tree is a lesson in reading the signs. "Now learn this lesson from the fig tree," Jesus says. "As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see these things happening, you know that it is near, right at the door." The fig tree was one of the last trees in Palestine to put out its leaves in spring. Most trees began to show green in February or March, but the fig tree waited until late April or early May, and when its leaves finally appeared, everyone knew that summer was imminent. The appearance of fig leaves was not a vague, ambiguous indicator. It was a certainty. If the fig tree is budding, summer is coming. No one debates this. No one argues about it. No one says, "Well, the fig tree has leaves, but summer might not come this year." The connection between the sign and the season is absolute. Jesus is telling his disciples to read the signs of their own time with the same clarity. These things refers to the events he has just described in his discourse on the end times: the destruction of the temple, the persecution of his followers, the upheaval of nations, the darkening of the sun and moon. When you see these things beginning to happen, you should recognize them the way you recognize fig leaves in spring. The kingdom is near. The Son of Man is at the door. The season is changing, and the signs are as readable as budding branches to anyone with eyes to see them. The parable is brief, almost throwaway in its brevity, but it carries a sharp rebuke against the kind of willful blindness that Jesus has encountered throughout his ministry. The Pharisees could read the weather, as he has pointed out elsewhere, predicting rain when the clouds gathered in the west, and heat when the south wind blew, but they could not read the signs of the times. They could interpret the fig tree, but not the moment they were living in. They had the skills to discern the season, but not the will, and the failure was not intellectual, but moral. They did not lack the ability to see. They lacked the willingness. From the fig trees, Jesus turns to the question of entry, and the parable of the narrow door, found in Luke's 13th chapter, confronts the assumption that getting into the kingdom will be easy, that most people will make it, that the door is wide and the road is broad and the requirements are minimal. Someone asks him directly, "Lord, are only a few people going to be saved?" It is, in one sense, a theological question about soteriology and eschatology, but it is also a profoundly personal question, and Jesus, characteristically, does not answer it with a number. He answers it with a command. Make every effort to enter through the narrow door, because many, I tell you, will try to enter and will not be able to. The word translated as make every effort is the Greek agonizesde, from which we derive the English word agony and agonize. It is a word drawn from the world of athletic competition, the word used for the intense, all-out, muscle-straining effort of an athlete fighting to win. It does not describe casual interest. It does not describe a leisurely stroll toward an open gate. It describes the kind of desperate, total, hold-nothing-back exertion that leaves you gasping and spent and wondering if you have anything left to give. Enter through the narrow door, not the wide one, not the easy one, not the one that accommodates your baggage and your entourage and your comfortable assumptions about how things ought to work. The narrow one, the one that requires you to leave things behind, the one that squeezes you, strips you, forces you to choose what you are willing to carry and what you are willing to drop. And then Jesus extends the parable with a scene that is as dramatic as anything in his apocalyptic teaching. Once the owner of the house gets up and closes the door, you will stand outside knocking and pleading, "Sir, open the door for us." But he will answer, "I don't know you or where you come from." The protesters will cite their credentials. "We ate and drank with you. You taught in our streets. We were there. We heard the sermons. We attended the events." And the owner will repeat, with a finality that admits no negotiation, "I don't know you. Away from me, all you evildoers." The echo of the 10 virgins is present, but the context is different. Here the emphasis is not on the timing of the arrival, but on the nature of the relationship. The people knocking on the door believed they had a relationship with the owner. They believed that physical proximity to Jesus, eating in his presence and hearing his teaching, was the same as knowing him. They were spectators who mistook themselves for participants. They were in the audience, but not in the story. And when the door closes, their proximity counts for nothing, because proximity is not intimacy, and hearing is not obeying, and being in the same room as the kingdom is not the same as being in the kingdom. Jesus adds a final image that must have been particularly painful for his Jewish listeners. People will come from east and west and north and south, and will take their places at the feast in the kingdom of God. Indeed, there are those who are last who will be first, and first who will be last. The seats at the messianic banquet, the seats that Israel assumed were reserved for Israel, will be filled with people from every direction, from the Gentile nations, from the far corners of the earth, from places and peoples that the religious establishment had written off as irredeemable, and those who assumed their seats were guaranteed, who believed that ancestry and tradition and cultural proximity to the covenant were sufficient qualifications, will find themselves outside, watching through the window as strangers take their places at the table. From the terrifying image of the closed door, Jesus shifts to 2 compact parables about counting the cost, and the shift is significant because these stories are addressed not to the religious establishment, but to the crowds who are following him, the enthusiastic, excited, perhaps naively optimistic multitudes who are swept up in the momentum of his ministry and have not yet reckoned with what following him will actually require. Luke sets the scene. Large crowds were traveling with Jesus. He turned to them and said hard things about hating father and mother, about carrying your cross, about giving up everything you have. And then, to ensure they understood that these were not rhetorical flourishes but literal demands, he told 2 parables about the stupidity of starting something you cannot finish. Suppose one of you wants to build a tower. Won't you first sit down and estimate the cost to see if you have enough money to complete it? For if you lay the foundation and are not able to finish it, everyone who sees it will ridicule you, saying, 'This person began to build and wasn't able to finish.' The tower in question is most likely a watchtower in a vineyard, the kind of structure a landowner would build to protect his crops from thieves and animals. It was a practical, necessary construction, not a vanity project, but even a practical building costs money, and a man who starts building without calculating whether he can afford to finish will end up with a useless stump of stone rising from the ground, a permanent monument to his poor planning, a joke that his neighbors will tell at his expense for years to come. The ridicule is the key emotional note. In a shame and honor culture, the laughter of your neighbors was not a trivial consequence. It was social death. The man with the unfinished tower has not merely wasted his money, he has destroyed his reputation. He has announced to the world that he is a fool, a man whose ambitions exceeded his resources, who started what he could not complete. Jesus is not discouraging people from following him. He is telling them to count the cost before they start. Do not follow me because the crowds are exciting and the miracles are impressive and the movement feels like it is going somewhere. Follow me because you have calculated what it will demand, you have examined your resources, you have looked at the price tag, and you have decided that you can pay it. Because the alternative, starting and stopping, committing and quitting, laying a foundation and then walking away when the cost exceeds your expectations, is worse than never beginning at all. A half-built tower is worse than an empty field. A half-lived discipleship is worse than honest unbelief. At least, the man who never started building has not made himself a joke. The second parable extends the same logic from construction to warfare. Or suppose a king is about to go to war against another king. Won't he first sit down and consider whether he is able with 10,000 men to oppose the one coming against him with 20,000? If he is not able, he will send a delegation while the other is still a long way off and will ask for terms of peace. The military parable raises the stakes to their highest possible level, because the consequence of miscalculation in war is not ridicule but annihilation. A king who marches out with 10,000 soldiers against an army of 20,000 without first considering whether he can win is not brave. He is suicidal. He is gambling with the lives of his men, with the fate of his kingdom, with everything that depends on his judgment, and if he loses, which the arithmetic strongly suggests he will, there will be no second chance. The battlefield does not offer do-overs. The parable does not tell the king he must always fight. It tells him he must always calculate. If he can win, let him fight. If he cannot, let him negotiate while there is still time. The point is not cowardice. The point is realism. The refusal to let enthusiasm substitute for assessment. The discipline of sitting down, the parable says it twice, before you act, and reckoning with what you are getting into. Following Jesus is a war, not a parade. The enemy is real. The casualties are real. The cost is real. And the person who marches into discipleship without counting that cost will find themselves on a battlefield they did not expect, facing an opposition they did not anticipate, wishing they had thought about this a little more carefully before they left home. Jesus concludes both parables with a statement that makes the application explicit. In the same way, those of you who do not give up everything you have cannot be my disciples. The word everything is not a figure of speech. It is a literal demand, or at least a demand that functions at the level of willingness. Everything you have, everything you cling to, everything you define yourself by, must be held loosely enough that you can release it when the kingdom requires. The tower builder must be willing to spend his last coin. The king must be willing to risk his last soldier. The disciple must be willing to lose everything, because following Jesus is not an addition to your existing life. It is a replacement of it. From the cost of entering the kingdom, Jesus turns to the attitude that should characterize those who are already in it. And the parable of the master and servant, found in Luke's 17th chapter, addresses one of the most subtle and dangerous temptations of the faithful: the belief that obedience earns credit, that faithfulness creates a claim, that doing what you are supposed to do entitles you to a reward beyond the doing itself. Suppose one of you has a servant plowing or looking after sheep. Will he say to the servant when he comes in from the field, "Come along now and sit down to eat"? Won't he rather say, "Prepare my supper, get yourself ready, and wait on me while I eat and drink. After that, you may eat and drink"? Will he thank the servant because he did what he was told to do? The answer, in the social world of first-century Palestine, is obvious. No, the master will not thank the servant for doing his job. The servant's obedience is not an act of generosity. It is an act of obligation. The servant is a servant. Plowing the field and tending the sheep and preparing the master's supper are what servants do. They are not favors. They are not extras. They are the baseline, the minimum, the expected performance for which no special recognition is warranted. A servant who plows a field and then expects a standing ovation has misunderstood the nature of his position. Jesus applies this directly. So you also, when you have done everything you were told to do, should say, "We are unworthy servants. We have only done our duty." The parable is a cold bath for anyone who has been keeping score. It dismantles the internal ledger that every religious person at some level maintains: the record of prayers offered, services attended, donations made, temptations resisted, good deeds performed, all tallied up against a future claim on God's favor. The parable says, even when you have done everything, even when your obedience has been perfect, even when you have not missed a single command or neglected a single duty, you are still unworthy servants. You have only done what you were supposed to do. The performance of duty does not generate surplus credit. Obedience is not a deposit in a spiritual bank account that accumulates interest over time. It is simply what is expected. And the moment you begin to feel that God owes you something for your faithfulness, you have crossed a line from service into transaction, from love into commerce, from the kingdom of grace into the kingdom of wages, and the kingdom of wages, as earlier parables have made devastatingly clear, is a kingdom in which no one can survive. This is not a denial of reward. Jesus has spoken frequently about rewards in the kingdom, about treasures stored up in heaven, about the master who says, "Well done," and about inviting the faithful servant to share his happiness. But the reward is not earned. It is given. It is the master's prerogative, not the servant's right. And the servant who demands it, who approaches God with a ledger full of good works and says, "I have done all of this, so you owe me," has fundamentally misunderstood the relationship. The father of the prodigal son did not owe the older brother a party. The landowner did not owe the dawn workers more than a denarius. God does not owe anyone anything. He gives freely, lavishly, with the extravagant generosity that runs through every parable like a river. But the gift is a gift. It is not a payment. And the servant who mistakes the gift for a payment has confused the Father's house with a factory. The final parable in this section is not, strictly speaking, a parable at all. It is a prophetic vision a picture of the last judgment delivered in the form of a story, and it is the most comprehensive and the most sobering account Jesus ever gave of how the final sorting will work. The parable of the sheep and the goats, found in Matthew's 25th chapter, is the last parable in the last extended discourse in Matthew's Gospel, and it arrives with the weight of a final word, the last thing the teacher wants to say before the narrative turns toward Gethsemane, the trial, and the cross. When the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. The image of a shepherd separating sheep from goats would have been immediately familiar. In Palestine, mixed flocks were common, with sheep and goats grazing together during the day, but they were typically separated at night, because goats were less tolerant of cold and needed shelter, while sheep could endure the open air. The separation was a routine agricultural task, performed every evening, and the shepherd knew his animals well enough to sort them quickly and without error. Sheep to the right, the position of honor and favor. Goats to the left, the position of lesser status. The image is domestic, ordinary, almost mundane, but the reality it represents is anything but. The king, who is also the shepherd, who is also the Son of Man, addresses the sheep first. Come, you who are blessed by my Father. Take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me. The righteous are bewildered. Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? The king's answer is the single most revolutionary statement about ethics in the entire Bible. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. The implications are vertiginous. Jesus is saying that he is present, personally, mystically, really present, in the hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the naked, the sick, and the imprisoned. He is not saying that these people are like him, or that they represent him, or that serving them is analogous to serving him. He is saying that serving them is serving him. When you fed the hungry person, you fed me. When you clothed the naked person, you clothed me. When you visited the prisoner, you visited me. The identification is total, absolute, and non-metaphorical. Christ is in the poor. Christ is in the suffering. Christ is in the least and the last and the lowest. And every act of mercy directed toward them is received by him as a personal gift, and every act of neglect directed toward them is experienced by him as a personal wound. The goats receive the opposite verdict. Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me. The goats are equally bewildered. Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? And the king's response is the mirror image of what he said to the sheep. Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. The goats are not condemned for grand acts of evil. They are not murderers, thieves, blasphemers, or idolaters. They are condemned for what they did not do. They walked past the hungry. They ignored the thirsty. They closed their doors to the stranger. They averted their eyes from the sick and the imprisoned. They committed no crime. They simply committed nothing. They lived their lives without interrupting them for the sake of someone who was suffering. And the absence of mercy, the mere failure to act, is enough to place them on the left side of the throne. The sin of omission in this parable carries the same weight as the sin of commission. What you did not do is as damning as what you did. The parable is also remarkable for what it does not mention. Not once does the king ask the sheep or the goats about their theology. He does not ask what they believed about the Trinity, or the atonement, or the nature of the resurrection. He does not ask how often they prayed, how regularly they attended synagogue, how precisely they observed the Sabbath. He does not ask about their doctrinal positions, their denominational affiliations, their interpretation of difficult passages. He asks only about what they did for the hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the naked, the sick, and the imprisoned. This is not because theology does not matter. It is because the theology has already been tested, and the test was not an examination, but a life. What you believe is revealed by what you do, and what you do for the least of these is the final, definitive, unanswerable revelation of what you actually believe about the King on the throne. The sheep did not know they were serving Christ. This is perhaps the most astonishing detail in the entire parable. Their service was not motivated by the knowledge that the poor person in front of them was Jesus in disguise. They did not feed the hungry because they thought, "This might be the Son of Man, so I had better be generous." They fed the hungry because the hungry person was hungry, and feeding hungry people is what merciful people do. Their mercy was unself-conscious, uncalculating, unaware of its own theological significance. They were not performing for an audience. They were not accumulating merit. They were simply being who they were, and who they were turned out to be the kind of people who feed the hungry and clothe the naked and visit the sick, not because they expected a reward, but because they could not walk past suffering without responding to it. The goats, too, did not know they were neglecting Christ. They would have been horrified to learn that the beggar they ignored was the king in disguise. They would have acted differently, surely, if they had known. But the parable does not accept this defense, because the whole point is that you are not supposed to know. You are not supposed to treat people well only when you know they are important. You are supposed to treat people well because they are people, because they are hungry, because they are sick, because they are in prison and alone and forgotten. And if you need the additional motivation of knowing that the person is actually Jesus before you will lift a finger to help, then your mercy is not mercy at all. It is calculated self-interest wearing the mask of compassion, and the king on the throne sees through every mask. These 7 parables, the barren fig tree, the budding fig tree, the narrow door, the tower builder, the king going to war, the master and servant, and the sheep and the goats, constitute the most demanding and least comfortable portion of Jesus' parabolic teaching. They are the parables that keep the kingdom from becoming a greeting card, the ones that insist that grace has teeth, that invitation implies expectation, that the door is open but not forever, that the cost must be counted, and the fruit must be borne, and the mercy must be extended, and the least of these must be served. They are the parables of consequence, and they stand as a permanent corrective to any version of the kingdom that is all welcome and no demand, all comfort and no cost, all feast and no reckoning. The cost has been counted. The warnings have been given. The sheep and the goats have been separated, at least in the telling. But the story is not finished, because Jesus has one more cluster of images to offer, drawn not from the fields and the marketplace and the judgment hall, but from the most intimate spaces of his own final days. The shepherd who lays down his life, the vine that sustains the branches, and the grain of wheat that falls into the ground and dies. These are the last parables, the ones closest to the cross, and they carry within them the final revelation of what the kingdom costs its king. They come from the Gospel of John, which records none of the traditional parables found in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. None of the seeds and soils and lost coins and prodigal sons, but which offers instead a series of extended metaphors, images so intimate and so saturated with the consciousness of approaching death that they feel less like teaching and more like confession. In these final images, Jesus is no longer describing the kingdom from the outside, no longer telling stories about other people's vineyards and other people's sheep and other people's banquets. He is placing himself at the center of the image. He is the shepherd. He is the vine. He is the seed. And the fate that awaits each of these figures, the shepherd who dies, the vine that is pruned, the seed that falls into the ground, is the fate that awaits him. And he knows it. And he tells the parables anyway, with a clarity that is almost unbearable in its composure. The parable of the Good Shepherd appears in John's 10th chapter, and it arrives in the aftermath of a healing that has enraged the Pharisees. Jesus has given sight to a man born blind, and the religious authorities, unable to deny the miracle and unwilling to accept its implications, have excommunicated the healed man from the synagogue. They have thrown out the sheep, and Jesus, finding the man afterward, uses the occasion to draw a portrait of leadership that indicts every shepherd Israel has ever had and offers himself as the alternative. Very truly, I tell you, Pharisees, anyone who does not enter the sheep pen by the gate, but climbs in by some other way, is a thief and a robber. The one who enters by the gate is the shepherd of the sheep. The sheep pen in first-century Palestine was a stone enclosure, roofless, with a single narrow opening that served as both entrance and exit. At night, several flocks might be gathered into the same pen for safety, watched over by a gatekeeper, and in the morning each shepherd would come to the gate and call his own sheep out by name. The sheep knew their shepherd's voice and would follow him, ignoring the calls of other shepherds, because the relationship between shepherd and flock in the ancient world was not the industrial, impersonal, mass-production affair that modern agriculture has made it. A Palestinian shepherd lived with his sheep. He walked with them. He slept beside them. He named them individually, and they recognized his particular call the way a child recognizes the voice of a parent in a crowded room. The thieves and robbers who climb in by some other way are, in the immediate context, the Pharisees who have just excommunicated the blind man, the religious leaders who claim authority over the flock but who did not enter through the proper gate, who seized their positions through political maneuvering and social coercion rather than through genuine calling and genuine care. But the image extends beyond the Pharisees to every false leader in every generation who has claimed the shepherd's authority without the shepherd's heart, who has used the flock for his own purposes rather than serving the flock for its own good, who has climbed into the pen through the window of ambition or manipulation rather than walking through the gate of legitimate, self-giving love. Jesus then makes the identification explicit, and the explicitness is what separates John's metaphors from the synoptic parables. In Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Jesus tells stories about other shepherds, other farmers, other kings. In John, he says, I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The phrase I am carries immense theological weight in John's Gospel. It echoes the divine name revealed to Moses at the burning bush, the name God gave when Moses asked who was sending him. I am who I am. Every time Jesus says I am in John's Gospel, he is making a claim that goes beyond metaphor, beyond illustration, beyond the pedagogical conventions of rabbinic teaching. He is identifying himself with the God of Israel, and the identification is inseparable from the image that follows it. I am the Good Shepherd. The God who spoke from the burning bush is the shepherd who lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand, Jesus continues, is not the shepherd and does not own the sheep. So when he sees the wolf coming, he abandons the sheep and runs away. Then the wolf attacks the flock and scatters it. The man runs away because he is a hired hand and cares nothing for the sheep. The hired hand is not a villain in the way the thief is a villain. He is not actively predatory. He does not come to steal, kill, or destroy. He is simply an employee, a man who tends sheep for wages rather than for love. And when the cost of tending the sheep exceeds the wages he receives for it, when the wolf appears at the edge of the field, and the calculation shifts from routine to dangerous, the hired hand makes the rational economic decision. His life is worth more than his pay, and the sheep are not his, and the wolf can have them. He abandons the flock and saves himself, and by the cold logic of self-interest, he is not wrong. No one would blame a hired worker for running from a wolf. The sheep are someone else's property. The risk is not his to take. He was paid to watch them graze, not to die for them. But the Good Shepherd is not a hired hand, and his relationship to the sheep is not a transaction. He does not tend them for wages. He tends them because they are his, and because they are his, he will not abandon them. Not when the wolf comes, not when the night falls, not when the cost of staying exceeds every calculation of self-interest he could ever make. The Good Shepherd lays down his life for the sheep, not risks his life, lays it down. The language is deliberate, active, voluntary. The shepherd does not simply happen to die in the course of defending the flock. He chooses to die. He places his body between the wolf and the sheep, knowing what the wolf will do, and he does not run. Jesus extends the image further, and the extension carries the parable beyond the immediate context of Israel's failed leadership into the broadest possible vision of his mission. I have other sheep that are not of this sheep pen. I must bring them also. They too will listen to my voice, and there shall be one flock and one shepherd. The other sheep are the Gentiles, the nations beyond Israel, the peoples whom the Jewish religious establishment regarded as outside the covenant and beyond the reach of God's care. Jesus is saying that his shepherding is not limited to one pen, one nation, one ethnic group. The flock he is gathering will include sheep from pens that the Pharisees did not know existed, sheep that speak different languages and worship in different places and come from backgrounds that no one in the temple courts would have considered eligible. And these other sheep will listen to his voice, the same voice that calls the sheep by name in the morning, the same voice that the flock recognizes and follows. One flock, one shepherd. The divisions that have separated Jew from Gentile, insider from outsider, the circumcised from the uncircumcised, will dissolve in the sound of a single voice calling every sheep by name. The reason my Father loves me is that I lay down my life, only to take it up again. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down of my own accord. I have authority to lay it down and authority to take it up again. This is the deepest and most mysterious statement in the entire parable. The death of the Good Shepherd is not an accident. It is not a tragedy inflicted upon him by forces beyond his control. It is a choice, freely made, sovereignly executed, carried out with the full authority of one who has the power to die and the power to rise. No one takes his life from him, not the Pharisees, not the Romans, not Judas, not the crowd that will shout for Barabbas. They will all play their parts. But the death of the shepherd is the shepherd's own decision, made before the foundation of the world, made in love for the sheep, made with the knowledge that the laying down will be followed by a taking up, that the death will be followed by a resurrection, and that the flock will not be left orphaned in the field. The parable of the Good Shepherd is not in the strictest sense, a parable about the kingdom. It is a parable about the king. It is the most personal, the most self-revealing, the most costly image Jesus ever used to describe his own mission, and it functions as the key that unlocks every other parable he told. The shepherd who leaves the 99 to find the one, that shepherd from Luke 15, is not a hypothetical figure. He is Jesus. The father who runs down the road to embrace the prodigal is not a fictional character. He is the God whose face Jesus reveals. The seed that falls into good soil and produces 100-fold harvest, that seed is the word that Jesus speaks, and the word is inseparable from the speaker, and the speaker is about to be planted in the ground. From the hillside and the sheep pen, the setting shifts to the upper room, to the final meal Jesus shares with his disciples before his arrest, and the air in the room is heavy with everything that will happen before morning. Judas has already left. The bread has been broken, the wine has been poured, the feet have been washed. And in this charged, compressed, impossibly intimate space, Jesus offers one of his last extended metaphors, and it is drawn not from the world of shepherds and fields, but from the world of viticulture, from the ancient, patient, enduring art of growing grapes. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. Again the I am, and again the identification is total, not the kingdom is like a vine, I am the vine. The metaphor is not an illustration of an external truth. It is a declaration of identity, and the identity it declares is one of radical, organic, inseparable connection between Jesus and those who follow him. A vine and its branches are not two separate organisms. They are one organism. The sap that flows through the trunk flows through the branches. The life that sustains the vine sustains the branches. Cut a branch from the vine, and it does not merely weaken. It dies. It shrivels. It becomes dry and brittle and fit for nothing but the fire. The connection is not optional. It is existential. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful. The Father, the gardener, performs two actions, and both of them involve a blade. The fruitless branches are cut off entirely, removed from the vine, and discarded. The fruitful branches are pruned, which means they are also cut, but the cutting is not a removal. It is a shaping, a strategic reduction, the careful elimination of excess growth so that the energy of the vine flows into fruit rather than into foliage. The pruning hurts. Any grape grower will tell you that a properly pruned vine looks, in the winter, like a mutilated thing, stripped back to almost nothing, reduced to a few short stubs of woody growth that bear no resemblance to the lush, sprawling plant of the previous summer. The process looks destructive. It is, in fact, the condition of abundance. The vine that is not pruned produces a great deal of greenery and very little fruit. The vine that is severely pruned produces less growth, but far more grapes. And the grapes are sweeter and more concentrated because the vine's energy is not diffused across 100 shoots, but focused into a few. Jesus is telling his disciples, on the night before he dies, that they will be pruned. The suffering that is coming, the arrest, the scattering, the denial, the crucifixion, the decades of persecution and martyrdom that will follow, all of this is the gardener's knife, wielded not by an enemy but by the Father, not to destroy but to concentrate, not to punish but to increase the yield. The pruning will feel like dying. It will look to the world like failure. But the vine is in the gardener's hands, and the gardener knows what he is doing, and the branches that survive the pruning will bear more fruit than they ever imagined possible, fruit that feeds the world, fruit that outlasts empires. Remain in me, as I also remain in you. No branch can bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Neither can you bear fruit unless you remain in me. The word remain, translated in some versions as abide, is the central command of the passage, and Jesus repeats it with an insistence that borders on pleading, remain in me. Stay connected. Do not cut yourself off. Do not drift away. Do not let the pressures of the world, the pain of the pruning, the fear of the wolf, the attraction of other vines, pull you away from the source of your life. Because apart from the vine, the branch can do nothing, not merely less, nothing. The branch that separates itself from the vine does not merely produce less fruit, it produces no fruit. It dries out, it withers, it is gathered up and thrown into the fire and burned. The fire is not the primary point of the metaphor, the withering is. The tragedy of the severed branch is not the fire that comes afterward, but the death that comes first. The slow, dry, irreversible shriveling of a living thing that has been disconnected from its source of life. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. The metaphor is total. It admits no middle ground, no partial connection, no halfway measure. You are either connected to the vine and alive and bearing fruit, or you are disconnected from the vine and dead and good for nothing but the fire. The relationship between Jesus and his followers is not a contractual arrangement, not a professional affiliation, not a club membership that can be maintained with annual dues and occasional attendance. It is an organic union, as real and as vital as the union between a branch and the trunk that sustains it, and the fruit that the branch produces is not the branch's achievement. It is the vine's life flowing through the branch, expressing itself in clusters of grapes that the branch could never have produced on its own. The branch does not manufacture fruit. The branch receives life. The fruit is the evidence of the receiving, the visible proof that the sap is flowing, that the connection is real, that the vine and the branch are one. As the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Now remain in my love. In the upper room, with Judas gone into the night and the Garden of Gethsemane an hour away, Jesus places his entire relationship with his disciples inside the relationship between himself and the Father. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. The love that binds the vine to the branches is the same love that binds the Father to the Son, and the same love that binds the Son to the Father. The disciples are not outsiders looking in on a divine relationship. They are participants in it. They are branches on the vine, and the sap that flows through them is the love of God, the same love that existed before the world was made, the same love that sent the shepherd out to find the lost sheep, the same love that will carry Jesus to the cross in a matter of hours. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. The Good Shepherd's self-giving returns here in its most concentrated form. The love that Jesus commands is not a feeling. It is an action with a specific shape, and the shape is the cross. As I have loved you. How has he loved them? By washing their feet, by feeding them, by teaching them, by bearing with their failures and their misunderstandings and their arguments about who was the greatest, and, in a few hours, by dying for them. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. The shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The vine sustains the branches at the cost of its own pruning, and the friends, the ones who remain, are commanded to love each other with the same sacrificial, self-emptying, life-laying down love that the shepherd and the vine have demonstrated. And then, woven through the final days of Jesus' ministry, Appearing in John's 12th chapter in the days just before the Passover that will become his last, comes the smallest and perhaps the most profound metaphor Jesus ever used for his own death. Some Greeks have come to the festival and have asked to see Jesus, and their request triggers in him a response that is part anguish and part triumph, a moment of naked spiritual struggle that John records with unflinching honesty. Very truly I tell you, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. The image is so small, it could fit in the palm of your hand. A single grain of wheat, a seed so tiny that 1,000 of them could be scooped up in a single fist. And the choice the seed faces is the most fundamental choice in the universe: remain intact or fall into the ground and die. If the seed remains intact, it survives, it keeps its shape, it maintains its identity. It sits on the shelf, whole and undamaged, for years, for decades, for centuries. Egyptian tombs have yielded seeds that are 3,000 years old and still recognizable as seeds. Survival is not the problem. A seed can survive almost indefinitely, but survival is all it can do. It remains only a single seed. It produces nothing. It feeds no one. It gives rise to nothing. It exists in a state of perfect, sterile, self-contained preservation. But if it dies, if it falls into the ground, into the dark, into the cold, wet, suffocating soil where it can no longer see the sun or feel the wind, if it allows itself to be buried, to be broken open, to lose its shape and its identity and its hard outer shell, if it submits to the process of decomposition that dissolves everything it was and transforms it into something it has never been, then it produces many seeds. Then the single grain becomes a stalk, and the stalk bears a head. And the head contains 30 or 60 or 100 new grains, each one capable of falling into the ground and dying and producing still more, an exponential multiplication of life that began with a single act of death. Jesus is talking about himself. He is the grain of wheat. The ground he is about to fall into is the grave. The death he is about to die is the cracking open of the seed, the dissolution of everything he is in his earthly, physical, visible form. And the many seeds, the harvest that his death will produce, are the lives that will spring from his dying. The disciples who will scatter and regroup, the church that will be born at Pentecost, the missionaries who will carry the gospel to the ends of the earth, the countless millions across 2,000 years who will hear his voice and follow, all of them fruit of a single seed that fell into the ground outside Jerusalem on a Friday afternoon and died. Anyone who loves their life will lose it, while anyone who hates their life in this world will keep it for eternal life. The principle that governs the seed governs everyone. The seed that clings to itself, that refuses to fall, that protects its own integrity at all costs, survives but produces nothing. The seed that lets go, that falls, that dies, produces a harvest beyond calculation. This is not a counsel of despair. It is the deepest and most counterintuitive description of how life actually works. That the way up is down. That the way to abundance is through loss. That the way to life is through death. The seed does not die because dying is virtuous. The seed dies because dying is the only way to become what it was always meant to be. The grain of wheat that sits on the shelf is not fulfilling its purpose. It is avoiding its destiny. Its survival is its failure. Its death is its glory. And with this image, the smallest and the last, the circle of the parables closes. It closes where it began, with a seed and a field. The sower who went out to scatter seed on the hard path and the rocky ground, and the thorns and the good soil was scattering, we now understand, not merely a message, but himself. The seed is the Word, and the Word became flesh, and the flesh is about to fall into the ground and die. The entire parabolic ministry of Jesus, every story he told about seeds and soil, about shepherds and sheep, about fathers and sons, about pearls and treasures and banquets and vineyards, was leading to this single, irreducible image. A grain of wheat held in the hand of a man who knows he is about to let it go. The legacy of the parables is not a legacy of answers. It is a legacy of questions that will not stop asking themselves. Questions that ambush you in the middle of ordinary life and refuse to leave until you have reckoned with them. Which soil are you? Which son are you? Which servant are you? Did you bring oil, or did you assume the bridegroom would come quickly? Did you invest your talent, or did you bury it in the ground? Did you feed the hungry, or did you walk past them on the other side of the road? Are you the sheep, or are you the goat? Are you inside the house, or are you standing in the yard, refusing to come in because someone you despise is already at the table? The parables do not answer these questions for you. They deposit them in your chest like seeds in soil, and what grows from them depends on the quality of the ground. They are alive, these stories. They are not museum pieces, not archaeological curiosities from a vanished world, not quaint folk tales told by a carpenter in a country that no longer exists. They are as alive as the day they were spoken, as disruptive, as uncomfortable, as capable of rearranging the furniture of a life as they were when a tax collector first heard himself described as a lost coin. When a Pharisee first recognized himself as an older brother standing in the yard. When a fisherman first understood that the net catches everything and the sorting happens on the shore. 2,000 years have passed since a man from Nazareth stood in a borrowed boat and said, "Listen, a farmer went out to sow his seed. Empires have risen and fallen. Languages have been born and died. The temple that gleamed on the Jerusalem skyline has been reduced to a single retaining wall where pilgrims press their foreheads and weep. The Rome that occupied Palestine is a ruin filled with tourists. The world has been reshaped so many times that almost nothing the original audience would recognize remains. And yet, the parables endure. They endure because they are not about the first century. They are about the human heart, which does not change, which is the same soil it always was, rocky in the same places, thorny in the same places, hard in the same places, and capable, still, of producing a harvest that exceeds every reasonable expectation. The sower is still scattering. The seed is still falling. And somewhere, in ground no one thought was good enough, something is beginning to grow.